really interesting fights lined up, not just the main event. But we saw at the press conference people saying that they thought this was just as good, just as stacked as the Day of Reckoning card. You might remember that we did that at the end of last year. That's the one where it was Anthony Joshua against Otto Wallin. We also got Deontay Wilder against Joseph Parker. And it was a stacked card all the way down. Daniel Dubois was on that card as well, of course. And it was a very, very good card. But this really does give that a run for its money, because in our main event, we've got Anthony Joshua taking on Francis Ngannou. Now, obviously, we can break that down and we can talk about that fight. But, yeah, that's what we're here to see. The co-main event is Zhang taking on Parker. Now, I don't know if everyone's going to know who these fighters are, but Parker is the guy that beat Deontay Wilder last time out back in December. Parker is a former world champion, and he is someone that sort of lost his way, suffered a decline, kind of got with the Fury family, and he's been working with them, training with them, and he started to see like a renaissance in his career. And so he really is putting some wins together, putting a bit of momentum together, and he's managed to get himself into a really good position. So Parker is someone really interesting. Former world champion, still only 32, which is not that old. Anthony Joshua's 34, Ngannou's 37. So, you know, Parker, 32, still got years ahead of him. Granted, he's took a bit of damage, of course. Obviously, the body's not going to be super fresh. But, yeah, Parker is definitely someone that I think deserves more respect than what he gets. He's going to be taking on Zhang. Now, Zhang, 40 years old, 26 wins, 21 knockouts. He is the interim WBO heavyweight champion. Like, he is next in line. So we're really battling to see who's going to be that next challenger for the WBO championship. At the moment, Usyk has that title. So you've kind of got Usyk as champion. You've got Fury as champion. And then there's this real scramble going on underneath as to who's going to be the next challengers. And the names that are involved are Joshua, Ngannou, Parker, Zhang, and Hrgovic. I'd say those are the main five. Those are the main five. So obviously, Joshua and Ngannou facing each other, the winner's going to take a big step forwards. Parker and Zhang facing each other, the winner's going to take a big step forwards. And we'll be down to 3, really. So then we'll be down to those winners and Hrgovic as to who's going to be fighting for these world titles coming up next. Obviously, we know Fury Usyk. That fight is coming up very soon, and we'll be doing that on the channel. Very much looking forward to that fight. We'll be doing that on the channel. Do absolutely love boxing. I mean, we do try to cover it as much as we can. It's just there's normally so much stuff on a Saturday. It's actually great to have it on a Friday. So it means that we can do this. We can enjoy wrestling after, and we can enjoy UFC tomorrow, so it's kind of all fallen quite nicely. It's quite intense. I mean, it means we've got a lot of stuff to talk about, a lot of stuff to cover, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot to get our teeth into. I'll never be upset about that. So those 2 fights, I think you can see what that means for the heavyweight division. Both fights are important, but Joshua Ngannou obviously carries more importance, because really the winner of that is going to face the winner of Fury and Usyk. That's already been announced. So we know the winner here is going to be in a very sweet position. So, yeah, that is obviously the big focus. But Zhang Parker, I mean, what a fight that will be. As well as that, we've got the WBC World Featherweight Championship on the line. So there's another title that's up for grabs here. The WBC World Featherweight Championship. An absolute legend in Rey Vargas. I mean, Rey Vargas, 2-weight world champion. He is 36-1. His only loss coming in his last fight, and that's where he kind of stepped up a weight class and I think just tried to bite off a bit too much. So, you know, he was pushing himself, he was challenging himself, and he just kind of overstepped the mark, to be honest. But he's right back down in his proper weight class now, and he'll be defending his title against someone that there's a lot of buzz around. Nick Ball, lot of buzz around him. 19-0, right? 11 knockouts. Like, this should be a banger, man. This fight should go. So, Rey Vargas against Nick Ball. Again, we can break it down when we get closer to it. But just know that's got banger written all over it. And it is for a world title, right? And then as well as that, we've got Madrimov taking on Kurbanov. This is for the WBA World Super Welterweight Championship, another world title up for grabs, this time in the Super Welterweight division. These two, don't know loads, to be honest, about them. I know that Madrimov is someone that Eddie Hearn has been heaping praise on for quite a while. He's only 9-0. So he's still quite new, to be honest. 29 years old, unbeaten, and a real hot prospect. I mean, we're not really at prospect level now, I suppose, because he's competing for a world title, so a contender, right? I mean, he is -400 favourite to get the title here. It'll be interesting to see if it all goes to plan. The opponent, Kurbanov, is a very good opponent. So, yeah, that's going to be an interesting fight as well. And then actually, we've just got a fight on at the moment, but this is the last of the prelims. The next fight that we've got will be the first fight on the main cards. That's going to be Gwynne taking on Mark Chamberlain. This is for the EBU European Lightweight Championship. So, you know, important, but nowhere near as important as the world titles. Gwynne has been a really good fighter, really good fighter. He's 33, 17 wins, 5 knockouts, real tough fighter, real warrior. But it might be that his time is coming to a close because Mark Chamberlain is 14-0 with 10 knockouts and he's only 25 years old. So that fight should be really fun. It's coming up next. Then we've got the Madrimov against Kurbanov fight, which is for the WBA World Super Welterweight title. Then we've got Vargas against Ball, which is for the WBC World Featherweight title. Then we've got Zhang against Parker, which is for the interim WBO heavyweight position. And then, of course, we've got Joshua against Ngannou. And I know that everyone's going to want to talk about Joshua and Ngannou, and we can absolutely get into that fight. For me, it's a really impossible fight to predict. It's a little bit like Ngannou and Fury. The only difference is that with Ngannou and Fury, you could have a little bit of confidence. You could have confidence by saying, like, I don't think that Ngannou is going to be able to transition over to boxing and just go straight into the deep end. It's a little bit like someone going into tennis from badminton and trying to play Rafa Nadal or trying to play Roger Federer, right? Or Djokovic, right? I mean, you just go into a different sport, maybe with some similarities, of course, but a different sport, and you're going up against one of the best there is. So I think a lot of people last time out didn't quite know what to expect. But in all likelihood, it was that Tyson Fury was going to be able to get the job done. Now, I think he did get the job done. I think he did just do enough. I think I scored him winning by a point. But I remember saying, like, however this goes, I'll have no complaints. Some of them rounds were so close that you could easily have seen him for Ngannou. But I had Fury up by 1 point, and so for me, it wasn't a robbery, but I could understand why people thought it was. But for me, it wasn't. So he survived. Let's put it that way. He survived, and for many out there, Ngannou was robbed. So now we have got a lot more respect for Ngannou. He's coming in against Anthony Joshua. Joshua is someone that we know when he's up against it, he does dig deep, but he can crumble as well. Like, he'll dig in and he'll dig deep, but, like, he can be just overawed. And the concern would be that if Ngannou catches Joshua, I mean, we know he's got power. I don't know that he puts Joshua completely out. That would be a hard thing to picture. I don't know that he's going to just knock him out. If he catches him, it'll be very interesting. But what I think would be likely to happen is if Ngannou does catch Joshua, I could see Joshua going down. He's got heart, he's got determination. Every fiber in his body is going to want to continue. I can see Joshua getting back up to his feet, but he'll be gone. I mean, he'll be a sitting duck. He'll be dead in the water, and it'll just be all Ngannou from that point, and then the ref will call it, and it'll be a TKO. I mean, I could absolutely see that happening today. Absolutely see that happening. What Joshua's got to do is he's got to be clever. He's got to use his boxing savvy. He needs to just be jabbing away, and I would say use the same sort of game plan that he had against Andy Ruiz in the second fight. Like, jab away, keep him at distance, keep moving, like your footwork, your escapes, the little combos, the little traps that you can set. Don't get close. There's no benefit to getting close. If he gets in close, all he's going to find is an absolute lump of humanity. If he gets in close, all he's going to find is this absolute muscular giant that it ain't going to budge, right? There was plenty of clinching from Fury when Fury fought Ngannou, and he was putting his body onto Ngannou, like trying to wear him down. He just wasn't budging. It just didn't wear him down. The guy is just made out of granite. It's just absolutely chiseled. So I can't see what benefit there is for Joshua to try and work on the insides, because actually all he might end up doing is, as he's entering and getting in close, catching some and eating some and really getting wrecked. So, like, and then if he gets on the inside, we know that this is where Ngannou's MMA skills can come in, because he can do some good clinching, and you know, Ngannou could put his body weight onto Joshua and actually position himself in a way where it's uncomfortable for Joshua. Joshua is the bigger person. He is the bigger guy. But he won't have been in there with a man mountain that is an absolute lump of humanity, quite like what Ngannou is. So Ngannou hits hard. He's powerful. We know he's got a very powerful punch. We know that he's going to be limited in his skill set. And I just think the best thing for Joshua to do is just keep him at bay. Keep him at bay. Keep working that lead hand. Keep asking some questions. Don't allow Ngannou to get in close. Take it into the later rounds. As you go into the later rounds, Ngannou should be less effective. Ngannou shouldn't grow into a fight. He should fade, because Ngannou didn't want 12 rounds. I mean, that's a big tell to me. Ngannou did not want 12 rounds. He only wanted 10. So that to me says that he just wants to get in there, get the job done, and get out of there. That's what Ngannou's game plan's going to be. Whereas Joshua, can he frustrate Ngannou? Can he get Ngannou to actually make some mistakes? Joshua's got to be switched on for all 10 rounds, and it's going to be really, really difficult, to be honest. It's going to be really difficult. The question, I suppose, is how big of a gap is there between their boxing abilities? How big is that gap? Because if the gap's really big, then Joshua should be able to just jab, use the lead hand, keep Ngannou in the kind of at bay on the outside. If Ngannou starts coming in with anything, Joshua's got time to move out the way. You know, he can set a couple of traps, like, you know, a couple of lead hands to the body and then go upstairs. You know, he was doing that actually last time out. There was, I think it was against Helenius. He actually went upstairs and then to the body, and that meant that Helenius then started to work out, right, when he goes upstairs, he goes to the body. And so what Joshua started to do was go upstairs, feint, go into the body, and actually go back upstairs again. So, like, Joshua was, like, setting these little traps and setting these little, just clever little things, keeping the opponent on their toes. And this is the kind of stuff that I want to see him doing against Ngannou, and keeping him at bay, you know. as I said, trying to get in close and work on the inside, I'm really not sure that's the right way forwards. I think they'll keep it very simple. The one thing that this new relationship that Joshua and Ben Davison have kind of brought back is the basics. Seem to be very, very good at the basics again. And honestly, I think that you can overthink these things. I think that you can kind of get yourself into a real messy headspace. And that's, I think, where he was when he fought Usyk. So against Usyk, he felt like he needed to box and he needed to show that he is as good a boxer. You know, I saw quite a few interviews with Joshua and he was kind of really making out that he knows he's got the size advantage, but he wants to show that he can box. And he was going to America and he was like learning all these different skills. And he was like, you know, doing stuff with Canelo. And he really wanted to show his skill set. And it just didn't work. I mean, it just didn't work. In the second fight, I think he sort of abandoned that a little bit and tried to kind of use his size a bit more. But still, the game plan wasn't right, you know. Usyk is a big problem. And I feel like Fury thinks he's going to be able to do the same. And I'm a bit worried that he won't. I kind of feel like everyone overlooks Usyk. Usyk is this really skillful fighter, right? And a lot of these big guys just think they can go in there and impose themselves on Usyk. Usyk's seen it time and time and time again. I just don't know that that's the right game plan. You can certainly have a bit of that in your game plan, but it can't be your only game plan. And I just don't know. I don't know if that's what Fury's going to do when he finally faces Usyk. I think it's May, isn't it? But that's for the future anyway. That's for the future. Here, we just need Joshua to keep his head screwed on, keep it nice and simple, show that there are levels to this game, show that Fury had a bad night at the office last time, and show that Ngannou is a very skilled fighter, but maybe doesn't belong amongst the top 5, right? And he can do that by keeping things simple, keeping them at bay, kind of trying to take the sting out of the fight. Don't allow Ngannou to get excited. Don't allow him to see an opening. If he's going to try and create something, try and make it reckless, you know? Make him desperate, frustrate him. And that's the path to victory for me. So there's lots more that we can break down. We can talk about how both fighters start. We can talk about what their mindsets are. We can talk about their interviews. We got all that information. But I do want to jump to the chat. I don't like ignoring the chat for as long as what we have. We'll jump into the chat and we'll get a few thoughts. We haven't actually started with the main show yet. The main show starts in 10 minutes. A few people have been asking, when is the main of 11-ish? So we are expecting it to be 11-ish. We are expecting that to be later on tonight. So we've got a little bit of a long way to go till we get to that, unfortunately. There is going to be a little bit of a way to go. But as we said, it's a really good card. I mean, honestly, I didn't want to miss some of these fights. I mean, Vargas against Nick Bull, I don't want to miss that fight. The Madrimov Kurbanov fight, I could skip. But to be honest, I do want to see Madrimov. I mean, if you've listened to Eddie Hearn, he really has sung his praises. So I want to see what he's like. And I like Gwynne Chamberlain anyway, so that's coming up next. K-Dub said, I didn't know it was on this early. I'm at work. See you guys for SmackDown later. K-Dub, shout out to you. Alan, shout out to you. Appreciate it. What time does the fight start? Well, the main event fight is not expected. I think I read ring walks were going to be about 20 past 11 UK time. That's around about 20 past 6 Eastern time. So we've still got a long way to go. But as we said, the main card starts in 10 minutes time. At the moment, we're still at the prelim stage. So we are just kind of working our way through these fights. Fury has fought, not Tyson, his brother. Roman Fury, he was victorious. So he has won in a decision. Points decision, 4 rounds fight. We know that Fury is there, and that's a whole separate story. because Fury is there, and there's, you know what Fury's like. If he's got an opportunity to kind of steal the limelight and actually get like, you know, into the newspapers and get people talking, I'm sure he'll look to take that. So there's every chance that whoever wins is confronted by Tyson Fury. We know that Fury's not going to get involved. He's getting ready for his own fight that's coming up, but Fury is so confident of winning that. He's already been talking about, like, you know, who he wants to face out of Joshua and Ngannou, and yeah, he's kind of not looking past Usyk. He said he wouldn't be stupid enough to do that, but he's very, very confident, as you can imagine. Caro said, good day from New Zealand. Parker and Ngannou, easy as, says Caro. Okay, fair play. Yeah, we have got this poll up. We've had nearly 500 votes already, and it's very interesting. It's very, very close at the moment. It is about 50-49. Like, it's 50.5, 49.5 type situation. It's really, really close. So Ngannou by knockout, technical knockout, that is the favorite option at the moment. 46% of you think it's going to go that way. 37% of you think that it's going to be Joshua knockout, technical knockout. It doesn't look like you guys think this is going to decision, really, either side. Only 5% of you think that Ngannou wins by decision. And only 12% of you think that Joshua wins by decision. So Ngannou winning by knockout or technical knockout, then Joshua winning by knockout, technical knockout. Those are the favourite options. So it's really, really close. Really, really close. So we'll keep a very close eye on that. So if you haven't voted yet, vote in that. It would be really interesting to see once we get a few more votes in. They watch and said Usyk won't do better than Francis did. The Francis fight helped Fury get prepared for Usyk. With that being said, Francis will send AJ to the Shadow Realm. They watch him. I'm interested in your comment. How do you think that Francis helped Fury get ready for Usyk? That would be my follow-up question. Just because their styles are so different and their body shapes are so different, how do you think that... I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just wondering, like, how you think it helped. Is there an argument maybe that Fury was a bit lackluster? Like, maybe his preparation? Do you think that he's got to the point where he's just taking a lot of stuff for granted? And so the Ngannou fight maybe has kind of woken him up to the fact that you're maybe not as great as what you thought, or you're maybe not as perfect as what you thought. Like, you can't just not really train. Like, you've got to put in the work. I could see that argument, that, you know, that message has been received loud and clear, and now, you know, he's putting in a shift. Because actually, when you saw his physique for that Ngannou fight, he never looks great, obviously, right? He's not a bodybuilder. You don't have to be a boxer. You know, you don't need that kind. You don't need to look like an Adonis to have, like, good timing and everything. But equally, there was some timber there, wasn't there? There was a bit extra. Like, it really... Even Big John said he hadn't seen Tyson during the training camp, and when he saw him, he knew straight away he wasn't ready. That's what Big John said after the fight. He said, as soon as I saw him, I knew he wasn't ready. I don't know what they were doing in that training camp. I don't know what went down, but as soon as I saw him, I knew that there was problems, which I thought was very interesting. Rastani said, do you think Francis will actually return to MMA if he wins tonight? Not if he wins. Apparently, I think, is it PFL have got a big offer on the table. I mean, if he wins tonight, so the situation is that we know that we've got Fury and Usyk. I think it's May, which is really disappointing because it was meant to happen in February. And the frustrating thing is that Tyson Fury said at the press conference the other day that there is a rematch clause. And so he knows that there will be a rematch. He is expecting to beat Usyk and then for there to be an immediate rematch. that would mean that Ngannou, if he is victorious, right, if he does beat AJ tonight, it would mean that Ngannou is just going to have to sit on the sidelines a little bit. Now, I don't know if they would put him in for a bit of a warm-up fight just to keep him active, because I don't know quite when we would get to the Ngannou-Tyson Fury rematch. Let's say Fury beats Usyk twice, right? Don't know how likely that is. The other problem you've got is that if that ends 1-1, you're going to do it a third time, aren't you? You're going to do it a third time. We need to figure out, right? So we're going to do it a third time. So all this time, Ngannou is just going to be sitting on the sidelines. Now, I don't think it makes much sense for him to go to MMA, right? I don't think that makes much sense for him to do that because he's not developing his boxing skills. He's not hurting for money at the moment. I know you can never have enough, and he has said that he would go to MMA. He has said that he is interested in competing, I think, PFL, Bellator thing. But if he wins this, his next fight is going to be for the world title. It's going to be potentially the rematch with Fury or a fight with Usyk. I just don't think it makes any sense as to why he would want to go into MMA when you've got a world title boxing fight on your horizon. Don't you just absolutely live and breathe boxing? Don't you just absolutely just consume every minute of every day into improving and just becoming the best version of yourself, ready for that? Going in and fighting a completely different sport, I don't know. Doesn't do. And what if he gets injured? I mean, what if he goes in there, breaks an arm, breaks a leg, something like that? Like, that can't be wise. So, I don't know. Looking at it, I would say if he loses today, I think then, yeah, you could see him go to MMA. If he wins today, I don't know when he gets to fight the winner of Usyk and Fury. I know that the Excellency man, right? That dude. I know that he wants the winner of this to face the winner of Fury and Usyk, but there is the rematch clause. There is the rematch clause. So, and you know that's going to be triggered. Of course it's going to be triggered. So, I don't know if they would do the rematch after the Ngannou fight. I mean, that would be cool. That would be pretty good to do the rematch after the Ngannou fight, but I just don't think it would work that way. I think we would do the rematch and then Ngannou would have to go. And as we just said earlier, if it's 1-1 in those two matches, you know they're doing a third. So, yeah. Trini, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Dro said, what are your thoughts? Oh, yeah, man. What are the thoughts on Tyson against Jake Paul? Oh, man. I've got all the thoughts, right? My thoughts are that it is going to be like Mayweather and Logan, right? So Mayweather and Logan was an exhibition. Now, I've not heard if this is an exhibition. I've not seen it announced that it's an exhibition, but I've not seen it announced that it's a normal fight either. So I don't quite know how this is being pitched or how this is being positioned. I still need some clarity on that. I've not seen a press conference, press release or anything, right? I don't think this is legit, right? I think this is an exhibition. Even if they're not going to say it's an exhibition, I really am not someone that subscribes to conspiracy theories, right? I'm really not. But I just think that there would be some sort of agreement, which is like, it's either an exhibition and there's going to be a no knockout clause in there, which I believe was the case for Mayweather and Logan Paul, right? No knockout clause. Or it's not an exhibition, but I'm pretty sure it is. It's not an exhibition, and I reckon there'll be a gentleman's agreement. I reckon there will have been some sort of agreement, right? Because Jake wants to become a world champion. It doesn't really serve him well to step in there with, you know, a legendary name like Mike Tyson and get knocked out, right? Doesn't serve him well to get beat up by a 57-year-old. It's not a good look. I know it's Mike Tyson. I know that everyone wet themselves when it was announced, but he's 57, right? He's 57. His speed is not going to be where it was. And Jake right now, I think I'm right in saying that, is he not just outside the top 100 in the cruiserweight rankings? I think when it comes to the rankings, I'm pretty sure Jake is like just outside the top 100. So I think we need to get rid of this narrative that Jake can't box, right? He can box. He's beating boxers. Granted, they're journeymen, but he's beating boxers at the moment, right? He stepped in there with some very dangerous people. Beating Anderson Silva, I thought, was a great victory for him, right? Beating Anderson Silva, I know he's not a boxer, but Anderson Silva's got wins over boxers, and I thought that was a great victory. Him and Tommy, Tommy, I know, is not the most highly thought of boxer, but he's young, he's in a great condition, he's got the Fury family, he will have trained like in the camp he would have had for that. He's got Tyson Fury advising him, Big John, he's got everything he needs, right? And that fight was really close. I mean, it went the distance. We didn't know which way, who was going to get it. It was really close. So I think we can agree that Jake can do boxing. He has got ability, right? Might not be the best in the world, but he's got ability. He's in his prime. He's in his 20s. He's ranked just outside the top 100s. The thought that a 57-year-old Mike Tyson, nearly 60, 3 years off being 60, is like going to step in there with like a current boxer who's in his prime, in the cruiserweight division, who's knocking people out, who's clearly got some power, right? I just don't know why Tyson would think that that's a good idea. I know that the money is going to be good, and I know that he's going to be believing in his abilities. And I know a load of people, as soon as they saw it, were like, oh my God, Tyson's going to murder him kind of a situation. I don't see it that way, to be honest. What I see is a nearly 60-year-old man whose speed is not going to be as it was. His cardio is not going to be as it was. His footwork is not going to be as it was. His power is not going to be as it was. And instead, you've got Jake, who is young, in his prime, and he's knocking people out. He knocked out Tyron Woodley, right? I don't think Tyson's going to want to be embarrassed, right? He's a proud fighter. He's not going to want to be embarrassed. I don't think Jake's going to want to be embarrassed. If either of these get knocked out, it's such a bad look. If Jake gets knocked out by a 57-year-old man, right? It's not a good look. I know a lot of people will say, yeah, but it's Tyson. My feelings on it are, yeah, it's Tyson, but it's someone that's had how many fights in the last 20 years? I mean, you want to talk about did you hear Eddie Hearn talking about how Joshua had been inactive and that had been a problem? And so now he's fought 4 times in the last year. He's in a much better place, right? That's Joshua. Right? What about Tyson, Mike Tyson, who's fought like once in, 20 odd years against that fight with Roy Jones Jr. So, I mean, inactivity is just a joke, right? He's going to be slower. The footwork's not going to be as good. The power's not going to be as good. The brain might be sharp, but the body ain't going to be able to do what it did. When you say the Tyson name, you can't help but think about the 80s, can you? You can't help but think about the wrecking machine that was, right? But it's just, it's not that guy now. He's not that guy. I know there'll be training footage, and I know it's going to look awesome, because it always does. When they're working a heavy bag, and they're like really throwing in the shots, it's going to look amazing. But actually in there, trying to do that against a moving target, whilst you're also worrying about shots coming back, it never looks the same. It never looks the same. So my opinion on it is that it's a big fight. It's going to grab attention. It's going to make a load of money. The world will watch. But it's a fight that I think if Jake loses to a nearly 60-year-old man, he is going to get bantered hard, right? It's a fight he won't want to lose. And if Tyson loses, Mike Tyson's legacy will involve being knocked out by Jake Paul. Like, you don't even want to think about that, do you? I don't want to think about that. I don't want to think about one of the greatest boxers of all time being knocked out by Jake Paul. So I look at it and I think, look, is it an exhibition? Is there an agreement? Is there going to be a no knockout rule? Is it going to be that we get to the end of the fight, they shake hands and there's no winner? It's just, you know, that was a good dust up type situation. Is it just that they've both come together and gone, listen, we can make some money here. We can make some money. It like you against me inside the ring. We'll go 8 rounds or however much it is. And boom. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's it. And it's just going to be not scripted, but, you know, they'll throw some shots and there'll be some wobbles and there'll be some moments, but neither guy will go down. Neither guy will, like, really be announced as a winner. And if it is going to be a winner, I think there'll be some sort of agreement where it's like, we'll make sure this goes to points, you know? We'll get it to points. And I don't know. I looked at it. I'll watch it. Of course I will. Of course I will. But my immediate thought was, this feels like Mayweather against Logan Paul. That was my immediate thought. So, am I excited for it? That's a tricky one, because I do love big spectacles. I do love big events. Who doesn't? You know, when everyone's like buzzing and talking about like the same thing, and we're all having a conversation about like, that's special. You know, those great nights, those Rumble in the Jungles. You know, Holyfield against Tyson. You know, you think about these big boxing events. That's what we live for, man. That's what people want to talk about at work. That's the water cooler moment, isn't it? People love that. I love that. You love that. I love the fact that this fight exists. But from do I think that it's going to be above board? Do I think that there's going to be like knockouts and it's going to be brutal? No, not at all. Not at all. I think it's going to be I think it's going to be a spectacle. I think there's going to be a lot of talk. I think there's going to be a lot of builds. I think there's going to be a lot of training footage that comes out to kind of get everyone amped up. And then I think the fight will start, and I think it will be tame. I think it will be tame. And I think that they will just get through to the end of the fight. So, Daz said, could it even be sanctions? I really don't know, to be honest. Honestly, I don't know. I saw the announcement and I looked on that poster and I couldn't see any details. I'll be honest, I have not watched Jake's video on it. So I know that Jake did a video that said, I'm fighting Mike Tyson, right? I don't know if he goes into details in that video. But I didn't see a press release, or I haven't seen or I've seen the same message that you lot have seen, which is the right message. And that message is Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson on Netflix. As long as you're subscribed, you get it for free. I mean, you know, that's the message they're shouting. I think if you're a boxing fan, though, you go, okay, cool. Can you just tell me, though, is it an exhibition? You know, is there a no knockout rule? Can you just give me that information? I haven't seen that anywhere. So yeah, those are my thoughts on it. We will cover it. We will do it. I'm excited for it. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say I'm not. I'm not going to sit here and lie. But yeah, I've got my concerns on it. It's funny as well because like Jake talks about wanting to be a world champion, and I don't really quite know how this fits, because he's going in there with Mike Tyson, and you can certainly use the experience if you want, right? But I don't know. I just sort of feel like, where would Mike Tyson rank right now? If that's probably a good way of thinking about it. If Mike Tyson was active right now, where do you think he would rank in the boxing rankings? Where do you think he would be? Because if Jake Paul's trying to become a world champion, and he's currently ranked about 100th, I think he's just outside the top 100, well, then he needs to be fighting top 100 cruiserweights so that he can move up the rankings, right? I mean, obviously, he's going to take some shortcuts. We all know this. We all know that the governing bodies are going to fast track him, right? But he's still going to have to fight people of substance. He's still going to have to fight people that are killers, right? He's still going to have to go through certain people at some point. He can't just keep fighting old men, right? like, at the moment, Jake's career is fighting journeyman, which is what he's been doing, or people that haven't even been in the sport. I don't even know where Tommy Fury ranks, to be honest, right? I don't even know where he was in the rankings. It was a good fight, though. I can't criticize that fight. It was a good fight because Tommy was a boxer, is a boxer, and has had fights, and is young, and in his prime, and is part of the Fury family. So I can't criticize that one. But, you know, I mean, his fights against, say, you know, Nate Robinson, his fight against Ben Askren, you know, the Woodley fight was a bit of a challenge for him at the time, right? So, and the knockout was good in the second one. I liked the Anderson Silva fight. Nate Diaz fight, I always thought was a step backwards. I thought that was a step backwards. I thought taking that fight after fighting Tommy Fury was a backwards step. And now he's fighting Mike Tyson, who's nearly 60. I mean, and he's still talking about wanting to be a world champion. I sort of feel like he's a snake oil salesman, Jake. He's telling you one thing and then, like, doing something completely different. I want to be a world champ. I want to be a world champ. Oh, also, by the way, here's me fighting a 60-year-old. And you go, what? How's that going to help you be a world champ? I want to be a world champ. I want to be a world champ. Oh, by the way, I'm going to have an MMA fight. Huh? What do you mean? Yeah, I'm going to have an MMA fight in PFL. In fact, Nate Diaz, I'll do it with you. How about we do a boxing fight and then we'll do an MMA fight? Okay, but how's that going to help you be a world champion? This guy has... I feel sorry for him in the sense of people are bringing big money offers to him, right? Big money offers. How do you turn that down? How do you turn that down? If someone's like, here's millions and millions to fight such and such, do you want to do it? Or do you want to fight Johnny Nobody for like tons less money? Like, that's probably the path you should go if you want to be a world champion. But it ain't a spectacle. It ain't going to generate as much buzz. You ain't going to make nowhere near as much money. Welcome to boxing. Or do you want to face Mike Tyson, who's like 57, but it's going to be a monster event, right? I mean, you can sort of see the problem that he's in. You can see his predicament. I believe him when he says, I want to be a world champion. The problem is, he doesn't want to go down the path you have to go down to become a world champion, because he's constantly going after these big money fights, which I don't think helps him. I don't think that Nate Diaz fight helped him. I don't think this Mike Tyson fight helps him become a world champion. You can say experience and all of that, but how many times can you use that as an excuse? You know, he's only got a certain window of time because, you know, he's constantly getting older. He's been boxing for years now. And, you know, he'll soon turn around and his opportunity will have passed him by, you know? So I kind of feel like he's, you know, he's talking about facing KSI as well. I mean, how does that help him be a world champ? How do you reckon him facing KSI helps him become a world champion? It doesn't. This doesn't. That doesn't. Nate Diaz didn't. He's in a rock and a hard place, though. I do feel a bit sorry for him. I mean, not that much because he's getting tons of money, but I can see the predicament that he's in. But yeah, it's an interesting conversation. It's one that we can touch on, but we are already amazingly 15 minutes into the main cards, and we are just seeing that we should be getting Gwynne against Chamberlain. This fight should be coming up in a moment. Rasta Puff, shout out to you. Mike is going to get him, and the age for some people don't mean nothing, says Reyes. Mitchell said, I only count the days Roman has showed up to work, not the days he has been champion. Why the hell is this on a Friday? Said Brian. Yeah, I don't know, actually. I wonder if it has got something to do with UFC. Because UFC 299 is tomorrow. The only thing I would say is that we probably could have done this earlier in the day and then done UFC 299 after. But UFC 299, we are doing that show tomorrow, and it is stacked. I mean, that is stacked. It really is a stack show. It's such a good looking card. So we will be doing that tomorrow, but I think that might be why this is on a Friday. I mean, it's in Saudi, but I mean, that shouldn't really matter or change anything. We've done tons of things in Saudi that have been on a Saturday. So yeah, I did wonder that myself, to be honest. It is a little bit strange, but yeah, I don't mind it. I don't mind it. Certainly when you've got a massive event on the Saturday anyway, kind of, as I said, it's a nice way of getting them both in. Trini, shout out to you. Don't forget to leave a like on the stream. Yeah, if you are watching and you've not left a like on the stream, leave a like. It's massively appreciated. We are going to be live all the way through as we head towards Joshua against Ngannou. I can see there's lots of people that have joined us for the first time, and welcome. We do the big boxing events. We will be here after this for pro wrestling. We do WWE, but we are back tomorrow as well for UFC 299, and it looks amazing. An amazing looking card. And obviously there's plenty of boxing, good looking boxing on the horizon as well. We were talking about Tyson against Jake Paul, and we will do that. I mean, I don't want to come across like I'm saying one thing and then doing something different. It's a fight I've got concerns and doubts about, but it's a fight I definitely want to watch. And obviously we'll be doing the Fury-Usyk fight as well. But tonight it's Joshua and Ngannou. Last time we checked, we had about 500 likes. Now we're at 1,000 likes, and it's not really changed. The only interesting thing is that we are still at 50-50. 50% of you think that Joshua's going to get the win. 50% of you think Ngannou is going to get the win. 38% of you think Joshua wins by knockout, technical knockout. Ngannou 45%. So that's the favoured option, Ngannou getting a knockout. But undoubtedly you lot are thinking that this is going to end with a finish. Just kind of dialing into that fight a little bit more, because I know this is the fight people want to focus on. We've spoke a lot about Joshua and what he needs to do. He needs to be patient. He does not need to race in, and certainly not early as well. We know that Ngannou came out looking really good early last time against Fury. He came out and he looked good straight out the gates. So I think Ngannou fades. I think the longer this fight goes, I think the more it's going to be beneficial to Joshua. And I think that that is definitely a path that Joshua needs to have a look at. He needs to have a look at being patient. He needs to have a look at establishing his jab. He needs to work his lead hand. He can do lots with his lead hand as well. He's very, very good at like throwing out the jab, but he's got some good little uppercuts. He's good at measuring distance with it. He's very good at setting traps with it. Obviously feinting with it as well. There's a lot of little things he can do. It's not just constant jabs. So he needs to be working that lead hand, but he needs to get the jab firing. He needs to be getting that jab landing and feeling good about it. He needs to stay patient, and he needs to make sure that he's using his footwork very well, because what we're expecting is, and what I'm hoping, is that Ngannou is going to get frustrated, right? As I'm a Joshua fan, but I really respect Ngannou. I mean, I've been watching UFC since the early 2000s. So Ngannou is someone that I think I've seen all of his fights in UFC. And he's someone I've got the utmost respect for. What he was able to do against Fury was so impressive, because it wasn't just that he was there in the fight and not getting knocked down. He was putting Fury down. Like, he was causing massive problems himself, right? It wasn't just that he wasn't going anywhere. It's that he was causing Fury massive problems. He was asking questions of Fury that Fury did not have answers to, and had to really make some big adjustments throughout that fight. Now, Joshua, I think, needs to keep it simple. He's got to use his footwork, because if Ngannou is going to be throwing big like shots coming back, let's say Ngannou's getting frustrated at the fact he can't land anything on Joshua, he will then start to go a bit reckless. He will then start to throw some big looping shots, some big haymakers, or he'll try and explode forwards. Joshua's going to have to be on his feet. He's going to have exits. He's going to have to find a way of using that lateral movement and making sure that he is not getting pinned against the ropes. He cannot afford to get pinned against the ropes or get pinned back in the corner. He has constantly got to be moving, and he has constantly got to know that I can go that way, I can go that way, I can get out here, I can pivot. You know, he's gonna... This is something that's been good, actually, in his game. We are seeing him bringing in a little bit more of that kind of sweet stuff of boxing, the pivots, the parries. You know, he's kind of added a bit more to his game as time has gone by. If he can like bring that in and quickly access that kind of stuff, then he may need it here as Ngannou starts to get frustrated. But he's looking good, man. Joshua looked really good last time out. Everything was clicking, everything was working. He looks very, very confident. Very, very confident. And that confidence, I think, is what has been missing from his game. I think that confidence is definitely something that he has lacked, and he's got it back now. He needs to keep things simple. He needs to try and control the action. He needs to try and frustrate Ngannou. He's got to try and use that jab to set up his shots and to measure and maintain the distance. He can fade a little in later rounds, Joshua, but because this is only 10 rounds, I don't think that's going to be a problem. But we have seen him in later rounds, those championship rounds, where, you know, he doesn't really excel in those rounds. Quite repeatedly on a regular basis, we will see him kind of struggle in those rounds, or he won't look as good in those rounds. I don't think he paces himself very well, but as I said, that won't be an issue here. This is only a 10-round fight because Ngannou admitted he can't do 12. He was like, I can't do it. What's the point in me trying to do something that at the moment I just can't do? So that's obviously going to be to Ngannou's advantage. If this was a 12-round fight, actually AJ would have the advantage there, because if AJ fades, it's nothing compared to how Ngannou fades. So need to get this into the deep water, right? But the thing with Ngannou is that his power is going to be a threat for 10 rounds. He's going to have 10 rounds of power. So that can catch AJ at any time. At any point, AJ can go down. He can get clipped and he can be in trouble. It's very hard to picture. I can't picture. Maybe you can picture. But it's very hard to picture AJ being clipped, being caught, and being dropped, and him staying down. I can see him being caught. I can see him being dropped. But I can't see him staying down. I can't see him out cold, right? I don't know why. I just struggle to see that. I think that AJ is someone that has got heart. I think that his chin has been tested a few times. I think that if he gets clipped, he'll go down. I think he'll get back up. But I think that it might be that the ref just calls it. It might be that Ngannou then comes forward and AJ's just got no way of defending himself. And as we said, you know, it gets called. I don't know. I find it. I'm struggling to picture the knockout where AJ's out cold, man. I'm struggling to picture that. But Ngannou's got the power to do that if he can hit AJ in the right place, you know. But I just think AJ's going to have a bit too much about him. I just think that AJ is the better boxer. And I suppose part of me, it depends what kind of a person you are, really. Do you like the romance of the idea of Ngannou coming over and just shocking the world? Do you like the romance of that? Is that something that appeals? Or are you a bit more like me, where I want to believe there are levels to this game? I want to believe that this is a skill and that you have to work and dedicate your life to learning this skill. And you can't just jump into this sport. You can't just come in from a different sport and become one of the top heavyweights. You can't do that. You can't do that yet. You've not paid your dues, if you will. You've not put the work in. You've put the work into MMA, right? And you've done a little bit with boxing. But to jump to a completely different sport, because boxing is different to MMA. I mean, the way you stand is different. The stances are different. Your mindset is different. Your guard is different. You know, in MMA, you're having to worry about takedowns, right? The one's in an octagon, one's in a ring. I mean, one is 3 rounds or maybe 5 rounds of 5 minutes. The other is 12 rounds or 10 rounds of 3 minutes. You know, for me, like to transition over from MMA, it's not an easy transition. You can do it, and people have done it, but to do it and then beat the very best in boxing, I just think that makes boxing look awful. I just think it makes boxing look bad that someone can do that. The alternative is that you can say it makes Ngannou look incredible. That's the other way you can look at it, right? And he's a freak athlete, man, and he deserves every bit of praise that comes his way. But for me, I would much rather see Joshua, who's put all his time and his life into honing this craft, into becoming the boxing mastermind that he is. I mean, he's seen it, he's been in there, he's faced some of the greatest that this generation has got. You know, he's been there, he's faced Klitschko. You know, obviously he was in there with Usyk, who is a fantastic fighter. You know, he's kind of been in there with some real good talent, and he's been tested, and he's come through those tests. So Ngannou just coming over now and just wrecking house. I don't know, man. That to me, I just can't get my head around it. It doesn't tally up with what I think about boxing. I think with boxing, you've got to pay your dues. You got to put the work in. So, but then you do have just freak athletes that come along sometimes. So, yeah, for me, I want Joshua to win. Obviously, I'm in the UK, so, you know, Joshua's my guy. So I'm supporting Joshua. No hate for Ngannou. If Ngannou does it tonight, I'll just be like, fair play. Do you know what I mean? Congratulations. You won. You deserve it. So, you know, if Ngannou gets the job done, brilliant. But I think for me, I wouldn't want to see a boxer go into MMA and then become, like, I wouldn't want Joshua to go into MMA and become the UFC heavyweight champion. I would like to think that, you know, he would struggle against John Jones, right? I'd like to think that if you step into an octagon, a boxer's not going to just be able to do it now, because MMA's evolved to the point where you can't just have one skill set. You've got to be well-rounded. And so vice versa. I would not like to think an MMA fighter can come in with their limited boxing ability and all of a sudden find themselves at the top of the boxing heavyweight world, you know? So but he did it. He was amazing against Tyson Fury. But the question is, was that Fury on a bad day, or is that Ngannou? Was it Ngannou? Did Ngannou give Fury that bad day? Is he going to give AJ a bad day? Or is AJ just going to show that, yes, there are levels to this? And is he going to school him? It's very hard to know. It's very difficult to know. What I can tell you is that Anthony Joshua is minus 350 favorite, and Ngannou is plus 260. But if you look on Tapology, 51% of people have gone with Ngannou, 49% of people have gone with Anthony Joshua. So again, just like the poll we've got, close to 50-50, very close to 50-50. But 51-49. The people on there are just edging Ngannou, but the odds makers, the people that are putting their money down, they've gone with Joshua. So what I would say is, if you really believe that's some good odds, man. At Francis Ngannou at plus 260, if you are adamant that Ngannou wins this fight, like there is no doubt in your mind, I would say this is a fight to put some money down. I cannot give financial advice, but I would say you could definitely put some money down, because you're getting plus 260, you're getting plus money. He's an underdog. Ngannou is an underdog. So if you're absolutely adamant, like people seem to be, that Ngannou is the real deal, and he is this freak athlete that can just go into boxing and dominate it, you've got some good odds there. So I would say have a think about it, because you can come away with, well, what would you do if you put $100 down? You would get 260 back, plus your 100, you'd get 360 back. So if you was to put $100 down at plus 260, you'd get $360 back. So you're 3x in your money, which I'm not convinced. I mean, I don't know the answer to this, to be honest. I am picking Joshua, but the question still remains: was Ngannou the reason why Tyson Fury had the bad day at the office, or was it Tyson Fury? Tyson Fury himself said that he was not good in that fight. He's come out and said, I was atrocious. It was like one of my worst days. But why? Why is important? Why was you atrocious? Was it because you was atrocious because you had a bad day and for whatever reason you just couldn't put it together? Or was you atrocious because Ngannou made you atrocious? Which one is it? That's really interesting to me. Really interesting. Because if it was down to Ngannou, we'll see the same again today. And I think that if Ngannou is the real deal, I think he can beat Joshua, yes. Because I think at some point he will catch him. Because he caught Tyson. Tyson went down. And there's big questions as to whether Joshua would get back up. So, oh my God, so many talking points. Rivi, shout out to you, my friend. I really appreciate the support. And same with That's What She Said. And Loopy Girl as well. So, shout out to you guys. Carlin, 1985 Gareth, said, I'm looking forward to tonight. Should be great, man. Should be great. I mean, we've already been live for just over an hour, believe it or not. And we're half an hour into the main card. We haven't had any fights on the main card yet. We know we've broken down the fights that we are getting. There's 5 fights on the main cards. And a lot of fights that really matter in the sense of, you know, we've got the interim WBO heavyweight position up for grabs. We've got the WBC World Featherweight Championship. That's up for grabs. We've got the WBA World Super-Welterweight Championship up for grabs. And we've got the European Lightweight Championship up for grabs as well. So there's some big prizes at stake here. And obviously, we know the winner of Joshua and Ngannou is going to go on to face the winner of Fury and Usyk. So, I mean, that's a monster prize as well. So a lot at stake on this main card. A lot at stake today. So, yes, Carlin 1985 Gareth, shout out to you, who also added, I am looking forward to the boxing tonight. Carlin 1985 Gareth, appreciate it, dude. Yeah, it's going to be really good. As we said, it's a great looking card, and that main event has really got people's attention. It's funny actually, because for Joshua, he said he thought this was going to be like a gimmick. He wasn't interested in this fight before. He said, I'm not interested in gimmicks. I'm interested in world titles. His mindset was very different to Jake Paul, right? He wasn't interested in the gimmick fights. He just wants to get to the world championship, right? That's all he's focused on. But as soon as he saw the performance that Ngannou put in against Tyson Fury, that's when he was like, okay, I'll do this. I'll take this fight. Because obviously tonight would have been Joshua against Deontay Wilder. That's the fight we would have tonight. That's the fight we would be getting. But because Wilder lost to Parker, who's also on this card, that's why we've ended up with the fight that we've ended up with. We have got Ben Davison on screen right now. Let's see what's being said as Ariel Helwani is there giving him an interview. This is Anthony Joshua's trainer. So Ben Davison said, listen, AJ is a former Olympic gold medalist. He's a 2-time world champion. All we've done is just help him understand the skills that he's got. AJ is a true professional. We've prepared properly. Ben Davison, that's interesting. Ben Davison said that they watched Ngannou in UFC and they've watched some of the tapes of Ngannou in UFC. Ariel Helwani said, well, yeah, but can you really learn anything by doing that? And he said, well, you know, we wanted to see how it correlated. We wanted to see how it translated. We wanted to see if it like crossed over, which is really, really interesting. Really interesting. So they have been checking out some of the other stuff that Francis Ngannou has been doing in UFC to see if it does translate over. James said, if AJ loses, do you think he should retire? That's an excellent question. That's a great question. If AJ loses, where is he? That's a brilliant question. If he loses this, he is really out of the conversation. I'm going to say no, right? And there's a big reason why I'm saying no. As soon as I don't know if it's as soon as the first fight is finished. I think it is. As soon as Fury against Usyk is finished, at that point, I forget which belt it is, but one of the belts is going to be taken away from them because Hrgović is the mandatory and he deserves to be next in line. And my understanding, unless something changes, is that we're going to do Fury Usyk for all 4 belts and we're going to unify the heavyweight division. As soon as that result has come in, one of them belts is going to be removed from the champion because the champion is not going to defend against Hrgović like they should. We know there's the rematch that's built in. The rematch is built in to face off against the loser again, right? So they're not going to face Hrgović. So the belief is that Hrgović will fight someone for that vacated title. Right? So all of a sudden now, it means that there is another world championship that's going to be available to Anthony Joshua. So if he loses, his path, I don't think will include Fury or Usyk. I think he'll go on a different path, which will be the Hrgović path. I think he'll start looking at that title that's been vacated and he'll start heading in that direction. So if it was a case that they weren't going to strip that belt away, I think that would be a very, very interesting question because, you know, if Joshua loses tonight, he is clearly behind Ngannou in the pecking order. He will be behind Hrgović. He will be behind whoever wins out of Zhang and Parker. You know, he finds himself having done a load of work in 2023. This is his 4th fight in like 12 months. So he's done a load of work in 2023. That will be undone. I mean, it'll be undone. It'll be ruined. It'll be spoiled. It'll be done. He'll find himself in a situation where it's, you know, he's got to start again. He's going to have to like go and win another 3 fights to get back into contention again. It'd be kind of like climbing and getting to the top of a mountain only to fall right back down again. And I think that would be a real test of where he is to like mentally as to whether he's got that dog in him to try and climb that mountain one more time. Because to be honest, he might not even get to the top of the mountain until he's like, what, 36, 37? Which is fine. You can do that in the heavyweight division, but Joshua will know his body and he'll know how much fight there's left in that body. And if he loses and there was no path to a world title, then I think he would step away, yeah. But because they are taking one of the belts away and we know that Hrgović is going to compete for it, I think that there could be another route to a world title. He is so focused on a world title. I think if he loses this, it'll be a real blow. And I think that he'll have to sit down with Eddie Hearn and they'll have to figure out, is there a path? What does the path look like? How long does it take to get there? What are the chances of him being victorious along that path? You know, what's the end destination looking like it's going to be? So on, so on, so on. So, yeah, lots of factors. Lots of stuff which I think would be really, really hard to figure out. Certainly in the moment, I don't think if he loses, he grabs the mic and says he's done, right? I wouldn't expect that. And if he did, it might just be heat at the moment. We know he freaked out when he lost to... Do you remember the freak out when he lost to Usyk? He does have that kind of a reaction in him. So if he was to do that, I would take it with a pinch of salt. I don't think he would do that. I think he would sit down with Eddie Hearn and I think they'd be like, right, where are we? Where are we? What do we need to do? How do we get to a world title from where we are? If that path doesn't look possible or looks rocky, I think it would be game over. But if it was still achievable, I think that he would stick with it. He is very focused on getting a world title again. He really does want a world title again. So, yeah, a great question. If he loses, what does it look like? JB, so Carlin 1985, Gareth, really appreciate the support, dudes. Really do. I appreciate everyone that's joining us as we're working our way towards the next fight. I don't know when the next fight is. We've got people on the entrance stage. Looks like they're getting ready to do some introductions. So we might be going over to the next fight very, very soon. We've already been on this show for 40 minutes with no action. I didn't realize they were going to make us wait as long as what they have. But yeah, we've got to get through some of these fights. In all fairness, we got 5 fights on this main card. But at the moment, we are just with the pundits, and we are expecting the ring walk for the main event to be at about 11:20. That's the time we're expecting. That's UK time. So it'll be about 6:20 Eastern for the main event. But as we said, some really good fights coming up before then. JB said, are you going to watch this on DAZN or Sky Sports? I've got it on DAZN, but I've got it on DAZN. So, yeah, at the moment, I'm watching it on there. I mean, I don't know if the price is different. I don't know, like, it's $19.99 on DAZN, so I'm not sure if it's cheaper or more expensive if you went through Sky Sports, but I've just jumped on here, to be honest. Some of the fights coming up on DAZN look absolutely awesome. Like, DAZN really have got a lot going on at the moment with boxing. So I am subscribed to them, and I do like to try and keep an eye on what's coming up. And as we said, there's some good fights coming up this year. Right, Travis said, I'm having a bizarre Brock Lesnar moment. Where the hell is Lesnar's spine tattoo? The early 2000s, he had a vertical tattoo. Now it's a skull. It's a Mandela. I don't know, to be honest. I haven't noticed. I haven't looked. So, I don't know. I'd have to have a look at that. Who have we got winning, says Dro. Well, we can have a look at the poll. So at the moment, we are coming up to nearly 2,000 votes. We've got Ngannou, who is 44% knockout, technical knockout. We've got Joshua, who is 37% knockout, technical knockout. So yeah, we're looking at 50-50. In regards to Joshua and Ngannou. Still can't separate them. We've had nearly 2,000 votes, and you lot just cannot separate them. 50% of you think Joshua wins. 50% of you think that Ngannou wins. It's just that more of you think that Ngannou's going to do it by knockout. So 44% for Ngannou by knockout, 37% for Joshua by knockout. So we are working our way towards the first fight on this main card. We did just go backstage for a second there, and we saw that Gavin, Gwynne, and Mark Chamberlain are waiting to come out. If you haven't heard about these guys, Gwynne is a tough fighter, man. He is a warrior. He can really take a shot, make it a dogfight. He's going to be looking probably for a late stoppage, Gwynne. It's going to take him a while because Mark Chamberlain is undefeated. He's 14-0, 10 knockouts, top prospect. He's younger. He might even be more hungry for this victory. Never takes a backward step. Likes to stay on the outside and he will try and wear down Gwynne. He's faced a much lower level of opposition. This is a big step up for him, and he needs to stay on the outside. If he gets in close, he'll be in big trouble. A lot of people think that Chamberlain is going to do this, and actually His Excellency wanted to see Mark Chamberlain in action. So this is a fighter that His Excellency wanted to see compete. So this is a fun little fight for the European Lightweight Championship. Gwynne is 33, Chamberlain is 25, 8 years difference between them. We've got experience. We've got someone that's been there, done it, taken on this younger fighter who's a top prospect and undefeated. Should be a fun fight, this one. To open up the cards, should be a fun fight. So looking forward to this first one. And then after that, we really start getting into some world titles. So yeah, things get proper tasty then. JB said, I'll go with DAZN. Looks like they've got the better hosts and commentary. Maka said, are we doing SmackDown tonight? We are, but after this. Aren't they both British? Yes, they are. I think Chamberlain's from England. Gavin Gwynne from Wales. Mike returned that Barry Windham in the Hall of Fame is awesome. Make it a family affair and put Bray in. Are we showing the fights, says Ryan. We can't show the fights. You can't show the fights on YouTube. I mean, I don't know if someone will try and get away with it on Twitch. That seems to be a bit more of the Wild West, doesn't it, over there? But to be honest, they're pretty good at pulling them down. So yeah, it's one of those where, to be honest, the algorithm would take it down. Francis has got genetics on his side, says Nathaniel. Kian said, I hope you're doing well, having a good stream. I'm still overcoming my issues. Can't wait for SmackDown tonight. Kian, shout out to you, buds. It is a busy day. And here's Chamberlain getting his intro. How much will the fight be on Eastern time? So the main event is expected to be, I think it's 20 past 11 I saw Ring Walk. 20 past 11, so hopefully done by midnight here in the UK. Rough ballpark, obviously it depends how long the fight goes for, but I'm thinking it'll be done by midnight. So that'll be about 7. So we should be completely finished by 7 in America. Right, so yeah, we've got a good few hours still to go here. But who have we got between BSD and Poirier? Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I'm probably leaning to Saint Denis tomorrow. I think Poirier is a fantastic fighter, but it does feel like those wars are kind of catching up with him. And, you know, he had wins against Conor, but I don't know how well they've aged, because we just haven't seen Conor. And actually, we don't know quite at what level Conor's at the moment. So it's hard to know how the Conor-Poirier fights have aged, because we just don't see Conor. So I'm looking at Poirier thinking that he's past his prime. And I'm looking at him thinking that he's a very skillful fighter that deserves respect and can absolutely get the job done. But Saint Denis is special, man. That is a special guy. And I just think that Poirier's in there with a real fighter, man, a real savage. So I'm looking at Saint Denis to get the victory. Doesn't feel right saying it, though, because I love Poirier. Poirier's been such a fantastic fighter, but I think we're seeing the decline. I think he's gone into his Tony Ferguson era, where we're going to see him like start to fall away a bit. So, I don't know. I mean, if he loses against Saint Denis, I wouldn't expect him to retire, but I wonder if that thought is sort of entering into his mind. You know, he's lost against Gaethje. If he loses against Saint Denis as well, you know, he's starting to fall down the rankings, isn't he? You know. Dr. Butt-Toot, shout out to you, my friend. Really appreciate the support. Really appreciate the support. As we have got Gavin Gwynne making his way out. So, Gavin Gwynne, massive tattoo on his neck. making his way down. Of course, we are in Saudi Arabia for this. This is our first fight on the main cards. And yeah, he's making that. All the graphics are like gaming graphics. Like, they look really good. I must admit, I wasn't massively a fan of the trailer. It was very long, and I kind of thought that it was a lot of both guys like getting knocked out and knocked down and being chucked around. It seemed to spend a bit more time focusing on people going flying through windows and, like, you know, getting punched through walls than it did like making either of them look like badasses. I kind of felt like it might have been better if you focused on them smashing, like, punching people maybe, and like just random people going flying as they were like heading towards each other. Instead, they sort of, I don't know, they had them jobbing out. They had them getting knocked around, and that shot at the end where they both knock each other out, I saw them kind of getting like knocked around more than anything else. I wasn't a massive fan of that trailer. I didn't think it was that good. I think I could see what they were trying to do. I just thought the execution was a bit rubbish. But it looked good. I mean, you can't fault the way that it looked. The way that it looked was very good. But I much preferred the Ngannou Fury trailer. I thought that was excellent. That was brilliant. You know, where it's funny as well. That had some like real humor to it. I didn't even find this funny. So, yeah, but you could see what they were going for this one. So, all the graphics are very kind of gamey, sort of themed. We've got both fighters inside the ring. We're going to keep an eye on this. I know people are still going to want to talk more about Joshua and Ngannou. We'll just keep a beady eye on this as it plays out. What's happening with the fight now, said Chris. Well, there's not anything happening, to be honest, but I mean, right now we've got Gwynne and Chamberlain inside the ring, and at the moment we're just going through the intros, so nothing happening at the moment. And we've been waiting 50 odd minutes for the first fight, and we finally got to this first fight. And they're just getting their intros. So Mark Chamberlain fighting out of Portsmouth, England. He's got a record of 14-0, 10 coming by way of knockout. Jordan said, you predicted Joshua Francis Ngannou. Yeah, I predicted it. I have gone with Joshua. It's not a prediction that I feel massively confident in. I think there's a lot of unknowns. We've only got one fight to kind of go by when it comes to Ngannou. We've only got one boxing match to go off, and in that boxing match, his opponent says he had one of the worst days he's ever had. We don't know why he had one of the worst days he's ever had, but we know he had one of the worst days he's ever had. So it makes it very difficult to know, are we going to see that version of Ngannou again? Or was it just a bad day at the office for Tyson Fury? So I would like to believe, I said this earlier, I would like to believe that if you are a boxer and you dedicate your life to being a boxer and you learn the skills you need to learn to become an Olympic gold medalist and a two-time world champion, and you become one of the biggest names in the sport, I would like to believe that you have got enough about you to beat someone that's having their second pro fight, you know? Right, we are underway then as this first fight has started. Chamberlain in gold and Gwynne in white. And these two into the center. We got first round underway. It's 1 of 10. And this, as we said earlier, is for the European Lightweight Championship. Favourite here is Mark Chamberlain from Portsmouth. He is the favourite. He's minus 270 favourite. Gavin Gwynne is plus 240. And right now we're seeing some nice little exchanges in the middle. As we said, neither of these guys are going to take backward steps, man. Neither of these guys are going to slow down. There's some lovely hands there. Lovely fast hands already by Chamberlain. Gavin Gwynne having to use his head movement to get out of the way. And he's weathered that storm quite well. A lot of shots coming onto the guards. Just a lot of output by Chamberlain. A lot of output by Chamberlain. Chamberlain backing up. Shot going straight down the center there by Gwynne. Landing, looking good into the clinch. Shots coming into the side of the body. Goes back against the ropes. Referee coming in, looking to separate both fighters as they go right back into the center. Couple of jabs coming in down the middle. Lovely 1-2 there by Chamberlain. Chamberlain again over. Oh my God, that was a beautiful left hand by Chamberlain. Really nice. Really nice. Chamberlain looking, for me, the better fighter here. Is getting some lovely shots off, and there was a lovely body shot that just came in by Chamberlain there as well. Good head movement. Lovely little uppercut there by Chamberlain. Couple of hooks didn't land, and just as Gwynne went down, he was met with this uppercut. He's back against the ropes, and Chamberlain again pouring it on. And Chamberlain's looking really, really good. Gwen's hometown is only 5 minutes away from me, said Mouldy Spoon. Well, I would say it's not been the best start for him at the moment. But, you know, obviously a long way to go. Chamberlain, though, just teeing off on Gwynne in the center at the moment. Gwynne moving forwards as Chamberlain backs up. Jabbing away. Gwynne continuing to move forward. That was a lovely jab there by Gwynne. Straight down the middle, and he caught Chamberlain with that. We've got 20-odd seconds left in this round. How can I watch recorded wrestling? How can you watch recorded wrestling? Old wrestling. Wrestling that's been and gone. Depends what country you're in. If you're in the UK, you can get the WWE Network. If you are in America, then you can see it on Peacock. It depends what promotion you want to watch. If it's WWE, then you go that way. End of the round. That feels like a Chamberlain round to me. Days, fast forward to the main event. If you've got the superpower, said Zan. I wish I did, bud. I wish I did. I don't mind this fight at all. Honestly, this fight's perfectly acceptable to me. I've got no problems with this, enjoying this fight, but I think we're all waiting for that main event. Although, I really do want to see Zhang against Parker. I mean, they are going to bang, man. That is going to be so much fun watching them two go at it. I mean, Zhang is a big boy, is a powerful boy. I mean, I don't know if you saw his fights against Joe Joyce. Joe Joyce is just this, the juggernaut just keeps moving forward, and you can keep cracking him, but he just keeps coming. And, you know, his ability to take punishment, so impressive. And Zhang, like, messed up his eye in the first fight and got the fight stopped. And then in the second fight, knocked him out. And you just don't do that to Joe Joyce. You just don't do that. But Zhang did that. So Zhang, even at his age, I mean, I think he's 40. Even at his age, is still causing some major problems for people. So that is going to be such a good fight. Really looking forward to it. I've got a feeling this is going to cost me the parlay. That Gam's going to cost you the parlay. What happened in the Lerena fight? I didn't see, to be honest. I can have a little look. I've got Tapology up, so that's no problem. Lost by unanimous decision. Justis Huni picked up the victory in that fight. So far, we've had, how many fights? 5 fights, but they were all on the undercard. We've got 5 fights left. These are all on the main card. Starting off with Chamberlain against Gwynne, and Chamberlain, for me, taking that first round. Both fighters in close at the moment. Referee coming in and separating both fighters. We've got Chamberlain coming forward. Nice head movement there by Gwynne. Into the clinch. He's getting backed up against the ropes, though. You can see that Chamberlain actually is really imposing himself very well into this fight. Really bullying Gwynne at times. Into a clinch. Driving him back against the ropes. Then getting a combo off. The uppercut has been working very well for Chamberlain. Very well. Down the middle there by Chamberlain. Very, very good. And again, over by the ropes. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Chamberlain going into the center, just pushing Gwynne back to create a little bit of space. Gwynne trying to get in close. Chamberlain not allowing him to get in close. And constant output by Chamberlain. We are seeing Chamberlain just teeing off, really putting a lot of output in there. And you can see the damage that it's done to Gwynne, actually. He's got a mark above his eye. His face is bright red. But he just keeps coming forward, Gwynne. I mean, he is not going anywhere. As long as he continues to move forwards, he's still in the fight. But this, to me, looks like another round, a second round that I think he's going to be falling short in. Jab coming in there by Gwynne. Chamberlain trying to respond with a couple of beautiful hook shot there. Great hook shot coming in by Chamberlain. And there's a massive bump just above the right eye of Gwynne. That's going to be a big problem, man. That's going to continue to swell. And his vision is going to be really impaired as this fight continues to move forwards. But a real nasty bump on the eye. And he's just teeing off, man. He's just teeing off. Gwynne goes back to his corner. But he's got to know that he's down in this fight. Do you think Francis had a good performance, or did Fury have a bad performance, said Hawks? So, I actually think it's a bit of both. So, I think that Fury went into that fight thinking that he was going to be able to just school Francis Ngannou. I think the mindset was that, you know, if you're a boxer and you've been doing it your whole life, someone coming in for their first professional fight, you should be able to, and certainly Fury, who regards himself to be the best in the world, right? And a lot of people regard him to be probably the best in the world. It's either him or Usyk for a lot of people. Yes, there are better fighters, more technical fighters, but they are at smaller weight classes, right? Fury is someone that's got a boxing ability. He's got the size. He's got the power. Like, if we were to put him in there with any other boxer, like, there's a good chance he comes out with the win. Obviously, we don't know about Usyk. And you could maybe throw in a couple of cruiserweights in there that I think would provide some interesting challenges if they were to step up, move up. But that by the by, I think that I think he went in really expecting it to be a case that it was going to be a walk in the park, and clearly it wasn't. And I think that he ends up getting kind of rocked early. I think, what round was it he got put down? Was it like the second, third? So I think that he ends up getting caught by surprise. I think he realizes that he didn't properly prepare. I think then he is starting to have to dig deep. I think, to be honest, he very quickly found himself in deep water. Right, he went in there thinking he was going to bully Ngannou and he was going to just do whatever he wanted. Very quickly, he came to realize that's not going to happen. And one of the biggest problems he had was when he finds himself in a position, the referee's coming in, separating these two. There's a real problem here with Gwynne's eye, which is really swelling shut. But is he going over to see the doctor, is he? I think the doctor's being called to have a look at the eye, is he? Oh, he's put the mouthpiece back in. I think we are going to continue here. So, yeah, I think he found himself in really deep water. And when he finds himself in that position, we spoke about this about an hour and a half ago. He likes to try and clinch his opponent. He'll grab his opponent and he'll put his weight. If he's struggling in a fight, he'll grab his opponent and he'll start wearing them down. It's kind of a way of him just getting back into the fight, if you will. It's a trick that he's used many times and it's worked for him. But the problem was when he was grabbing Ngannou, he was just grabbing this absolute lump of rock and it just was doing nothing to Ngannou. So what it meant was that one of the tricks that Fury has to get back into a fight wasn't working. It didn't work. So imagine finding yourself in a situation where you are just completely overwrought. You're just underprepared. It's not going anywhere near even remotely close to how you pictured, whatever the situation is, right? And the little tricks and the little things that you do to, you know, normally get yourself out of that situation just aren't working. They're not working. Things aren't working. I mean, you are drowning, and what you're trying to grab at is not saving you. I mean, it was just incredible to watch. It was incredible to watch. So what I would say is that for me, I think there was a bit in Fury having a bad day. Definitely. I think he was underprepared. I really believe that. I don't think that's an excuse. I think he was underprepared. I don't think that he went in with the right mindset. I don't think he went in with the right training plan. But you've got to admit, how do you prepare for Ngannou? I mean, how do you? How do you? Loads of people were calling into Talk Sport saying this thing's a joke and it shouldn't be happening. Loads of people didn't give Ngannou a chance. Loads, everyone. I mean, I heard Frank Warren having to defend the fight and basically say, like, no, the guy's a champion. Like, he's a fighter. Like, he deserves his opportunity. But everyone was like, it's a gimmick fight. It's a money grab. He should be fighting Usyk. What's he doing fighting Ngannou? And look what we ended up getting. So I think that, you know, how do you prepare for Ngannou, and how do you mentally, even if you don't mean to, how do you mentally make sure that you're not taking this opponent too lightly, you know? How do you get yourself into the correct mindset? It's very difficult. Very, very difficult. And I think he found himself in deep water and couldn't quite get out of it. But you've got to give credit to Ngannou. You know, his strength, his size, his power, the basic boxing abilities that he did possess, the fact that he can take a shot, the fact that he was able to get Tyson Fury into deep waters and get him all sorts of confused, meant that, you know, he was having a little bit of success. I do think Fury won that fight. I think he just edged it. But there's many people out there that don't think he did. But I think he just did enough. I think he had to rely on every ounce of boxing ability that he had. He had to rely on every single lesson, every single word that he's ever been given in boxing. He had to rely on it all. And it got him out of trouble, just. So looking at this now, I would say, you know, Joshua's going into this fight with more footage that he can look at. He's got a whole fight that he can look at. They've looked at UFC footage as well to see if there's any patterns, which I think is good, clever. It's clear they're not taking this for granted. It's clear that they're not just, you know, expecting to turn up and win. I do think Ngannou carries a threat, but I've got to believe that the boxer is going to find a way of winning this. I've got to believe that the person that's been doing this his whole life has got the skills required to get the victory, right? I mean, how would this work in tennis? You know, if you're someone that's like a really good tennis player and you have your first tennis match against Federer, right? Surely that person ain't winning. He might win the odd set and the odd game, the odd set maybe, but he ain't going to win the whole match, surely. And so in my mindset, surely boxing is the same. The only difference with boxing is obviously in tennis, you've got to play the whole game. But in boxing, one shot can end it. That's the big difference, isn't it? If boxing had to go 12 rounds, regardless of what happened, it has to go 12 rounds. Maybe that would be different. But because at any moment, one shot could land and could end the night, you know, then, you know, that obviously makes things a bit more interesting, makes things a bit more unpredictable. And it makes things very difficult to call. It really does, because Ngannou could land that one shot. He did. He landed the shot on Fury and Fury got back up. If he lands it on Joshua, does Joshua get back up? That's the big question, isn't it? So, Days, there's no chance that AJ will lose tonight, said Edward. He's got the experience. He isn't Tyson Fury. He's going to humiliate Ngannou tonight, says Edwards. Sonny, hello, shout out to you. And the refs called this one. And to be honest, no great surprise. He needed to call it a little while ago, I think. But it is a win for Chamberlain. Chamberlain has got the job done. And that is a big, big victory for him. He looks so good in that fight. He looks so good. And it was a masterclass. Honestly, the first 2 rounds were Chamberlain. And everything else was just going the exact same way as well. So round number 4, it's a ref stoppage. It's a TKO victory for Chamberlain. And it means that we are moving on to our next fight very, very soon. So Madrimov taking on Kurbanov. This should be good. This is for the WBA World Super Welterweight Championship. World Championship on the line in this fight. World Championship on the line. And if you've heard Eddie Hearn talking, he talks very, very highly of Madrimov. Very highly of Madrimov. He really believes that this guy is something special. So, yeah, Madrimov is the minus 400 favorite. 9 wins, 6 knockouts, unbeaten, but only fights like once a year. And he's a big puncher. He's a bigger puncher than Kurbanov. He tends to have moments rather than minutes. So this could be a bit tricky if it goes like the distance. But Madrimov will get some moments in the fight, but I don't know that he's going to be winning round after round after round. He doesn't tend to have like devastating one-punch knockout power, but he has got knockout ability. Kurbanov is 25 wins, no losses. He is unbeaten as well. 13 of those wins coming by knockout. He doesn't tend to make mistakes. He keeps it very, very tidy. He does his basics very, very well. And he's been in a couple of close fights, which honestly, you probably could have scored the other way over in Russia. So, yeah, people are looking at Madrimov to get the victory, and I think he will. So, should be good. This fight should be good. We're taking another step up. But Chamberlain, that's a good win for him in our first fight on the main cards. Gringo said, I thought Ngannou won the Fury fight. I don't think Ngannou beats Joshua. He won't make the same mistakes that Fury did. So I do agree with you there, Days. The preparation is everything for this fight. Yeah, I agree. And honestly, I mean, I thought Fury won that fight. I had him winning by 1 round, but I'm quite happy for anyone else to say different. I mean, honestly, I think some of them rounds are so close that I can totally understand why people would score it for Ngannou. It was a really, really close fight. And actually, I mean, it's one of those where I know you can't look at it this way, but if you was to look at it at like, you know, who was the guy that like was really not fancied to win? It was Ngannou. For him to be right there at the end with Fury, I mean, I think like you can understand when why people are like, yeah, it was Ngannou. I'm going to give Ngannou that round. I can't believe that he is doing what he is doing. So some of them rounds are real close, man. Real close. Fury got that by the absolute skin of his teeth, and as we said, there's many thousands, that hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of people that don't think he got that win. But as you said, Gringo, it's about the preparation, and I'm not convinced that Fury put that work in. He said he did. He said he did. His body said something different, though. His body didn't look like he did. So I am not convinced he put the work in. JB said, Eddie Hearn, give me a SmackDown general manager vibe. It was a good fight. Either way, said Gringo. Yep. Miss Clown said, perhaps it's closer than it should. Oh, it was definitely closer than it should have been. Definitely. Peter said, is it coming home, boys? Oh, it's always coming home. It's always coming home. It's always on the way. It never arrives, but it's always on the way. Miss Clown said John Fury nearly had it won. John Fury really loves Anthony Joshua, and that's like a relationship that I love. I don't know if you saw the footage of him meeting AJ in Saudi. He was so respectful to Anthony Joshua, calling him like a true champion, saying, I've only ever said good things about your son. And Joshua's like, I know, like, it's so lovely to meet you. Like, Big John Fury and Anthony Joshua are just amazing together. There's so much respect there. It's amazing. If we do ever get Fury Joshua, and that's obviously the fight a lot of fans really want, if we do ever get that, it'll be really interesting to see what John's got to say. Of course, John's going to be with his son. He'll side with his son. He'll predict his son's going to win, but I don't think he's going to be saying, I wouldn't expect him to be trashing Joshua. He really likes him. I mean, listen, you might say the odd thing to sell a fight, but yeah, it was kind of really interesting seeing them two interact this week. Shane says Joshua will be throwing some rough punches. Don't know if Ngannou can last 10 rounds. Joe said John Fury could go for one more fight. I have no doubt that he has been offered. No doubt at all. It would not shock me if Misfits had offered John Fury a fight. It wouldn't have shocked me at all. Wouldn't even shock me if Jake Paul had offered John Fury a fight. That wouldn't shock me. Could you imagine, like, Jake stepping in there with Big John? If Big John was mental enough to take that fight, I mean, I don't know how old Big John is, but, you know, I mean, look, Mike Tyson stepping in there. If Big John was mental enough to, like, accept the fight, then I think they would have offered it him. I really do. People love Big John. I mean, like, he is such a character. He really is someone that, like, steals the spotlight. Doesn't matter if it's Misfits. Doesn't matter if it's a Tommy fight. Doesn't matter if it's a Tyson fight. Big John is always in the conversation, man. He's always in the conversation. So, I don't know if he's got one more in him, but I know that we would all watch it. Sonny, shout out to you, said the appointment with the oral surgeon has been made. 8 upper front teeth are being pulled out. You're having 8 teeth removed. I'll be getting some partial dentures. I don't like being put under sleep. It's scary. Oh, well, I mean, to be honest, mate, it's I've had surgery where you have to be put under, and, like, it's fine, to be honest. It's just like going to sleep. So I wouldn't worry about it. God, that's amazing. But Real Estate said, I think Ngannou wins by knockout in the 7th round. James said, but does John Fury like AJ as much as the Saudis? He doesn't like anything. He doesn't even like his own family as much as he likes the Saudis. You're joking, aren't you? All that guy goes on about is the Saudis. I don't know if you saw, but Tyson has done the same. Tyson was like, oh, this is amazing. I've been out here, like, because they said, like, did you think about whether it was right to come over here with you working towards your own fight? And he was like, well, my brother is fighting, Roman's fighting, and Saudi. I had to come. Like he said, I've been over here on holiday. It's amazing. Like, the stuff they're building, the stuff they're doing over here. Like, and he was off then. Full on tourism, Saudi tourism advert. They love it, don't they? They absolutely love it. I don't know. I don't know what the future of boxing in Saudi looks like. I mean, it does feel like the new home of boxing, doesn't it? And I don't know how long that's going to be for. I mean, we know they've got money. I don't know how long they'll have that money. I mean, they must be burning through it. Think about all the events they're putting on. Think about all the stuff that they've done. Has it not even put a dent in it? Like, how? I mean, they're putting on, like, massive, like, golf events, concerts, building loads of stuff, loads of boxing events, UFC events. Like, there's just so much stuff's going on with, like, Saudi Arabia. So much stuff is happening. It's like, I don't know. How long is Saudi going to be the home of sport? Is it going to be for the next 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 50 years, 100 years? I don't know. But it definitely feels like it is the home of, you know, massive sporting events now. Of course, they love the Saudis. They pay them a shizload of money. Yeah. they've got that much money, then, and they make the money. Well, I mean, it's all oil, isn't it? I believe that it all comes from. So, yeah, I mean, I know they're obviously very rich. I don't know the exact numbers. I don't know like how much they've got left. My gut feeling is that it's probably not even touched the sides, to be honest. My gut feeling is that this is going to be, you know, this is going to be the future for the next 10, 20 years at least. At least. So, yeah, this is where sport lives now. And who knows what else? They might turn their attention to, like, Hollywood and films and, you know, I don't know. They've already got concerts there. In fact, they're just showing a trailer now for a film, and they've actually got the graphic in the ring. I think it's just a CGI thing, but you never know with them. So, I think this is a trailer for Dune Part 2. Right, let's make sure we're up to speed. Mursky, shout out to you. Hope you're well. Said, how are you doing? I've got a question. Do you remember when you brought the Ultimate Warrior with the Intercontinental title and Stone Cold in London? I think good times. Do I remember buying an Ultimate Warrior with an Intercontinental title in London? Can't say I do, to be honest. Was it on an old toy hunt, was it? I do remember buying a Stone Cold. I bought a few of those, and I've bought a few Ultimate Warriors, to be honest, but I couldn't remember specifically where or when. But, yeah, I mean, I am going to America at the end of April, and my only plan is to go and just, like, film. So there'll be so much content dropping on the channel at the end of April, like, really different, fun stuff as well. So should be really good going to Florida for a couple of weeks. It's been planned for ages, but going to go there and just film. So, yeah, should be some good stuff coming up. And talking of things coming up, DAZN are just highlighting some of the stuff they've got coming up as well. Obviously, Garcia and Haney, that should be awesome. That's coming up in April. And we know that in May we've got Fury and Usyk as well. So they've got Hong Kong golf. They've got rugby. They've got soccer. They've got the Women's Champions League. They've got PFL. They've got loads of stuff coming up on DAZN. Brody said, Days, not boxing related, but Grayson and Theory against Randy and Kevin Owens has been made official for tonight. Don't know who will face Logan at Mania. I hope that it will be LA Knights. Brony, shout out to you. Days, what's your prediction on the AJ fight, said Edwards. Well, I've given it a couple of times now. They're just doing a little interview with Ngannou as we speak. Yeah, I've given my thoughts a couple of times. I am definitely leaning AJ. I'm not leaning AJ with much confidence, but I am leaning AJ. I really do think that he should have the boxing ability to get it done. But Ngannou is an absolute monster. He's an absolute freak athlete and someone that we know has got power. If he catches AJ, AJ could be in big trouble. I mean, AJ has been in there with some really good boxers, but boxers that I don't think recently carry anywhere near the power of Ngannou. And we know that Usyk doesn't carry the power of Ngannou. So, honestly, I mean, I know that AJ's been in there with some threats, but I don't know that he's been in there with someone that carries the kind of threat that Ngannou does. Actually, in a way, you know, you kind of have to treat Ngannou like Deontay Wilder. Deontay Wilder has got the big right hand, the eraser, you know. Doesn't matter what mistakes he makes, most of the time he can erase them with that big right hand. And I kind of think you have to treat Ngannou that same way. You have to be very aware of the power that he possesses. You have to be very, and in both hands as well. So it does make it a very tricky situation. I think you've got to be so switched on for all 10 rounds. You've got to make sure that your footwork's right and that you're jabbing away and your lead hand's working and you're switched on and you're aware of what's happening. Like, you've got to be so in the fight. But this is where the fact that Joshua has been fighting so much recently should really, really help him. Should really help him. It should be a case that he really is in the moment, in the fight, aware of what's happening, and is able to react to anything. So, does he get caught? That's a big question, isn't it? We're not expecting Ngannou to outbox Joshua. Not expecting that. It's just, can Ngannou do enough to land something juicy on Joshua? And a lot of people think yes. A lot of people think yes. And you can understand why. I can understand why. I can understand why people think yes. So we'll obviously have to wait and see. I'm leaning Joshua, but there is a very big threat there tonight in Ngannou. Justin said, you're coming to America. That's awesome. You should come to Boston. It's one of the best cities in America. I would like to go to Boston. Obviously, my friend Tommy Toy Travels lives there, and yeah, I mean, I would like to go. It certainly looks great, but to be honest, I'm in Florida. I'm in a different part of the country, and with the travel, I think we worked out like it's 2 weeks, but once you take the travel out of it, it's more like 12 days, and I think we're pretty rammed. Honestly, I mean, like, I want to try and get to Tampa and do that area. I want to try and get to, obviously, Orlando is going to take a bit of time, but I want to try and maybe do Miami as well. But I'm really going out looking for stuff to film, you know. It's a case of going and just like capturing as much stuff as possible. So yeah, it should be good though. I'm really looking for. I've been many times, but I love it. I would live in Florida quite happily. Brony said, are you streaming UFC tomorrow? Yes, I am. I think it's set up. It should be set up. James said, Fury and Usyk is May 18th. That is the day after my birthday. Very cool. Yeah, that'll be good. We'll definitely be doing that. But don't forget my magnet, said Miss Clown. You'll have to remind me, because I could see me forgetting that. So you'll have to remind me. Make sure you remind me. What's your prediction on the AJ fight? I just gave that. Are you going to see Tommy in Boston? No, I'm not in Boston. Oh, I'm in Florida. Francis is going to smoke his dusty Ben Askren chin, said Matt. Hawks said, win or lose, should we get Wilder versus Ngannou? Win or lose, should we get Wilder versus Ngannou? That's a tricky one, because if Ngannou wins, then, I mean, Wilder's just not in the conversation, because Ngannou will be facing the winner of Fury or Usyk. So Wilder will not be in the conversation. And if he becomes champion, you know, there's so many people in that heavyweight division, like Hrgovic and Zhang. You know, I don't know when we would get to Wilder, because he might have to face Hrgovic, he might have to face Zhang, he might have to face, I don't know, Usyk at some point, maybe. I don't know what Usyk's plans are. I think he could get to Wilder, but honestly, Wilder's got a bit of a problem right now. And Wilder's problem is that he's getting on in age. He's really getting on, and I just don't know that he would be able to put enough wins together quickly enough to be able to get to Ngannou. So I would say if Ngannou loses, we may get that fight. If he wins, I think he might be too far away from Deontay Wilder at this stage. Deontay Wilder's had like one fight in, was it like 3 years or something? And then, which was against Helenius, and he knocked him out in the first round. And then, you know, he went in there with Parker and he really struggled. If he can't land that right hand, if he can't land it, he doesn't have much else. Like, Wilder is an all-right boxer fairly run-of-the-mill boxer that just possesses one of the biggest right hands in the sport, and has been able to connect it, land it, and enjoy this incredible career. It would be very interesting to see him in there with Francis, but to be honest, I just don't know that we're going to get to that fight. If Francis loses, I think there's also MMA that will call for him. I think MMA will be there for him as well. So Wilder would have to, contend with that. Plus, maybe it'll be a payday for Wilder, but I don't know. I really don't know what Wilder's plans are after that Parker loss. I don't know if he's come out and said. Did you see Ngannou said to Fury if he gets in the cage, he would actually kill him, and twice on a Sunday? I did, yes. YouTube said, where can I stream the fight? Depends where you are, but I don't know what country you're in. Here in the UK, it's on DAZN and it's on Sky Sports. Moldy Spoon said, Ngannou needs to learn from his mistakes against Fury. This time, if you knock AJ down, go full mount and humble him, Bubba. Fury will finish his story against Usyk, said Joe. That was a great interview with Mercedes, said A. Jobson. Ben said these interviews are too long. Yeah, they do go on. I mean, we've got 4 fights that we've got to fit in. I mean, I know that we've got quite a bit of time. I mean, in all fairness, we've got about 3 hours until just under, until the ring walks. We think that the ring walk should be about 20 past 11. So, to be honest, I don't know quite why they draw it out so much. Why start this thing at 7? If you are just going to fill it with loads of talking and everything? I don't know. Why not just start it later? We've had a lot of punditry work. We've had a lot of video packages. And we've still got like 2 hours summit before, 2 hours 50, till we're expecting them to make their ring walks. So it is a bit crazy, isn't it? It is a bit crazy. What time do you think Ngannou-Joshua fight will start? They've said ring walk should be about 11:20 here in the UK. Right now it is 8:30, so probably looking just under 3 hours. William said, I just want to fast forward and hope that Mike Tyson tenderizes Jake Paul's face. Let's go down. They love to talk. They do love to. They're still going. It's Ngannou that's being interviewed at the moment. Don't you think it's odd for Mercedes to say she'll end up back in WWE when there's a whole AEW show prepared for her debut? She could have thought that, but she shouldn't have said it, in my opinion. I don't know, to be honest. I mean, she is 32. She might be thinking to herself, I'll go to AEW for a few years and then I'll look to go back to WWE. By making those comments, she's created a bit of a buzz. People are talking about it. People are talking about her. So, you know what I mean? Like, it could just be a strategy. It could just be a case that she's thinking to herself, I'll just get a bit of conversation going. And one of the ways that I can do that is by talking about WWE. And saying that she expects to go back there one day. So, I don't know. I think if you're a hardcore AEW fan, I think you could probably see it as being a bit disrespectful. I could understand that. You know, someone coming into WWE saying that they hope to go back to AEW one day. WWE fans wouldn't like that. And so I can understand AEW fans not being thrilled. But, you know, I think she's just being honest. And I also think she's doing it because she's clever and knows that it will get people talking. And considering AEW need attention and need people talking about them, I don't know that that's necessarily a bad thing at the moment. Because look, we're talking about them right here. On this boxing stream, we are now talking about Mercedes and AEW. Which we wouldn't if she hadn't have made those comments. Right, we are backstage with Ngannou. Is sat there with his headphones on. He is looking very relaxed. That is one of the things that you notice about Ngannou. I think he is quite inspirational in the sense of, well, his journey and his story undoubtedly is inspirational. But, Alistair Overeem in the house. But yeah, he's quite inspirational in the sense of he just doesn't get flustered. I mean, he is sat backstage with just not a care in the world. And he came across that way before the Fury fight as well. He always seems very relaxed, very comfortable. And yeah, I've got a lot of respect for his mentality. It's a champion's mentality. Not letting the little things get to you. Not even letting the big things get to you. Just literally, you know, living in the moment. I think we could all learn from that. Brony, I have always said Sasha will come back at some point, but for her to say that before her AEW debut is strange. I don't really care, because I don't watch or care about AEW. Netflix Knights might have paid Tyson $1 billion. That's what he said it would take to fight Paul, said First 48 Gaming. James said, Days, much as I don't mind what she said, if I was Tony, I would be peeved. All the money on her and already talking about going back to WWE before she even debuts. Will we be able to see the fight on this channel? No, we can't show it's copyright, but no one on YouTube will be able to show it. The algorithm is pretty good, to be honest. If like anything gets shown, it can detect it and pull it down. So there might be people that give it a go, but I don't think it will stay up for long. Twitch tends to be more like the Wild West for that kind of a thing. Twitch is where like you can tend to find that sort of thing. But even over there, they tend to do a pretty good job of pulling them down. So, but normally there's some streams somewhere, isn't there? Or at least that's what I hear. I mean, we've been doing live streams for years, so I actually couldn't even tell you where to go. I couldn't even tell you where the best place would be to look, apart from the official places, of course. What time do you think Ngannou Joshua fights? We've answered that. 20 past 11 is meant to be the official ring walk of the... here we go. His Excellency... Turki Al-Sheikh, chairman of the board of the General Entertainment Authority of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, has arrived. So they are there for this big event. There's a lot of kissing going on. If his confidence is in himself, he's got no need to fluster, says Miss Clown. I got a notification for one of your videos, said Mihalis. Really? Well, we haven't uploaded anything for a while. We did put one up earlier today, but no, I mean, we've already been streaming for over 2 hours. And we've got many more hours of streaming to go. We'll still be streaming. I mean, right now it's coming up to 20 to 9. We'll still be streaming at 3 o'clock in the morning. That's mental, innit? Because as soon as we're done with the boxing, we will have... As soon as we're done with the boxing, we will have Pro Wrestling SmackDown. Right now, we're just looking at His Excellency, talking with Frank Warren. It's all very slow, isn't it? It's all very, very slow. I mean, literally, he's just standing there. We're just looking at him. That's it. Feel like a perv. I think we might be going over to the ring then, and we might be going over to the intro for our next fight. Oh, they're thanking His Excellency. The Excellency always gets what he wants, said triggering people. He does. He does. He deserves it. He deserves it. He see, I mean, like, I don't know. He seems like a nice guy. I've seen some interviews with him, and he seems like a nice guy. So they're rising for the national anthem for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So the Saudi Arabian national anthem is playing now. Right. Days, will you be streaming live footage of SmackDown this evening? I will be streaming during it. Elite MMA said, looking forward to a big night of fights tomorrow. Yeah, we're doing that as well. Hoping Cheeto gets the job done again and silences Sugar for goods. Oh, it's a tricky one, that, isn't it? It's a tricky one. Who wins out of Cheeto Vera and Sugar Sean O'Malley? I think O'Malley goes in as favourite. I think O'Malley has made improvements as well. I think it's going to be a harder challenge for Vera than it was the last time they fought. But yeah, it's a real interesting one. It's such a good card. UFC 299 tomorrow looks really, really good. It's going to be a big night, that, actually. Big watch along. So we'll be doing that. We'll be live for that, and we'll do what we did here, which is we'll start about half an hour or so before the actual, well, on that one we'll start half an hour before the early prelims. We're doing it all. We'll do the early prelims, the main card. We'll do it all. We'll work our way through. With this, we just started before the main card because I didn't think there would be much interest in the undercard. But I don't know, man. There seems to be a lot of hype around this event, which you can understand. Knockout chaos. William said, should I be steering £80,000 down the interstate at 122 miles an hour and on the stream at the same time? No, probably not, but... here's the $1 million man. Every man has got a price, said Jason. It's a tortoise pace, it is, isn't it? It is. I feel like this is a test. I feel like we're being tested. It's like, you know, how dedicated to boxing are you? Right? I mean, they're really making you sit through just a lot of waffle. I have no idea why this is as stretched out as what it is. There must be a reason for it. It's probably you Americans. It's probably because in America right now it's like coming up to 20 to 4 on the East Coast, and they know that people are at work, so they are just trying to stretch it out so that the main event is as late as possible. But why not just start later then? No one said that you had to start at 7 UK time. Why not just start later? If you've got to end late, which is understandable, just start later. But either way, it's not our fault that this is going as slow as it's going. We've already had one fight on the main cards. Only went 4 rounds, but it was good. But thankfully, we are looking like we're going to do the intros for our next fight right now. We have broke this down. This is Madrimov taking on Kurbanov. And this is for the WBA World Super Welterweight Championship. Madrimov minus 400. Kurbanov plus 300. And we're going to get those intros now. Elite MMA, shout out to you. Udoka said it's going to be final round in favor of Anthony Joshua. Well, you can see that we've had 316 likes. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly, greatly appreciated. It really does make a difference. We've got just over 500 people that are joining us live right now. We've still got hours to go until we get to the main fight. So you can tell the amount of interest there is. Kurbanov making his way down. Making his way onto the entrance stage. And it's worth saying that the entrance stage and the ramp going down to the ring is like all these graphics, these LED screens. It's quite reminiscent of WWE, actually. They've got similar setup where their flooring is like a giant screen. So the boxers making their way down. Not much of a kind of stage behind them, if you will. Not much behind them. Just a little kind of thing. But yeah, fireworks, pyro going off as they're making their way down. We are inside. And I don't think there's going to be any show or anything for this one. Wasn't it last time when we did the Ngannou fight last time? We had fights outside, then inside there was like a big concert, and then we did the fight. Do you remember that? I don't think we're doing anything like that this time. Everything seems to be inside. The ring's all set up. Didn't the ring come up from under the floor you remember that? I'm sure the ring came up from like from underneath the floor. There's none of that this time. It's just a ring out there, and we've just got the fights. Whether there'll be a little performance before the main event, I'm not sure. I didn't need any of that. You don't tune in for that stuff. But yeah, we've got this entranceway again. Loads of screens. As both of these fighters are making their way down. Daisy Duke said, "It's if that's not a joke about driving the truck, that is irresponsible and not cool. You can listen without typing at least," said Daisy. Nick said, "Who's ready to see Cody and Seth on SmackDown tonight and see their response?" Yeah, it should be good. Dominic Mysterio got married, said Hayden. He did. Lee said that concert was garbage. It was garbage. Do you know what was crazy about that concert was that they really hyped it up, and like the visuals were good, of course. You know, a lot of thought had gone into it, but I didn't know the artists, me personally, right? The songs were okay. I mean, I will admit they have grown on me a little. But at the time, I hadn't heard them, and they were all right. But I didn't know the artists. The visuals were good, but I didn't need it. And, like, I was just waiting for the fight, really. I don't know. I've got a feeling that that was the official start of Riyadh season. I've got a feeling that's how they kind of started Riyadh season. So part of me is wondering if maybe that was their launch for Riyadh season, rather than it just being that event, you know? That might explain why they went as big as what they went and went as grand as what they went. Because my understanding is that Riyadh season is like this big spectacle for a few months where there's just stuff going on all the time. And then it kind of closes, and then it'll reopen again like later in the year for the next Riyadh season. So perhaps it was like the grand opening of Riyadh season. Either way, we don't seem to be having that on today's show. Right, let's go down. Days, I lean towards Israil Madrimov at -400. He has a perfect level change. Don't know that that's going to help him massively here. Madrimov must usurp the unthinkable. Mark my words. Right, we are about to get underway with this one. Ngannou is going to win, says Twaha Mail. Jay said, I want to see a 30-minute musical concert before the main events. Yeah, something really dramatic, like Les Mis. West Side Story, Starlight Express, Cats. Yeah, I want to see Cats. 30-minute musical performance of Cats before we start Joshua against Ngannou. Let's go. Right, Kurbanov fighting out of Russia. Now, this is the division that Terence Crawford is in now. So he's looking for world titles. So there is a possibility that the winner of this could find their way towards a fight with Crawford down the road. As we said, this is for the WBA World Super Welterweight Championship. Madrimov -400, Kurbanov +300. It's Russia against Uzbekistan. And Madrimov, they really do think highly of him. They really think highly of him. Madrimov is someone that Eddie Hearn has been banging on about for a long time. He, the other day at the press conference, called him a special fighter. So, Madrimov getting his intro, and we should be underway with this, our second fight on the main cards. After this, we've got Vargas against Nick Ball. After that, we've got Zhang against Parker, which is going to be awesome. In fact, both of them fights are going to be awesome. And then we are at our main event. So, even though there is still a bit of time to go until we get to... the fight, we are Still got some really good stuff coming up. Right, Madrimov against Kurbanov is underway. Let's go. Need to move that a little. Right. So at the moment, we've got Madrimov in gold. We've got Kurbanov in red. And at the moment, they're keeping it quite tight. Madrimov, though, doing well. Nice jab straight down the center there, causing Kurbanov to just back up a little bit. Madrimov has took the center ground, and he's taken the impetus in this fight as well. Madrimov is a -400 favorite in this fight. And standing his ground in the middle, he's just edging forward, jabbing away there. Kurbanov on the outsides. Kurbanov's good, man. He doesn't tend to make mistakes. He's very, very tidy. This fight definitely feels like it's probably going to go a bit. I'm not expecting any like big knockout in round one or anything like that. Both fighters still just sort of feeling their way into this, but Madrimov looking quite good. That's a lovely right hand by Kurbanov, though. Jabs coming into the body there by Madrimov. And again, trying to use that lead hand left hook. But he gets countered. Right now, both guys in the center. Edging forward, straight down the middle there by Madrimov. Jab coming in by Madrimov as well. I'd say Madrimov is edging this round. Definitely looking the aggressor. Miss Clown said he's been banging on almost as long as I've been banging on about the PO box. Well, PO box, I mean, to be honest, after I met up with Miss Clown, and after I met up with Miss Clown, in my mind, that was it. PO box was dead then. I did have every intention of getting it. But as soon as we met up, that was it. Done. You're the only person that ever asked for it. Next person that asks when the main fight starts needs to follow the yellow brick road and ask the wizard for a brain, says Lee. Right, but that was the end of the first round. We was a little bit late getting going with the time on that. That for me was a Madrimov round. Not loads of action, just keeping it simple, but he was looking the aggressor, driving Kurbanov back a few times, landing a few simple shots, simple jabs, 1-2 straight down the center. But for me, doing enough to take that round. Days on marathon, said Ike. Yeah, it is a bit of a marathon today. It is a little bit of a marathon. But obviously, it's got to be done. Love the boxing. Love Joshua and Ngannou. There's no way that we'd want to miss this fight. So, and obviously, we've still got a long way to go till we get to it. We've still got about 2 hours, 20 minutes till we get to it. It'll soon be here, though. It's one of those, isn't it? 2 hours, 20 minutes isn't actually that long. I mean, if you think about the prelims on UFC, they're 2 hours. And they soon fly by, so this will soon fly by. We got some excellent fights coming up as well, so no problems there. And then we'll go straight, well, we'll shut this stream down and then we'll go straight into the SmackDown stream. And then as soon as I've done with the SmackDown stream, I need to try and get an unseen video done and everything as well. So it's a bit of a marathon. PO box is dead now, I agree, said Miss Clown. I would like to see The Rock come back as champion on SmackDown for the Bloodline, said Nick. Dort Knight said, my question went down like a lead balloon. It did. I don't... Did I see it? Did I even see your question? I don't think I did. I just saw you say, I really, really need a curry tonight. That's what you... Madrimov jabbing to the body, then going upstairs, driving forward. Kurbanov backing up. Madrimov again, jab to the body. Shot comes back and he gets out the way. Lovely head movement there by Madrimov. Madrimov again standing his ground in the center. He's got his hands a little bit low. Hook shot coming in there by Kurbanov, but just missing. Tried it to the body. Jab coming in there by Madrimov. Madrimov again. Oh, swing and a miss there by Kurbanov. Madrimov standing his ground, edging forward. Guard coming in to the body. Lovely work. Jab coming in there by Kurbanov. Lovely counter. Love that. Just feinting. Trying to see if Madrimov would bite. And as soon as he saw an opening, he went for it, but he couldn't land it. Right now, we've got Madrimov jabbing to the body. Jab coming back there by Kurbanov. Second round, this, and for me, quite a close round, this one. I think Madrimov is still edging it. Oh, he is now. He is now. That was a great left shot. Left hook upstairs by Madrimov. And landing it. Not causing any drama or anything, but definitely doing enough. Uppercut missing there by Kurbanov. Jab coming in by Kurbanov. Madrimov standing his ground in the center. Hook shot coming in there by Kurbanov. Got about 19 seconds left to go. Body shot coming in there by Madrimov. And again, driving Kurbanov back. Kurbanov is on his bike a little bit here. Oh, straight down the middle. That looked really good. That looked really good by Madrimov. Straight down the middle to end the round. A round that I think he was winning anyway. But, yeah, that looked really good. But I work from home. It's amazing, said A. Jobson. Nick said, I see Rock Gunther for the Intercontinental. Zakaria said, Francis is a good trash talker. He should be on WWE. Kai said, do you think the first fight will be a draw? What first fight, buds? What first fight? Can we expect good stuff on Snackdown this week, said Dortnight. Trini said, some idiot just called me the N-word in Wrestle Talk comments because they banned him on the channel for a racist remark against BW. What's BW? I'm like, is that supposed to be an insult? Racist remark against what? Black women? Is that? Oh, it's gone again. Dortnight said, can we expect... Oh, we've read that. Right, here we go. Round 3. We are underway. William said, I'm on a straight road in the northwest. I'm not irresponsible. I'm a professional. Okay, both guys clinching up at the moment. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. As we are on 3-4-3. And do you know, I feel like, considering there's still like a good couple of hours to go, I feel like the 1,000 might be there. We'll have to see. I think we might need a few more people joining us, of course. But 3-4-3 already, with 2 hours 20 till we get to the main ring walks. I think the 1,000 might be there. Right now we've got Kurbanov keeping it quite tight, letting his hands go as Mamarov's not forcing anything. Madrimov is just weathering a little bit of a storm at the moment. Kurbanov, I think, has probably been told that those first 2 rounds didn't go his way. He's come out with a little bit more impetus. And he's jabbing away, but getting caught there by Madrimov. Nice shot coming back, though. Madrimov, I don't think, is going to mind Kurbanov opening up a little bit more. Nice right hand to the body there by Kurbanov. Kurbanov in a Philly shell defense. Love that. Jabs coming in. Backing up as Madrimov is coming forwards. Again, he's busy, he's active, he's circling around. He's using his footwork very well, Madrimov. Lateral movement, circling rounds. Kurbanov doesn't quite know where these shots are going to be coming from. Jab to the body there by Madrimov. Going upstairs. I love that lead hand usage of Madrimov. So he'll use it to jab away, but then he'll whip in like a hook shot with it. And if you're Kurbanov, you don't quite know what's coming with that lead hand. So he is staying very busy with that. I'd like to see AJ doing that later. I feel like AJ later in the fight needs to be quite busy with that lead hand and ask a few different questions. He's got a good lead hand uppercut, actually, AJ. I'd like to see that but you can't really afford to get too close. But it's going to happen. There's going to be times where they will be close. Right now, both guys in the center of the ring as Kurbanov is swinging away, but these shots aren't landing. This Philly shell defense is just so fascinating. And it's worked really well for Kurbanov here. Magmanov just can't seem to actually land anything at the moment. I think that Madmirov takes that round, but he wasn't really landing as much. And the Philly shell defense, I think, was working really well for Kurbanov there. So that was the end of round 3. Round 4 coming up. This is a 12-round fight, and it is for a world title, the WBA World Super Welterweight Championship. Madmirov winning the fight for me, -400 favorite. 29 years old. He's only 9-0. With, I think, 1 draw, 6 knockouts to his name. Eddie Hearn really thinks a lot of this guy. And, yeah, he's doing well. Mamirov's doing well. Kurbanov, I thought, just had a better round in that last round than what we had seen previous, but I still don't think it was enough to take the round. Did you read WrestleVote said a rock concert on SmackDown in Vegas? I did. Right, we are back underway. O'Malley, the Christmas decoration, said Sam. Amin said, are you looking forward to SmackDown? I am. But we've got to get through a very tasty boxing event first. Dortnight said, if Ngannou beats Joshua, where the hell does Joshua go? That's a good question. That was, it was kind of brought up earlier. And honestly, I think that the answer is all going to depend on what happens with the world titles. So the belief is that the world titles are going to be unified, but they won't stay unified. So those world titles will be, one of them, and I forget which one it is, will actually be taken away from the unified champion, because one of the organizations have said that it's got to be defended against their mandatory, and at the moment there's no plans for the mandatory to get that title opportunity. So the belief is that Fury against Usyk will result in the winner having all 4 belts, but they won't keep all 4 belts. One of them is going to have to be vacated, unless they defend it against the mandatory, but there's no belief that that's going to happen. The process at the moment is that, to be honest, I don't think they're too bothered about it. I mean, both Fury and Usyk want to be the first to have all 4 belts. No one's ever had all 4 belts. We have had a unified world champion, but that was when there was only 3 belts. We haven't had a 4-belt unified champion. So I think Fury and Usyk just want the recognition of saying they did it. They had them all. At one point, they had them all. I don't think they're too bothered about like defending them and all that stuff, you know. So the belief is that one of those titles, I forget which one, will be taken away from the champ. And then it's believed that Hrgović will fight someone for that vacated title. Now, we don't know who that person is. We don't quite know the different paths that are going to be taken to, you know, get us to where we need to go. We might get a much better, clearer picture after tonight, to be honest. But if Joshua loses, is there a chance that he still goes on to fight for a world title? It could be. I mean, Joshua is a massive draw. And if he loses, it might be that Fury and Usyk are out of his immediate future. It might be that he goes on to face Hrgović for a vacated world title. Or it might be that he has to win a #1 contenders fight to face Hrgović. And it might be that he has to face Wilder. So who knows? Maybe we get Joshua Wilder. The winner will face Hrgović. So I honestly think that after the fight, he'll have to sit down with Eddie Hearn and they're going to have to figure out what the way forward is. I don't know if it's very clear at the moment as to what the way forward is. but I think there is a way forward for him. His goal has been very, very clear. He wants to win a world title. Jose Mourinho is in the crowd. Football coach, was at Roma, but is no longer the Roma coach. So I think he's without a job at the moment, but he was shown in the crowd. So this fight going into round number 5, and it does feel like Madrimov has got this sewn up, to be honest, although he is taking some deep breaths at the moment. Okay, so here we go. We are underway with round number 5. Madrimov against Kurbanov. Jason said, imagine Fury wins the first match. Usyk wins the rematch. I guess it would be a trilogy. Yes. Yes, I would think so as well. And, you know, that's going to be a big problem because, say Joshua wins tonight against Ngannou, when is he going to face the winner? Like, when does he get Fury or Usyk? Because you're absolutely right. If that is going to be a trilogy, and it could be a trilogy, but even if it's like, you know, 2 fights, when are we going to get them 2 fights done? It might be, but the first one's going to be in May. Next one, I don't know, October, something like that. October time. Well, when's Joshua getting his shot then? I mean, maybe we can squeeze it in by December. Maybe. But it's probably a better bet that it will be like February of 2025. There's a good chance that it could be 12 months. And we know that inactivity will be a problem. Here's Madrimov pouring it on. Kurbanov is up against the ropes right now. Madrimov going to the body. He was really flowing there, but Kurbanov took that punishment. He weathered that storm. There's another little storm that's coming at the moment, though. Madrimov continuing to pour it on as Kurbanov is up against the ropes, but he's weathered it. He's done really well there, Kurbanov. He's done really well. He goes back to the center as Madrimov gets out the way, looking to come forward, ducking again, getting out the way. Moving forward, lovely shot to the body and going upstairs, letting the hands go. There's another storm that's arrived. Madrimov again going to the body, but Kurbanov just takes a step forward, eats a big hook shot. Back on his bike on the outside, Madrimov continuing to put the pressure on, going upstairs. Oh my God! Amazing! Massive overhand, and the ref has seen enough. Wow! Massive! That huge overhand! Wow. It was just an absolute onslaught there by Madrimov. And Eddie Hearn said this guy was special. And he has just taken Kurbanov's 0. Kurbanov was 25-0. Well, his O has now got to go. We have got a new WBA World Super Welterweight Champion. And that was only like his 11th professional fight. 7 knockouts out of 10 victories, and he is now the WBA World Super Welterweight Champion. Israil Madrimov getting the victory. Kurbanov looking pretty gutted, as you can imagine. But, yeah, really good. Really good. That overhand right, oh my God. Absolutely beautiful. And then, like, it was just an absolute onslaught, and the referee had to jump in. Oh, my God. So good. Just these hook shots. And you could see that Kurbanov was just kind of going down and down against the ropes. It was just a matter of time until he was going to get put down. Do you know what's funny about this finish, though, is that Kurbanov was up against the ropes, and he was just getting, like, absolutely smashed. Actually, it would have been better for him if he had have just gone down. If he had have gone down, right, the ref then would have told Madrimov to step back. Kurbanov then would have had, obviously, time to have answered the 10 count. and potentially the fight would have continued. But because he was like covered up and wasn't defending himself, the ref wasn't really left with much other choice but to call the fight. So it's an interesting one, that if Kurbanov had gone down and started taking the 10 count, that might have worked in his benefit a bit more. But to be honest, he was losing the fight anyway. He was down, I think, in every round. So Madrimov is the new champion. I'm sure we're going to have to wait about 20 years now till we get to our next fight. But our next fight is going to be good, man. Vargas taking on Nick Ball. This has got banger written all over it. This should be a lot of fun. Vargas against Nick Ball should be a lot of fun. I'm really looking forward to this. This is for the WBC World Featherweight Championship. Vargas is a 2-division world champion, right? He really is a legend. 33. He's 36 wins. He's only lost once, and that's when he kind of stepped up in weight and just kind of bit off a bit too much. He kind of bit off more than he could cope with, and he ended up losing the fight. No shame in that, you know? He dared to be great. And it didn't quite work out for him. But, you know, he is the current WBC featherweight champion. He's the former WBC super bantamweight champion. He's got 36 wins, 22 knockouts, only 1 loss on his records. Fantastic fighter. And he's taken on Nick Ball. Nick Ball is a real top prospect. Nick Ball is 19-0 with 11 knockouts, and Nick Ball is the favorite to win. There is a lot of hype and excitement around Nick Ball. So 77% of people on Tapology think Nick Ball wins this fight. So this next fight is really one to watch. But as we said, I think it's going to take a little while, unfortunately, until we get to it. I can tell you that there's a poll at the moment that's been put up on DAZN, and at the moment, Vargas is just winning the poll. At the moment, Vargas just edging it, but that poll has only just gone up. Did you see Wrestle Votes? I did. I think we answered that one. I think Nick Ball's fight with Vargas is next. Then it's Parker Zhang, and then it's Joshua Ngannou. Yes. You are correct. Days, it's not true. AJ had the IBF, WA, WBO, and IBF. That is 4 belts. He's not had them all at the same time. No one's had all 4 belts at the same time. Daz said, what deck aren't you using? Jason said, if Ngannou catches AJ like he caught Fury, I think he finishes AJ. If Ngannou catches AJ like he caught Fury, I think he finishes it. I think that's a good point. Yeah, I mean, we know that AJ's chin is not too bad, but we also know that Ngannou can really crack. And even Tyson Fury said, like, he can really hit, man. Tyson Fury said that not only can he hit, but he can take a shot. He took some of Fury's like really good shots. Fury said he was quite happy with some of the shots he landed on Ngannou, and Ngannou didn't even flinch. I mean, this is part of the problem, is that, you know, Fury had a bad day because I think he was underprepared. But some of the tricks, if you will, that he uses to get back into fights or regain momentum, they just weren't working against Ngannou. We've spoke before about the clinch, and now he was clinching with Ngannou, putting his weight on Ngannou, and Ngannou was just this lump of rock. He was this lump of granite, and he just wasn't budging. He wasn't moving. And it just wasn't wearing him down. It wasn't slowing him down. It just wasn't working. Another one is, like, you know, just catching them throughout the fight. He said at one point, I think I even caught him with my elbow. He didn't flinch. So, you know, Tyson Fury will catch people and rock them, and that'll present openings. And it just wasn't doing anything against Ngannou. So Ngannou really is something special. I mean, you don't need me to tell you that. He clearly showed that in that fight. But this is where I think Joshua needs to have the right game plan. Don't go in there thinking that you're going to knock out Ngannou. Like I don't see how you can go into that ring with that mentality. if I'm Joshua, I'm thinking we're going to go 10 rounds. I need to be super careful, and I'm winning this on points. That's my plan. If I'm Joshua, that's my plan. I'm going in there. I'm going to jab. I'm going to keep him at bay. It's going to be a super boring fight. Don't give a flip. Only thing I care about is the win. And I'm just going to jab, keep him at bay. I'm going to win the rounds. He's going to get frustrated. He's going to get reckless. It might present an opening. I'm not going to look for the opening, but if it's there, I'll take it. And that's the strategy. As simple as that. Don't get caught and outwork him, outjab him. The other thing, though, is that we know that Ngannou looked really good against Fury, but what improvements has he made? That's scary. You know, he learned so much from that fight. You know, what's he going to look like now? When he steps in against Joshua, what's he going to look like? I don't have the answer to that. No one has the answer to that. No one. I don't even think Ngannou quite knows, like, what improvements he's going to have made, or is he going to be able to do against Joshua like what he did against Fury? It's very hard to know the answer to that. Was it a fluke? Was it that Fury was bad more than it was Ngannou was good? We'll find out later. But I think, you know, look, Ngannou has earned the respect of everybody in the boxing world. And I think that Joshua will have come into this fight a lot better prepared. So I am leaning Joshua here, but it is nothing more than a lean. I certainly am not going into this with a degree of confidence like you would expect someone that's only had 2 fights, you know. But yeah, I am leaning Joshua. Sneaks 2006 said, my parents hate AJ because his BLM speech, said Sneaks 2006. Okay. There's lots of different reasons why people don't like AJ. That's fine if that's how they feel. I think that he is a polarizing figure, but then so are so many boxers, you know. Tyson Fury is a very polarizing figure. And I think that AJ is someone that I appreciate. I appreciate how determined he is. I appreciate, like, the fact that he is really focused on the sport and focused on trying to be a world champion again, you know. I think he was in a bad place when he was young, and the boxing really helped him out. And I think that boxing means a lot to AJ. I mean, you really have to dedicate your life to boxing if you're going to get to where AJ has got to. 2-time world champion. Look at some of the setbacks he's had. Taking on Andy Ruiz last minute, you know, in America, Madison Square Garden, and you get shown up like that. I mean, that must have been a bitter pill to swallow, man. That must have been a hard pill to swallow. And then you win the rematch and, like, you know, you're back on track and you're thinking everything's good, and then boom, here's Usyk to completely derail your train again. And then you do the rematch thinking, okay, well, I'll win the belt back. We did that against Andy Ruiz, and then boom, oh my God. Couldn't do it again. That's twice in a row now I've lost to the same person. Where does that leave AJ? He has a meltdown afterwards. I mean, I think that AJ has given people reason to not appreciate him, but I've got respect for AJ. I think that he's a nice guy, and I think that he's someone that's trying to get back to being a world champion, and it's just really interesting watching him trying to, like, climb that mountain again, you know? It's really interesting watching him trying to get back to the top. And there's a lot of doubters out there. There's a lot of people saying that he can't beat Usyk, which, you know, he had 2 goes and he couldn't. I don't know that he would win in a third, to be honest. So the people might be right, but there's people saying he can't beat Usyk. There's people saying he wouldn't beat Wilder. There's people saying that he won't beat Tyson Fury. Gotta respect the fact that that's not stopping him trying. It's not got in the way. Haters aren't going to prevent him from moving forward. So I got a lot of respect for that. So yeah, I mean, I would like to see AJ win tonight. I'm English. I'm an AJ fan. I'd like to see him do it, but I've got nothing but respect for Francis as well and what he's been able to do. But we are seeing backstage. Francis has got the headphones on, and he is just so chilled. I mean, he looks like someone on a Sunday, just on their phone, headphones on. He's just so relaxed. So, yeah, that fight coming up in a bit. Sneaks. I know that, yes. Edward said, can I send proof he had all failed bouts at the same time? Yes. Legit Bees said, the best lessons learned are in defeat. 55 Poncho said, is Vargas ball on now? It is the next fight, yes. Can you imagine Ngannou hitting AJ with a clean uppercut, says Jason. Can you imagine Ngannou? I mean, like, it would be big trouble, wouldn't it? Big trouble. So, yeah, I mean, look, if he gets hit clean, then it's going to be a problem. I can't picture him being knocked out and laid out flat. I can't picture that. I think Fury is decked for a second time in the 7th round, says Kalbnach2. Daz said, if it's Fury next, then where would you have it? If it's Fury next, where would I have it? It'd be Saudi, wouldn't it? So it's got to be Saudi. I mean, as much as it would be great to do it in the UK, we know that the Saudis are paying the most money. And we know that no one is going to want to sour the relationship with the Saudis. You know, Tyson's not going to want to sour the relationship with the Saudis. Big John's not going to want to do that. Frank Warren's not going to want to do that. Eddie Hearn's not going to want to do that. You know, if the Saudis turned around and said, look, we've been good to you. We've made these fights possible. We want this fight. We're going to pay for it, and we want this fight. Who's going to turn the Saudis down? You ain't going to make as much money in the UK. You're not going to make as much. So even if you did it at Wembley, it's still not going to generate as much money as what the Saudis will pay for it. The Saudis have got money. Money is no object, right? To them, they can just pay this money. It's worth it for them to be mentioned and for people to respect their country, promote their country, talk positively about their country. It's worth the money, right? They can show how amazing they can, like, I mean, right now we're seeing like footage of Saudi Arabia. They can show some of the projects they're working on. They can, you know, get the fighters to talk about how amazing it is. Like, really what they're buying is, yeah, they're buying the fight, and I'm sure that there is an interest in the fight, but they're buying advertising for Saudi Arabia. And if that's got to cost X amount of millions, then, well, it costs X amount of millions, doesn't it? And they've got money. So I would love for Fury Joshua to be at Wembley. It just seems like a no-brainer, doesn't it? It seems like it would feel like the biggest fight in the world. I mean, a lot of people want to see Fury Joshua anyway, but if you put all the belts on the line and you make it like, you know, all in kind of a big deal, Wembley would seem like the place it would have to be. It would have to be Wembley. It would have to be. But it wouldn't be. It would be Saudi Arabia. I have no doubt about that. Hornice Gaming said Ngannou slapped Fury to the ground. So I've got more hope for Ngannou this match, and I bet 30 for a 35x win on KO today. Greetings. I can't see the rest of it. Oh, greetings from Amsterdam. Shout out to you, my friends. Greetings. So you've put 30 for a 35x win. That'll be nice, wouldn't it? Hey, look, we got Ariel backstage with Ngannou. So Francis Ngannou, the WBC 10th. So he's the I didn't know that. He's the WBC 10th ranked heavyweight. People thought that back in October it was a moral victory, says Ariel. What do you need to do different this time? Ngannou says get better. And he's been working hard on that. How are you actually going to win the fight? And he doesn't give anything away. He says he knows his position in this sport. He knows that he's new in this sport. Ngannou slapped Fury to the ground, so I've got more hope for Ngannou this match, said Hornies. What time is the fight? Well, the fight's coming up in less than 2 hours now. Fight coming up in less than 2 hours. Oh, have we just seen Joshua arrive? Yep. Anthony Joshua arriving. I don't think we've seen Joshua at all, have we, tonight? We keep going over to... We keep going over to Francis Ngannou, but I don't think that we've seen Joshua at all tonight. Okay, they're talking about our next fight. And we are going to be going over to Vargas against Ball. That coming up next. Edward said, I've sent the tweet. Thank you. Matt said, are you going to miss SmackDown? Of course not. We're not missing SmackDown. No way. How do you rank a fighter at 10 when all he's had is one fight? I don't know. Well, I mean, money in it. Money. We can't see the fight. Are you gonna react to it? Yeah. Okay, they're just previewing our next fight, which is going to be Vargas against Bull. So, how do you rank a fighter at 10 when he's only had an exhibition match, said low-hanging fruit. Yeah, I mean, look, they want the money, don't they? I mean, clearly they want to rank him. They want to be in the mix. They want to govern him because obviously they get a cut of it, don't they? So, politics, man, politics. Calb Hatch said Joshua will kiss the canvas in a few hours. Daz said, where's AJ in the rankings? Well, I think he's like around like third. Heavyweight rankings. So Joshua is second in the Ring Magazine rankings. WBO, he's ranked first, but he is below Zhang and, of course, the champion Usyk. In IBF, he is ranked third, and in WBC, he is ranked first. So that's where we are with Joshua. Actually, a bit higher in some of those than I thought. Thoughts on Tyson against Paul? We spoke about it. I think it's an exhibition. I mean, I haven't seen word on it. I think it's an exhibition. I think that it is a bit of a fraud fight, to be honest. I'm into it. I'm not offended by it, but it doesn't line up with Jake saying he wants to be a world champion. To me, like Mike Tyson is 57. He's going to be quite slow, certainly compared to kids in their 20s, 30s. He's going to be slower. His power is going to have diminished. He's still going to have power, but it's going to have diminished from what it was. I've no doubt there'll be some amazing footage of him working a bag. No doubt at all. I already can see it. I can see, like, that footage is going to come out of him, like, ferociously hitting a bag and people going, oh my God, he's still got it, right? That'll be part of the marketing because, yeah, him against a heavy bag, I've no doubt he'll be throwing these shots in. I've no doubt that he's going to be absolutely laying the shots in and looking good, but trying to do that against a moving target that's also looking to hit you back is obviously, a different prospect. So for me, he's going to have power. It's Mike Tyson. Of course he's got power. But he's not the fighter that he was in the 80s and the 90s. Of course he isn't. And he's been really inactive. I mean, I think his cardio is going to be an issue. I don't think his footwork's going to be as good. I think he's going to be slower. I think his hand speed's going to be slower. I think just everything about him is going to be slower. And nowhere near the Mike Tyson that people think of when they think of the name. So I think that it's a big fight. It's going to get a lot of attention. I think that definitely people are going to tune in, but it is definitely a fight which I'll watch, but it's definitely a fight that I think is just a money grab, to be honest. And I don't even know if there'll be a winner. I don't even know if it's going to be one of those where we don't have a winner at the end of it, It's just a handshake at the end, and it's like, I could totally see it going the distance. I reckon there's a bit of an agreement in place, to be honest. Right, we've got the intros now for our next fight. This is going to be Rey Vargas taking on Nick Ball. Rey Vargas is 36 wins, 1 defeat, 22 knockouts. He's a 2-weight world champion, orthodox fighter. He's quite tall for the division. He moves well. He's got quick hands. He's got a good chin. He's got good combos. He's got good body work, good counters, makes little adjustments. He's not picked up a stoppage win, though, Vargas, since 2016. So don't think there's much threat of a stoppage here for Nick Ball. He might be able to stop Vargas, though, because Nick Ball is a real contender. He's unbeaten. He's relentless. He's got decent power. He's hungry. He's determined. He's a pressure fighter. He's athletic. He's explosive. He's short. He's stocky. He keeps moving forwards. He's got underrated footwork. There's a lot of excitement around Nick Ball. A lot of excitement around Nick Ball. 77% of people think that Nick Ball is going to get this done, and I really hope he does. Nick Ball from the UK. He's got an opportunity to bring a world title back to the UK. The WBC World Featherweight Championship. Vargas coming in off his only loss. His only loss. So, Vargas was 36-0. He's now 36-1. That was a different weight division, though. So he's a fantastic fighter. You really are not going to have an easy night's work when you're going up against Rey Vargas. So Manny Pacquiao is with him. Look. Wow, Pacquiao is making the walk with Rey Vargas. I didn't even know Pacquiao was there, but Manny Pacquiao is actually coming out with Rey Vargas. That's pretty cool, isn't it? That's pretty cool. How can I watch this live? It depends what country you're in, buds. So Rey Vargas is on that entrance stage. And making his way down to the ring. Sticky said it's on DAZN's stream. Horinese said, I feel scammed. Everyone on the internet said Ngannou fight started at 11 p.m. Well, yeah, 11:20 UK time. So we're actually looking at about an hour and 50 minutes. So hour and 50 minutes. Right now, the app has concluded, the poll has concluded, Ball 59%, Vargas 41%. So Vargas has made his way down. Nick Ball is in there. We should be underway with this one pretty soon. After this is our co-main event of the evening. Zhang against Parker. And then after that, we're at our main event. I thought the Mexicans were short, said G. Pacquiao against Conor Benn is still rumoured, said Jason. Yeah, I've not seen anything. You're right, it is still rumoured. I haven't seen anything more about that. What about the scrap between Tyson and Roy Jones Jr.? Oh, it was a good fight, good little scrap. But both of them are, you know, getting on in age a little bit, which isn't unfair. I thought that, again, that was an exhibition, you know. I think that was announced as a draw. I don't know how much both guys were really going for it. And that was years ago now. I mean, we did that on the channel. I mean, that's before the pandemic. I don't even know what year that is. It's like 2019, isn't it? It's like 5 years ago. I mean, inactivity is, you know, it's a killer. We heard Eddie Hearn talking about how Joshua fighting once a year was a problem and how he needed to be more active. Like Mike Tyson's had like one exhibition in, I don't know, 15 years, 20 years. Like, and even that, I don't know how competitive it was. They seem to go out there and give it a good go. I will give them that. I didn't feel like I was cheated after watching that fight, you know. So no complaints. But and you know, he looked like he had a bit of power to him. Again, though, I'm going to go back to what I said before. The training for that fight showed him working on a heavy bag, and he looked like a killer. But he didn't put Roy Jones Jr. away. He didn't knock him out. He didn't put him away. So, like, I'm looking at that, and it's like, well, I think we're going to get the same thing. I think this is going to be... I think it's going to go the distance. I think there's going to be a handshake. If there is to be an official decision, I'd imagine Jake Paul on points. I think it'll be one of those where, you know, people will look at it and go, wow, Tyson at his age to push Jake Paul to the limit like that, respect. You know, it'll be one of those where I think that Tyson will come out with a bit of respect. The fact that at his age, he was still able to go the distance and have a few moments. Jake will come out of it with the win, or it'll be a draw. I don't think there'll be any knockouts. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if there's not a little handshake deal. Like, I ain't gonna knock you out. You don't knock me out. You know, we've got this agreement, like kind of a situation, you know? Let's just make some money. Because it feels like it's just a money grab to me. But they're two massive names. It's gonna get views. I want to watch it because I want to see if I'm right. I might be wrong. I might be completely wrong. Mike Tyson might go in and just knock Jake Paul out. But I haven't really got any reason to believe that's going to happen. I haven't got any reason to believe that's going to happen. He didn't do that against Roy Jones Jr. And at the age of now 57. I don't know, man. Right, here we go. About to get underway. Clocks change in America this weekend. The show will be an hour earlier for us. Oh, okay, thank you. Roy Jones was clinching to survive. Well, survive he did, and then they announced it as a draw at the end, didn't they? Right, here we go. About to get underway. He is very tall, Vargas, for this division. There's quite a size difference here between these two. A real size difference. So we are underway with this fight. This is for the WBC World Featherweight Championship. We got Ball in black. We got Vargas in white and golds. Vargas coming forward, swinging away. And Ball again trying to jab. He has to just kind of crash his way forwards. His size is a real issue though, because when he ducks down, Ball, he's really low, and so Vargas can't, like, it's going to be a real challenge this for Vargas, because Ball, as we said, is already really low down. Jab coming in there by Vargas, and Ball just trying to keep the defense up. Jabbing forward, trying to go to the body. Ball has been in there with quite a few people taller than him, so he knows that this is going to be, or what the challenge is here. Jabbing away again. Vargas taking a few steps back. Ball having a little look. Couple of shots coming back there by Vargas, and swing and a miss there by Ball. Ball again, backing up, trying to keep things quite tight. It's a very, very interesting round, this, at the moment. Very interesting. There's really not much between them. Vargas is doing a really good job of just pumping out that jab. Just keeping Ball at bay at the moment. Shot coming in there by Vargas as Ball covers up again and edges forward. Jab coming in there by Ball. Vargas backing up a little bit. Shot coming in there by Ball. Body shot coming in there by Vargas. Another shot coming in. Shot coming in there by Ball. And he's got him back up against the ropes. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Ball again, standing his ground in the middle with Vargas. Jab coming into the body. Shot coming back there by Vargas. Both guys in the middle. Vargas is the more active fighter. Ball's just covering up, to be honest, quite a bit and just having to weather a bit of a storm. I'd like to see a bit more output from Ball, but first round still. What he does throw doesn't really look like it's getting through. Vargas, I think, will be quite happy with this first round. Nice body shot there by Vargas, but I think the ref might have just told him it was a little low. That was good. Went to the body, and then there's another hook that goes upstairs there by Vargas. There's a real whip, isn't there, to his hook shots. Couple of shots coming back there by Ball. Oh, that was a lovely right hand, but I'm not sure that he got through with it. Oh, that's a lovely jab there by Ball. He did manage to get through with that one. Jabs coming in there by Vargas. Vargas backing up a little bit. Ball putting the pressure on. End of the round. Interesting. I think that's a Vargas round. Feels like a Vargas round. That's my gut feeling, but very, very close. A. Jobson said, I embrace Nick Ball at -190. He's got a zingy back mount. Ball will embarrass the underdog. Horiness Gaming said, damn, you are a good commentator. Horiness Gaming, shout out to you, my friends. I appreciate the kind words. Gloomslinger, welcome back. Hope you are well, my friends. As round one is done, and honestly, I think it was a close round. There wasn't really much in it, but it did feel like the whip on those hook shots by Vargas, and the fact he was working the body and going upstairs, just felt like he was getting through with more. But we are underway with round number 2. And right now, Ball trying to find a way forward, exploding forward. Vargas going back, but he's still very comfortable. Jabbing away, looking for an uppercut with his right. Lovely work there by Ball, and the referee coming in just saying there was no knockdown there. Ball just kind of all over Vargas. Vargas going down to one knee, but it was not a knockdown. Right now, we've got a body shot in there by Vargas. It was hard to tell if it landed. Ball keeping it quite tight. But trying to find a way of exploding in. When he does get in, he can't really seem to land with much, although that was a lovely right hand there by Ball. Lovely right hand coming over the top. Couple of jabs coming back there by Vargas. Both guys in the center of the ring at the moment. Really lovely work here by both guys, but I would say Vargas is the one that's looking a bit more in control. Ball is the one that's having to explode into the pocket right now. Oh, that's good. That's cheeky. Ball gets into the pocket, gets his arm around the head of Vargas into a clinch, and then works the body. Referee comes in and separates them, though. There's a big overhand that falls short. Right now, Vargas is on his bike. He's backed up against the corner a little bit, but he comes out. Ball tries to come forwards. Into a clinch again. It's like a Muay Thai clinch, you know. He keeps putting his arm around the back of the neck of Vargas. And then he's using the other hand to kind of jab and uppercut into the body. And there's a big body shot that comes back there by Vargas, though. We got just over a minute left in round number 2. Uppercut's coming in there by Vargas. Jab, and there's a lovely right hand that just falls short. Jab coming in again there by Vargas. Ball standing his ground in the middle. Ball having a little look, trying to find a way forwards. Ball again covering up. Body shot coming in there by Vargas. Vargas trying to find a combo, but couldn't land anything. Couple of shots there. Uppercut missing. As Ball moves forward again. Vargas backing up a little bit against the ropes. Ball is stalking him. Vargas using his footwork. Trying to find some way of planting his feet and getting back into striking motion. But Ball explodes forward into a clinch. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Ball in the middle. That's a lovely body shot there by Vargas. Vargas has definitely been landing more of the shots. Ball has been asking some questions, but at the moment, Vargas has got the answers. But, yeah, for me, this looks to be another Vargas round, to be honest. I feel like Ball is asking questions, but Vargas has the answers. He's got the answers. So the questions are being asked, but Vargas looks very comfortable. Whilst Ball's trying to figure out what his strategy should be, Vargas is landing these body shots. He's landing these jabs. He's getting these strikes through. I'd like to see some data about shots thrown, shots landed. It feels to me like Vargas would be ahead on that data. But, yeah, it's also true that Ball is very much in this fight and is coming forward. Right, round number 3 should be coming up. Listening to the stream on low, I am watching with one eye. Trini, shout out to you. Days is the best. Jason, shout out to you, my friends. Right, here we go. About to get underway with round number 3. And we are underway with round number 3 as Ball comes forward, covers up, jab coming in there, but Vargas with quick hands, managing to get a few shots off. Ball again, though. Takes them, tries to throw a big overhand right there, but Vargas stepped in at the same time. So the shot actually went past Vargas's head. Didn't connect. And we go back to the action there. Oh, wow. In a clinch. That shows the strength of Ball. So they got into a clinch. Ball then sort of tossed Vargas over. I don't know if that's a sign of frustration by Ball, but that was interesting. Is he take? Oh, I thought for a second he was taking a point, you know. So they got in close. Ball kind of just used his power, really, to just chuck Vargas down to the ground. There's a jab that comes in there by Ball. That seemed to get through. This is a very interesting phase in this fight. Shots coming in there by Vargas. Ball covering up. Swing and a miss there by Ball. Couple of shots coming back there by Vargas. Vargas looking composed again into the clinch. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Vargas going to the body. Ball jabbing upstairs. Uppercut. That was a good little flurry. Couple of shots coming back there by Vargas. Really engaging fight this, you know. Really engaging fight. You don't quite know which way this is going to go. Both fighters are in this fight. Vargas definitely taking some shots. He's complaining about some shots to the back of the head there. For a moment, this did turn into WWE with Ball hurling Vargas down to the mat. He explodes forward. Vargas goes down again, but this is because of Ball coming into the pocket, crashing the pocket, wrapping his arms around the head of Vargas. Ball is definitely making this dirty, definitely making this a dog fight. This is not a pretty fight. Vargas has got some lovely skill, though. Quick hands. Working the levels well, jabbing upstairs, 1-2 upstairs as Ball continues to move forward. Again, we've got Bull exploding into the pocket. Vargas into a clinch. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Both fighters back into the middle. This feels like a rough round. Feels like a bit of a scrappy round, and it feels actually like a better round for Bull. But Vargas still getting through. Look at that. That's a lovely combo. Goes to the body, gets an uppercut in there, tries to throw a straight left through the guard of Bull, but Bull's guard holds. Right now we're over against the ropes. There's a left hook shot that just misses. Body hook shot coming back there by Vargas. Shots coming in down the center. And Bull heads back to his corner. I think we might still be looking at every round for Vargas here. I think Vargas is still looking really, really good, but that round was definitely scrappy. What's up, chat? Said Internet Menace, Menace, shout out to you. I hope you're doing well. We're just enjoying the action. And we've got this fight. After this fight, we've got Zhang against Parker. After that fight, of course, we will be at our main event. Anthony Joshua taking on Francis Ngannou. And if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We're at 390. So it did slow a little bit. But I don't know. That still feels okay. I don't know if the 1,000 is going to be there, but we'll see. Right, round number 4. Here we go. We are underway as Bull gets his guard up. I really would like for there to be some data. I don't know if it's DAZN that normally put the shots on screen, shots landed and everything. But it would be nice to see that. Jab coming in there by Vargas. Commentators are asking the question, did the odds makers see something that we didn't see or we haven't seen? Because Bull did come into this as the favorite, but at the moment, like, Vargas is the one that seems to be landing the shots and Bull just cannot get his kind of fight going. So Vargas again letting the hands go as Bull stands his ground in the center. Bull knows he's got a real challenge in front of him here. And when he does get close, he just can't get anything in. Jab coming in. He has to eat a few shots before he can even land anything. Vargas just working over Bull. Bull again into the center. Vargas on the outside. Jab coming in there by Bull. Vargas having a little look. Jab coming in there by Vargas. Bull trying to throw an overhand right again. He's gone to that a few times. No joy with it. Covers up as some body shots come in there by Vargas. Vargas backing up Bull against the ropes into a clinch. Referee coming in. Separating both fighters. And body shot there by Bull. Bull really does need to land something with significance. Jab coming in there by Bull again. Referee coming in and separating both guys. Both guys going back to the center. We've got a minute left in round number 4. So a minute left in round number 4. Nice shot to the body there. Uppercut. Shots coming in. Vargas backing up as Bull stands his ground in the middle. Hook shots coming in there by Bull. Going. Oh, that was a good little sequence there. Bull was getting some shots off. Vargas was over against the ropes. Bull had some real momentum. Referee coming in and separating the fighters. Bull again trying to find a way forward. Bull definitely has enjoyed some moments in this round. But right at the end of the round, it's Vargas that unloads straight down the center. He had Bull against the ropes. Oh, do you know what? Just as I was about to say, you might be able to give Ball that round. I think Vargas just took it away from him again, so... Don't know, it's not a good day at the office for Ball at the moment. We are backstage and we are seeing Zhang. Days, how would you do in a big brother type situation? I think you would be decent as you are agile and you can ration food. I don't know how I'd do, to be honest. I think I'd enjoy it. I can't see what there would be that would be an issue, you know? Don't know. It would be fun. Okay, we're about to get underway with round number 5. Okay, we've got Ball in the center. We've got Vargas throwing out a couple of left-hand jabs. Nice work here by Ball. Ball stepping forward. Vargas again throwing out some jabs. Ball trying to duck underneath some of these shots. He really needs to land some substance here. He really needs to land something that rocks Vargas. He's not been able to do that yet. He's just landed a few shots that haven't really caused too much trouble. And Vargas has just been able to out-volume Ball. He keeps going for that overhand, doesn't he? But he can't quite connect it. He can't quite get it. Vargas back into the middle. Lovely body shots there by Vargas. And an uppercut. Ball keeping it tight, moving forward. Vargas back in against the ropes. He keeps hitting Ball, but Ball just continues moving forwards. Shot coming into the side of the body there by Ball. Shot coming right back there by Vargas. And Ball covering up as Vargas gets those body shots off. Ball having a look, trying to find a way forward. Swinging shots coming in there by Vargas. It's all getting a little bit reckless. It's becoming a bit of a scrap. And that will suit Ball. Ball just stalking Vargas. Backing him up. Jabbing to the body. And we got about a minute and a half left. He's got Vargas in the corner, but the referee is right in there to separate both fighters. Vargas again looking to go to the body. Ball looking to drive Vargas back against the ropes again. He's keeping it covered up at the moment. Oh, there we go. So, punches through round 4. Vargas has thrown 102 and he's landed 34. Ball has thrown 56 and he's landed about 19. So Vargas has thrown more, has landed more, and for me is comfortably winning this fight. Yeah, I thought it was the zone that would give us that data. We haven't been getting that data. But referee coming in, separating both fighters. We're in the center of the ring at the moment. Jab there by Vargas. Ball trying to drive Vargas back against the ropes again. Jab coming in. That's a lovely... It's got a lovely pop in his hands, Vargas. But Ball tries to come forward with a big overhand. That was a lovely body shot that came back there by Vargas as Ball continues moving forward, but no joy, man. It's just the same game plan again and again and again by Ball. Drive Vargas back against the ropes, look for a big overhand shot, don't quite get it, go back to the center. It's just that again and again and again. Like, it ain't working, and I don't know that it's gonna work. So, at the moment, I think this is Vargas. Vargas is just taking these rounds for me fairly comfortably. And we could be going all 12 rounds here, you know. We could be going all 12 rounds. Neither guy looking like they're in any kind of trouble. Ball Vargas is a 12-round fight. Yeah, it is 12-round fight. So, and it could be going all 12 rounds as well. So we're just seeing Ball being spoken to. He needs some real help here, Ball. Whatever plan A was doesn't seem to be working. Let's see what he does in this round. So if you are joining us, we think we're about an hour and 20 minutes away from Anthony Joshua and Francis Ngannou. We think we're about an hour and 20 minutes away. We've got this fight, we've got the co-main, and then we've got that fight. I can tell you that the unofficial scorecard has given Vargas every single round. Every round on the unofficial scorecards has gone to Vargas. They've got it 50-45 to Vargas. Ball has got Vargas up against the ropes again. And if I'm Vargas, I'm expecting that overhand right to come in. Again, back of the head, and he kind of forces Vargas down. Referee comes in to say that's not a knockdown. Body shots coming in there by Vargas. This is round 6. So Ball is getting to the point where pretty soon he's going to have to find a finish. And he's going to the body. That looks like it's going to be a very difficult task. I think that this is a real sign, you know. Low blow there. Ball didn't like it. Referee comes in, separates both fighters. Uppercut just misses there by Vargas. Yeah, I think there's some real signs here of Ball getting frustrated. But this is good, though. He's got Vargas up against the ropes. This is where he wanted him. He's working the body. He's got a few shots off. Vargas tells him to come forward. Ball keeps it tight. Shot coming in. Vargas is like, come on, then. If you want to go, let's go. Ball, I think, has got to Vargas here. Vargas fighting a little bit off anger. We haven't been seeing Vargas kind of telling him to come forwards. I think there was a few words that were exchanged there when they were over by the ropes. A couple of shots coming in upstairs as Ball forces Vargas off of him, throws him against the ropes again. Gets a couple of shots off, but they clinch up. Vargas again tells him, come on then. Move forward. He keeps gesturing to him to move forward, bring the fight to him. Ball does that. Back of the head, Vargas goes down. It's very scrappy in places, this, but what I love is hands go. Really lets his hands go. We saw, like, as soon as the referee's like, right, continue, Vargas immediately throwing, like, either a big uppercut or there, like, a couple of shots to the body, or he's trying to throw combos. That moment, as soon as the fight restarts, Vargas straight on it. Straight on it, throw in some juicy stuff. Ball, look at that again, hook shot. Check left hook there by Vargas, but he ends up against the ropes. Referee comes in, separates both fighters. Little bit of a closer round there. I thought there was some decent moments for Ball. Don't know that there's enough for him to take it, but there's Tyson Fury and his wife as well. Tyson Fury shown in the crowd, big smile on his face. Oh, His Excellency! His Excellency's getting involved as well. His Excellency was like, yeah! So, there we go. There's a lot of excitement. Randy said the co-main will have a knockout. It's like fighting a child who's been on speedballs all day, said Dame Dash. Is the fight any good or is it boring, said Paranda. Well, I think it's interesting, but to be perfectly honest with you, I think that it is very rinse and repeat. I feel like I'm watching the same round again and again and again. I really would like to see Ball mix it up. I feel like Ball is the one that needs to change his game plan because Vargas is the one that's winning. So Ball is the one that needs to come in with a different strategy. And round after round, we've seen him do the exact same thing. Drive Vargas against the ropes. Look for the overhand. If that doesn't land, they're probably going to clinch. As they clinch, he puts his arms around the back of the head. He forces him down. He's trying to wear Vargas down. I don't know if he's trying to wear him down thinking that he, you know, it'll come good for him later in the fight. But there hasn't been any sign of that. Now we've got Vargas complaining about potential eye poke, but we're back underway. As soon as the fight gets back underway, Vargas throws quickly. Ball has got Vargas getting back against the ropes again. I mean, he's got him against the ropes. into the corner. He's trying to do some work, but Vargas is trying to clinch up. Ball has got Vargas back in the corner. Ball is covering up, throws out a shot. Yeah, I feel like, you know, he got him in the corner there, and he's been working so hard to get him into the corner. He finally gets him into the corner, and then he covers up. He like, you know, rather than like going for it, he covers up. He seems to be a bit too respectful. I know you can't be too reckless, but God, I'm watching him trying to do this. Like, he finally gets there, and then he doesn't capitalize on it. Ball, for me, very frustrating in this fight. Oh, I think he did catch Vargas, though. I think there's a shot there that's connected with Vargas, and Vargas's feet seem to get a bit wobbled, you know. Ball cracked Vargas. He finally got through with one of those big shots, and he did rock him. Now, this is interesting. He's finally got him with a big shot and rocked him. And, oh, he stumbles again. Vargas might be in trouble here, you know. That big shot getting through. Ball keeping it tidy. Vargas is trying to get back into the fight, but I don't know if he's on wobbly legs, you know. He might be on wobbly legs. Ball keeping it tight again. The fight getting somewhere really interesting now. Really interesting. All of a sudden, we might have a weakened animal. Vargas back against the ropes. Ball is unloading a few shots. This feels like a Ball round now. Now he's going to the body. God, I tell you what, Ball could really do with this round going on. We're almost at the end of this round. He could really do with this round continuing. Ball keeping it tight as Vargas comes out from the ropes. They're face to face at the end of the 7th. Referee comes in. Whoa! Now it's got goods. Now it's got goods. Now it's got goods. He finally catches him with a big, juicy shot. He finally gets one of them shots through, and Vargas got rocked. Vargas got rocked. So it was that overhand right. So he throws that overhand right, and it connects this time. He gets it through. Vargas is rocked. Ball tries to come in and follow up, but none of the follow-up shots were getting through. But then some of the shots afterwards did seem to cause Vargas more trouble than they had been earlier in the fight. So the question now is, going into round 8, is Vargas recovered? Or are we still going to see effects of that last round? So Ball coming into the center. Vargas is just doing what he did before, throwing out his jab, trying to keep Ball back. Body shot there by Vargas. Ball is going to get an opportunity in this round. And that's when we'll find out if the legs and head have recovered. He's keeping it tight at the moment, Ball. Now he's trying to come forward, trying to throw that overhand right, but not getting through. Ball took that last round, and on the unofficial scorecards, it's the only round he's been given. Every other round to Vargas. If Ball's going to win this, he's going to need a finish. But a finish felt like it might have been there for him in that last round. Ball is in this fight. I think it's been a very frustrating game plan, but we finally got somewhere. Ball in the center, trying to throw out a jab. Couple of shots coming back by Vargas. That overhand right didn't connect. Jab coming in there by Ball. Again, he's swinging away. Vargas seems to be all right here. It might be that Ball's going to have to land another of those overhand rights. There was a nice jab that got through there by Ball. Vargas is in the center, trying to throw the hands as Ball's moving forwards. But he can't land anything of significance. Again, into the clinch. Arm round the back of the head. Vargas does look like he's tiring a little. But so does Ball, to be honest. And Ball chucking Vargas down again. Referee is getting both guys to re-engage. And a couple of shots coming in there by Ball. You just sense, or I just sense, that if Ball could land somewhat of significance again, Vargas would go down. Vargas just doesn't look as comfortable anymore as he has been throughout this fight. Ball is stalking him. He's got him up against the ropes. The overhand doesn't land. Same strategy again. Body shots coming back there by Vargas as Ball's having a little look. Again, body shot there by Ball. Vargas backing up. Ball having a look. Stalking him again. He's got him back up against the ropes and shot coming in there by Ball. Vargas goes down, but it's a slip. We've got 20-odd seconds to go. So Ball has not been able to land anything of real significance in this round. We were hoping that he was going to be able to capitalize on what we saw before, but sadly not. Or at least not yet. He's still stalking Vargas into the clinch. Oh! Caught him with a shot right at the end there. And it is going to be a count. Oh, the referee does count this time. Right at the end, there was a shot that came in. And Vargas wanted that to be a slip. But because there was a shot that was in, the referee saw that shot and started counting. So there is a knockdown in that round right at the end. I think it's like the last shot. Yeah. Do you know, it's interesting because Vargas got thrown and he was kind of stumbling backwards. As he's stumbling backwards, he gets hit with this shot. I mean, I think that he's going down anyway. I can understand why he is upset. I think he's going down anyway, but listen, that scores as a knockdown. That scores as a 10-8 round. I still don't think it's going to... Well, who knows? I mean, we're going into round 9. I don't think he's going to be able to pull this back on the scorecards, but certainly makes it a bit more interesting. Yeah, no, I think that the first, 5 rounds of this, 6 rounds of this were a bit flat. It was interesting, but it was, I couldn't make an argument for oh, no, you need to be watching this. But no, I think you need to be watching this now. I think this fight's in a really interesting place. And Ball is still looking pretty good here. He's still got a lot of energy about him. Vargas probably upset at that knockdown. He's got to take that out of his mind. We're in round 9. Ball is covering up. He knows if he can land that overhand right, he knows the damage that it can cause. Again, having a little look. Shots coming back here by Vargas. Jabs coming in and again back against the ropes. Sure. Shot there by Ball. Just missed. Just missed. Just missed. There was not much to that at all. Okay, there. Shots coming back there by Vargas. Oh! Oh, I think it just missed. It looked like that overhand had got through, He's got him back against the ropes. And right now we've got Ball covering up. He's got Vargas against the ropes. Shots coming into the side of the body. Body shot coming back there by Vargas. Ball covered up. He tried to go upstairs there, Ball, and it looked pretty good because Vargas was exposed. Vargas does look like he is back now, to be honest. He does look like he's back in the fight. He does look like he's got his wits about him. He's back against the ropes, but he gets out of there, Vargas. And shot coming in there by Vargas to the body. Ball having a little look at the moment. He's trying to find these big juicy shots, man. He's trying to find this big overhand right. He just cannot find it. He's found it once in the fight. But he's continuing to move forward and put the pressure on. Uppercuts coming in there by Vargas. 30 seconds left in round number 9. And Vargas back against the ropes. Uppercut in there by Bull. Couple of shots coming in there by Vargas. I think Vargas, we can tell, doesn't have the power to cause problems for Bull. Vargas has landed quite a few shots on Bull, and Bull just hasn't looked troubled. It has not looked like a problem at all. Shot there by Vargas. Vargas over against the ropes. Bull trying to find a way forward, and that looks like it's the end of the round. That's a difficult round to score. That's a difficult one. That was really quite close, to be honest. There is Anthony Joshua getting his hands wrapped. That's definitely the Bull round, said Joe. Sounds like Bull is having a ball, said Kalbach. Pop that there. Yeah, no, it's a really interesting fight. It feels like either fighter can still win this. I think live odds would probably be with Vargas because he's definitely got the rounds in the bank. We've got, what, 3 rounds left? 10, 11, 12. I think Bull does need this finish. Okay, round 10. Here we go. It is for the WBC Featherweight Championship. Bull has, you know, you got to give him credit. He definitely has put a fight up here, and he absolutely can still win this. Shot coming in there by Bull, hook shot, and the referee just separating them. I was just listening to the commentator. Ooh, hook shot. That's left hook shot there by Bull. Seemed to just catch Vargas. So Vargas has landed 98 shots. Bull has landed 78. Vargas has thrown for 16. Bull has thrown 345. It means that Vargas is landing 24% of his shots. Bull is landing 23% of his. But Vargas is throwing a lot more. Big body shot by Vargas, and Bull stumbles back. That was a big body shot. You could tell that Bull definitely felt that. Shots coming in there by Bull. Coming forward. Jab coming in there by Bull. Vargas backing up a little bit. Nice jab there by Bull again. Vargas backing up. As Bull's trying to find those big overhands. We've got about 1 minute and 30 left on the clock. Body shots coming in there by Vargas. Bull swinging away. Referee coming in and separating both fighters. Bull moving forward. Jab coming in there by Bull. He's got Vargas, referee coming in and separating both guys. Bull again coming forward as Vargas backs up. Body shot there by Bull. Vargas again is in retreat mode. He's really not offering as much as he was in the early stages. Into the clinch, over by the ropes. 55 seconds left to go. Referee separates both fighters. Body shot coming in there by Vargas. Hook to the side of the head there by Bull. Bull continuing to move forwards as Vargas throws out a jab. Bull again having a little look as Vargas is moving away from that right hand. Bull throws the right hand. He's got Vargas again over by the ropes. 30 odd seconds to go. Shot coming in there by Bull. Vargas again just constantly circling round, constantly moving. He's trying not to get trapped against the ropes or trapped in the corner. It's a lovely left hand there by Bull. Body shot coming back there by Vargas into the clinch. Referee's going to come in and separate both fighters. Right now, Bull again keeping it tight. Back to his work. Trying to find that overhand. End of the round. I think Vargas is definitely showing the effects of the fight, you know. Tough round, that. Tough round. Brian, shout out to you. I hope you are well. Jack, Dan, shout out to you, buds. Who's winning? I think Vargas is winning. I think he's up by about 2 rounds. Yeah, I've got Vargas winning. I've got him winning, but I do think Ball has come back into this fight, you know. I do think Ball is back into it. That knockdown round means it'd be a 10-8 round, and that has really helped. That has really helped. He could definitely do with another knockdown. If he can win the next 2 rounds and get a knockdown, then I think we're in a very interesting place. But he has still got it all to do, as we are in round 11. I've got Vargas up, but Ball is the one that's hunting. Ball is the one that's trying to find a way forward here, as Vargas is backing up again. Wow. So the unofficial scorecards has got Ball losing by 1 round. I think it might be 2 rounds, but the unofficial scorecards got Ball losing by 1 round. That means that if Ball can take this round... Oh, that was a lovely right hand there by Ball. Ball has got Vargas backing up. Ball continuing to put this pressure on. He's got him in a clinch at the moment. Referee coming in, separating. It's just Ball is the one that's moving forwards. Ball is the one that's throwing. Ball is the one that's looking for that big shot. Vargas is trying to get some shots back, but honestly, I feel like Vargas's volume has really dropped away. Lovely work there by Ball again. He's got Vargas backing up against the ropes. Ball covering up. He's keeping an eye on Vargas going to the body. And into the clinch as the referee comes in, separates both fighters. We got 1 minute 20 odd on the clock as Ball again continues moving forward. Vargas is letting his hands go a little bit more now, which is better. I think he can't afford to be giving these rounds away. Vargas again, though, on the back foot. Over by the ropes as Ball is right in front of him. And thought he'd just got a beautiful right hook shot in there. And I think he did. Vargas eats it, though. Ball covering up as Vargas is in a clinch at the moment. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. And again, he's moving forward. There's lovely work here by Ball. Keeping it tight, 40-odd seconds on the clock. He needs to land something significant. This is a really close round. This is anyone's guess. Oh, but he puts him down! Ball puts him down! Yes! Ball puts him down! Oh my God, it was a really close round, but not anymore. Wow, he just catches him. He drops Vargas. That 10-8 could be absolutely huge. Wow, how long was left? There was like 20 seconds left in the round. Ball has got a big smile on his face. Confidence is flowing through his veins. We go to round 12. We said he needed a knockdown. He needed the round and he needed a knockdown. He just got both. He got the round, he got the knockdown. It's a 10-8 round. So it was against the ropes. It was a left hook. That's not what drops him, though. What drops him? It's a right hook that drops him. Right hook that drops him. Yeah. He goes back. I don't know. It's difficult from that angle. It just looks like he lost his footing, to be honest. It just looks like he lost his footing, but the referee has counted it. I mean, look, there's a punch and he stumbles back and he goes down. Final round, round number 12. Really enjoyed this fight, you know. First 5 rounds were a bit frustrating. But from then, it's just been really entertaining. Right now, the unofficial scorecards have got Nick Ball up by 1. I don't know that I'm that confident. I don't know that I'm that confident. I think it could be on as even. I think it could be whoever wins this round wins the fight. Ball, though, has got himself right back in the conversation here. Vargas is doing well. He's got a few shots off. Ball has got Vargas up against the ropes. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Vargas complaining about some shots round the back of the head. Right now, Ball is moving forward. Vargas back against the ropes. Big final couple of minutes here. Huge final couple of minutes. Who wants this? Who's going to take this? Couple of shots coming in there by Ball. Vargas staying on his feet, backing up against the ropes, swinging away as Ball continues moving forward. Shot coming in there by Ball. Shot coming back there by Vargas. Really close little round. Really close little round. And right now we've got Ball keeping it tight. Trying to find a way forward as Vargas continues taking these backward steps, but he's throwing in some body shots there, Vargas. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Ball keeping it tight. Lovely body shot there by Ball. That was really great. Jab coming in there by Ball. There's really nothing to separate them in this round. Vargas is really unloading the gas tank. Whatever he's got left in the gas tank, he is unloading it. It's been a really fun fight, this. It's been a really fun fight. Palapa said, are you doing UFC tomorrow? We are, yes, buds, yep. We'll be all over UFC. Love UFC. Good looking card tomorrow as well. Vargas back against the ropes. Ball continuing to move forward. Trying to catch Vargas, but Vargas in retreat mode. Tell you what, some of them shots by Ball, they were not far away at all. If he had got through with some of those, Vargas was already retreating. That momentum could easily have took him down. And a knockdown in this round would be huge. I mean, that would win it, I think, for Ball. 20-odd seconds to go. I think it's been really, really close, this. Ball all over Vargas. Vargas backing up. He's taking the fight to Vargas, but Vargas is throwing back a lot more than what he has been doing the past few rounds. Body shot there by Ball. He's got Vargas up against the ropes. Shot coming in upstairs. End of the round. Right, let me know. Who do you think's won it? Who do you think has won it? They're straight over to Ball celebrating. Ball thinks he's got it. I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know. I think I had Vargas up by 1 going into the 12th. And that 12th round could be either way. I don't think it's a robbery either way here. I think if Ball gets it, then fine. I think if Vargas gets it, fine. I think if I'm a judge, I've either got it as a draw. I might have Vargas up by 1. I don't think there can be any controversy here. I honestly don't. I think some of them rounds are really close. I think Vargas took all those early rounds. And then Ball had it all to do. The 2 knockdowns have massively got him back into the fight. But was it too little too late? Close, said Miss Clown. But Vargas, even with the knockdown, said Randy Stacks. Yeah, well, there was 2 knockdowns, 2 10-8 rounds. But I think Vargas had took the first 5 rounds anyway, so... Who took that 12th? I mean, it might come down to who took the 12th. I can tell you that the unofficial scorecard has got Ball winning by 2. That's the unofficial scorecard. Ball winning by 2. So I got to tell you, the DAZN commentators are adamant that Ball has got this. They're saying they can't see any way that he's lost this. I just think some of them rounds are close. That 12th round is close. Although they have just acknowledged that. They have just said that the 12th round was close. I mean, they've got Ball up by 2, but they've given him the 12th. If the judges give Vargas the 12th, that would mean it's a draw. So I don't know how you can be that confident. I don't know how you can be that confident and say that the 12th is a close round. Because it was. Whoa, it's a nail biter, said Paranda. Split. Well, we'll find out. I honestly, for me, no robbery either way. If they go with Vargas, fine. I thought he dominated the early part of the fight, and if they go with Ball, fine. I thought he dominated the second part of the fight. One of the fighters did score 2 knockdowns, though, but that's... You don't score the fight as a whole. You score each round individually. I think if I was to score the fight as a whole, I would give it to Bull. Okay, here we go. One judge. 114. 112. 114, 112 to Vargas. 116. 110. 116, 110. He won by 6 rounds. Ball. Split draw. Split draw. Rey Vargas stays champion, but it is a split draw. And do you know what? I can't argue. I mean, I can certainly argue with Bull winning on one judge's scorecard by 6 rounds. And what the flip was that about? 6 rounds? Commentators said they feel for Nick Bull, but I had this as either a draw or Vargas by 1. That's my honest answer. I had it as a draw or Vargas by 1, but if Nick Ball had got it and edged it, I wouldn't have complained, because some of them rounds are so close. Nick Ball thought he had done enough to become a champion, but he can still leave with his head held high. He left it too late, man. He left it way too late. Joe said, I had a feeling that it was going to be a draw. I wouldn't be able to argue with either of the decisions, said Miss Clown. Gordon said, split draw, very rare. Vargas got what he deserved. Dude had been hanging on for the whole fight. Ball is right to shrug him off and punch him off the break. Subpar refereeing. Split decision. It was close. You said people are feeling for Bull. Yeah, the DAZN commentators. And actually, DAZN chat is saying robbery. So but then, you know, I'm guessing that there may be a bit of bias there. But the crowd were booing. The crowd didn't like it. Frank Warren said, we're not crybabies. He won that fight. Listen to the crowd. Frank Warren said, I don't know how that's split. I don't know what's going on. So Frank Warren is in no doubt. But of course, he is the promoter of that fighter. So 2 10-8 rounds to Ball. How can it be a draw, said Sticky Buds? Because he didn't do well in the early part of the fight. I mean, it was about 5-0 down. Vargas won rounds 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So even though he got to 10-8 rounds, he was in such a hole because he had such a bad start that, you know, all those 10-8 rounds did was just sort of get him back to kind of level. I mean, you know, look, there are 3 judges that have watched that fight. And I know, like, judges, I mean, like, we know, right? I know. But only one of them scored it for Bull. One scored it for Vargas and the other one saw it as a draw. So they're just talking to Vargas. We know... Well, look, that's done anyway, innit? There should be a rematch on that, and I hope there will be. Right, next fight is going to be co-main, and it is going to be... Our next fight is going to be Zhang versus Parker. This should be good, man. This should be really good. This is gonna bang. I mean, honestly, someone could be getting knocked out here, and I'd expect someone to be getting knocked out. And I think it's going to be Parker, to be honest. Zhang is big. He is 26 victories with 21 knockouts. He even knocked out Joe Joyce. There's a few stamina questions. He is a bit slow movement-wise, but he's got quick hands. This is a step up in competition for him. Joseph Parker is a former world champion. He puts together nice combos. He can be a little bit one-dimensional, Zhang. But he's got a decent defense. He's obviously got size. He's got a 4-inch reach advantage as well. So, yeah, he is definitely coming in with some weapons. But Joseph Parker is a former world champion. He is someone that's really grown in confidence, really put it together. He seems to be in a really good place at the moment. He has got the better boxing ability. It's just, will he be able to show it? I think that Parker will win rounds, but Zhang will win moments. And if Zhang lands a big shot, Parker's in big, big trouble. He's in big trouble. So this is going to be a really, really interesting fight. Parker has just been around the top 10 heavyweights for so long. He's got some lovely quick burst combos. And we have seen Parker take shots, you know. He has got a chin. It's not like he's going to get hit with one thing and down he goes. Like, he has got a chin, but yeah, I mean, Zhang has just got like crazy power. So this is going to be really, really fun. This is for the interim WBO heavyweight championship. So, and we shouldn't have to wait too long for it because the ring walks for Joshua, that's meant to be in just 40 minutes time. So we really haven't got time to waste. We really do need to get to this next fight. Parker is gonna get banged, said Sticky Buds. Zhang will win with a cold KO, said Kaja. Jason said, what time is the SmackDown stream? What time does the boxing finish? We don't know because we don't know how long the boxing's gonna go for. So we know that the Joshua fight was meant to be doing ring walks in 40 minutes. It doesn't seem like it's going to be hitting that time. So, I mean, look, we will definitely be doing SmackDown by the time SmackDown has started. We'll definitely get to it by that point. But, yeah, I couldn't tell you as to what time it's going to start because I don't know what time the boxing's going to end. Zhang will easily land some huge shots, says Bob. Zhang is going to knock him out. Looks like people are with Zhang. I would change the poll on screen. It's a shame you can't do like a few polls. I don't know why. I'm surely we've got that ability. But we don't. So I don't really want to change the poll that we've got. I mean, we've had 4,300 votes. And at the moment, it is 51% of people that think that Ngannou is going to get the victory. 49% of people think that Joshua is going to get the victory. So 51% to 49%. And 45% of people think that it will be Ngannou by knockout. So that's what people are thinking. Vargas landed 118 shots. Nick Ball landed 111 shots. So Vargas landed 7 more shots across the fight, but doesn't really make a difference because you score each round individual. So 900 people watching and there's only 400 likes. Yeah, if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated. For these big streams, we do try to get to 1,000. We are backstage with Joseph Parker, and in his dressing room is Tyson Fury. We know that Fury and Parker have got a really good relationship. Parker trains with the Furies. So he's in there. There is Zhang. So Zhang and Parker, this fight coming up next. We won't have to wait long for this one. Should be really good, this. Reeves said, I'm thinking Parker gets dropped and wins. John said, hi from New Zealand. Come on, Joe. Let's go. I like Joseph Parker. I like him a lot, you know. He comes across like a really good guy. Comes across as a really good guy. And I would love for him to get the win here. I think for him to get himself back into the conversation, that would be really, really cool. That would be really cool. Because he was having a rough time of it, man. He was really having a rough time of it. When he lost that world title, he kind of started to really kind of slip away and fall down the rankings. And he's just put a few wins together. And that win over Deontay Wilder, I mean, that was brilliant for him. Deontay Wilder is a problem. Deontay Wilder can, you know, put your lights out at any time. I'd actually say Deontay Wilder is a really good warm-up fight for Zhang. Because Zhang is someone that's got big power. Zhang is someone that can put your lights out at any time. And I think facing Deontay and beating Deontay should give Parker some real confidence coming into this fight. So, boxing ability-wise, he should be able to beat Zhang. But Zhang has got that ability to just catch you with something. And he absolutely could catch Parker. And I think a lot of people in the chat are expecting it to be that way. So, but yeah, nothing but respect to Joseph Parker. You've got the dub for, Parker or Zhang? I am probably going with Zhang. I just think that he will catch Parker. And, I mean, look, Joe Joyce was someone that we saw take so much punishment, and he just never blinked. He just kept coming forward. It just seemed like it was like death. He just kept heading towards you. You just couldn't stop him. But he got stopped. And I think seeing Joe Joyce get stopped by Zhang was a real eye-opener, to be honest. So I think the Joe Joyce fights really elevated Zhang, in my opinion. So can he do it against Parker? I mean, this is a real test, because Parker's a former world champion and he can box. So nothing but respect for Parker, but this is definitely going to be a challenge. Darker Void said, if Ngannou catches Joshua clean, I think it could be career over. His power is unmatched. Low hanging fruit said, there's nothing to dislike about Parker. Win or lose, he steps in against the best and he gives it 100%. Caleb said, will you do Jake Paul, Tyson, and who do you think will win? I will do it. Winner, I think, well, two answers. First answer is, can there be a winner? Because I don't know if this isn't an exhibition. And I honestly don't know if it's just going to go 10 rounds and then they shake hands at the end. I don't know if there can be a winner, right? There may even be a no knockout rule. This could be exactly like Mayweather versus Logan. Mayweather versus Logan went the distance. And this could be the exact same thing. So I think there's every chance this is a showcase. There's every chance this is just a way of Tyson showing what he's got, what he's got left. And neither guy gets knocked out. Neither guy, they might get in a bit of trouble, backed against the ropes, little bit of excitement. They weather the storm, blah, 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 blah. But I actually think that's what's likely to happen. And if there is to be a winner, I would say Jake Paul by decision. Because I really, really would not be surprised if there was not an agreement, even if it's not announced. But I really wouldn't be surprised if Jake's people haven't spoke to Mike's people and there's not been a handshake saying, listen, you don't knock us out. We ain't knocking you out. We'll go out there. We'll jab away and we'll work the body and we'll do a little bit of work. But, you know, you don't embarrass us and we won't embarrass you. Let's just get paid. Because that's what this fight is. It's a payday, isn't it? We can all see it's a payday. We can all see that what this is. It's a big, juicy spectacle to get people talking, which has worked. To give Netflix a massive destination event, which is going to work. And I don't begrudge it them. So I think all of those things are true. And I also think that I really wouldn't be surprised if there was a little agreement like, you know, you respect us, we'll respect you. Let's get in, get the money, and get out. You know, it's a bank robbery. That's what this is. It's a heist. But if there is to be a winner, I'll go with Jake on points. Tyson doesn't need the win, and I think that if there is an agreement, like I think there will be, I think that he won't go looking for that knockout. I also think he's 57. I also think he's not going to have the cardio. He's not going to have the footwork. All he's going to have is what power he's got left. That's what he's going to have. And it's still going to be a test. It's still going to be a test. But I don't know. I don't know if there's people out there that are like really excited about this, that are like, oh my god, and like, you know, Jake's gonna get murdered. And I don't know if people are thinking that. I am not thinking that. I am thinking they're both in on this to get paid, and they're gonna make sure that neither of them get embarrassed. And honestly, as I said, it may even be an exhibition. So we'll definitely do it. We'll definitely do it. And my prediction would be Jake on points if there's even a winner. Matthew said, I think Joshua is done in terms of championships if he loses tonight. James said, that's why boxing has become a laughing stock. No KO clause would be crazy. Wasn't that the rumor for Mayweather and Logan, that there was a no knockout clause? I think they came out and said that wasn't true, but yeah, that was definitely word going around that was the case for Mayweather and Logan, and they would never want to come out and admit to that. They would never want to come out and say that was in the contract, because obviously people are going to tune in the hope that Mike Tyson knocks out Jake Paul, right? That's what they're going to hope for. Or could Jake knock out Mike Tyson? If it is an exhibition, then, you know, there very much could be a no knockout clause in there, but they won't want to make that public, and they won't want people to know about that. So I just think like it's a money grab. It's a money grab. If you're Mike Tyson, you're not going to want to be knocked out by Jake Paul. You're not going to want to be embarrassed, are you? You know, you're not going to want to, at his age, run that risk. I mean, the bag's going to be nice. The money's going to be nice. But you ain't going to want to be embarrassed like that. And if you're Jake Paul, do you really want to be knocked out by a 57-year-old? I mean, Mike Tyson's 57. He's 3 years away from being 60. Getting knocked out by any 57-year-old is not a good look. If you can't say I want to be a world champion on one hand and then get knocked out by a 57-year-old on the other hand, can you? Right? It ain't a good look, even if it is Mike Tyson. Right? Mike Tyson, to me, legends, but he ain't fought in, like, I don't know when his last fight was. It was the Roy Jones fight, which has got to be 5 years ago. So, I mean, we talk about inactivity all the time. Well, Mike Tyson, we talk about age and, like, skills, like, deteriorating. You know, what's is he going to have footwork? Is he going to have hand speed? Is he going to have cardio? Is he going to have, you know, mentally he might be able to think quickly, but the body ain't going to be able to react quickly. Jake is going to be a lot quicker. He's going to, you know, I can see Tyson covering up in the middle, right? Jake on the outside, dancing round, throwing in shots, pop, pop, getting in, getting out, right? And Tyson just keeping it nice and tight. And when an opportunity arrives, Tyson's going to try and throw those big shots. But as soon as Tyson gets in close, Jake's going to clinch up. And honestly, what power does a 57-year-old Mike Tyson have now compared to, you know, the people that Jake spars with? You know, Jake spars with some of the best cruiserweights and heavyweights on the planet. The best that he can get a hold of. So, you know, people that are in their 20s, what does a 57-year-old Mike Tyson's power, how does that translate? How does that compare? It might not be anything that considerable now. It's the name, innit? It's the name. So yeah, it's a really interesting question. A lot of people want to talk about the Mike Tyson Jake Paul fight, and that's the whole point of it. That's what its purpose is. But I don't mind the fight. I know that, like, it's I don't know. It might be a bit of a bad look for boxing, but it's definitely going to draw eyes. And people are definitely going to watch, and people are definitely going to talk about it. I suppose, can boxing find a way of putting on some legitimate fights for the undercard? I don't know what the undercard will be. I'm guessing Amanda Serrano would be my guess. But, you know, can we get some juicy fights on there? Like, I mean, that fight we just saw with Vargas and Bull, really enjoyed it. I mean, really enjoyed it. Didn't know which way it was going to go. Didn't know who was going to get the nods. Zhang and Parker's going to be amazing. So, you know, can we get some tasty fights on that undercard? Just so that boxing isn't totally disgraced that night. I could be completely wrong, and it could be that Mike Tyson goes out there looking like the Mike Tyson of old and just, like, knocks out Jake Paul, but I really don't think that's what's going to happen. And I really don't think that's what's allowed to happen. The Rock has put a 10-minute video on X, Outlaw the People's Champ. Has he? Has he put a thing out? A message from the People's Champ. Where is he? In the stands. I'll have to have a look at that. I don't know what he said. It is literally a money fight, said Sam. Evan said, how confident are you that this event will be finished before SmackDown? Very confident. I think it'll be finished before SmackDown. My only concern is I don't know how much time before SmackDown. So the ring walks for the main event was meant to be in 25 minutes. We haven't had the co-main event yet. So we need to get to the co-main event, and we need to get a finish, to be honest. If we can do that and then get to the main event, then we should be good. I mean, look, we've got over 2 hours till SmackDown starts. So we've got over 2 hours, and we've only got 2 fights left. So I feel very good that we'll be done before SmackDown, but I just don't know how much time before SmackDown. But the eyes of the world are on this event, and rightfully so. People want to know about Francis Ngannou. Was that fight against Fury a fluke? Was it a fluke? We're just seeing some clips from the day of reckoning. Parker looking really good against Deontay Wilder. That was December 23rd. What a little Christmas gift that was. That was awesome, wasn't it? That was great. We did the stream for that. December 23rd. The Ngannou Joshua fight is supposed to be in 10 minutes. How come Zhang Parker haven't fought yet? Well, do you know what's funny is that this event has had so much time killed. There's been so much time killed that it's frustrating that we're in this position. We've had so many useless video packages that we didn't need. We've had so much like sitting around and just like listening to pundits that that last fight went 12 rounds. So that's the reason as to why, you know, we've kind of had this pushback a bit. But yeah, there's really no excuse for this. This show started at 7. And the first fight didn't start until like 10 to 8. There's 50 minutes. There's 50 minutes that we could have had back. So I kind of, I don't know, the pacing of this, the timing of this is very strange. Part of me wonders if they've purposefully done this for America, because in America right now it's like 5 to 6. People are probably in their cars trying to get back home. You know, are they thinking, you know, if we can get this a bit later, then maybe some of the Americans will buy the pay-per-view because they haven't missed. A lot of people only buy boxing events for the main event. They only buy boxing events for that final fight, you know. So they could be thinking something along those lines. But no, I still feel pretty good that we'll get the 2 fights that are left in before the start of SmackDown. This event could have finished 2 hours ago without the BS. That is true. That is true. There has been a lot of BS tonight, mainly from me. Nav said, Foreman was a champ at the age of 45. He didn't lose in the ring until 48. No one floored him once in his comeback, says Nav. Well, I don't know. Are we comparing a 48-year-old's Foreman to a 57-year-old's Mike Tyson? Because I would say that, like, if you look at, I can't remember exactly how long, but like Foreman. Let's have a look at Foreman. I'm interested. You've got my interest. Let's have a look at George Foreman. George Foreman. So, I mean, look, George Foreman. I mean, never really stopped in the sense of, well, 77 to 87. So there's a 10-year period there, right? But in 77, when he steps away, when he steps away in 77, he's 28 years old. When he comes back in 87, he's 38 years old. And then really from 87, going all the way through to 97, it's pretty consistent, to be honest. He pretty much fights for that 10-year period. Because he has 5 fights in 87. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 fights in 88. Jesus. 1, 2, 3, 4 fights in 89. He has 4 fights in 90. He has 2 fights in 91. He has 1 fight in 92. 2 fights in 93. 1 fight in 94. 1 fight in 95. 1 fight in 96. 2 fights in 97. And he's done. So he fights every year from 87 to 97. So when he steps away from the sport, he's 28 years old. When he comes back into the sport, he's 38 years old. So if you compare that to Mike Tyson, Mike Tyson. So Mike Tyson's last fight was 2005. Between 2005 and 2024, there's an exhibition in there with Roy Jones Jr. That was in 2020, actually. 2020 that was. So he's had 1 fight. Well, actually, it looks like there was an exhibition in 2006. So he's had 1 fight in 18 years. He's had 1 fight in 18 years. And he stepped away at 38, not 28. And the age is coming back into the sport. When he came back into the sport, Foreman, he was 38. Tyson's coming back at 57. So, I don't know, man. I feel like there's massive differences between those examples. Inactivity is a massive problem. It's a killer. Your skills diminish. Like, you can't take 18 years out of the sport. And Tyson has. He's stepped away. Now, I've no doubt he'll be able to come back and, you know, get into a bit of a groove again. But I can't say that I'm expecting him to get back to any sort of real standards. I think what I'm expecting from him is for him to just stay tight in the middle of the ring, throw big body shots. You know, he's going to swing for the fences, really. He was never the most technical of fighters anyway, was he, to be honest? He was never the most technical of fighters. So I'd expect him to keep it quite tight and, you know, swing away. I mean, the thing with Mike Tyson as well is he lost 3 of his last 4 fights. And that was back in the 2000s. And he lost to Lennox Lewis, he lost to Danny Williams, and he lost to Kevin McBride. That was when he was 36 and 38. He was losing to people at the end of his run back in the day. Now he's taking on, like, granted, it's Jake, who's, you know, only got so much boxing ability, but he has got boxing ability. I honestly, to me, I think Jake's like a minus 500 favourite. I'm sure the odds makers have got Jake about minus 500, and I can totally see why. I really can see why. When you look at the numbers and you go, man, he's had 1 fight in 18 years. That's like, how is he gonna? And he's now 57. And even at the end of his run, he was losing fights. So, I mean, like, how's he gonna get in there and beat, like, Jake Paul? I don't see it. I think that it's quite comfortable that Jake will win it on points. I don't think they will have it be a case. I don't think they'll have it be a case that that there'll be knockouts or anything. I think they'll take that off the table, personally. I don't think they'll announce that, but... Right, we are getting our ring walks, which is good. Yeah, feel free to let us know in the chat what you think. And if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We're on 509. And we've got over 1,000 people joining us right now. So over 1,000 people are with us as Parker has made his way down to the ring. Joseph Parker is in the ring, and we are just waiting for Zhang to come down. Jake Paul lost to Tommy Fury, said Gordon. He did, but it was points. It was close. And I think he has kicked on since then. So I think that the speed, the hand speed, even the power of Jake. I mean, Jake knocked out Tyron Woodley. So you look at that, and he's got a few knockouts, hasn't he, to his name? So I don't know, man. A 57-year-old Mike Tyson. I don't want to disrespect one of the greatest, but I don't think I see what other people see. I think a lot of people see the name, and I see the name, but I also see a 57-year-old guy. That I just don't think he's going to have the stamina. I don't think he's going to have the speeds. I don't think he's going to have the footwork. I don't think he's going to have the defense. I think he's got one thing, and that is whatever power he's got left. I think that's the only thing he's got. And experience. He ain't, you know, the walking out into that arena ain't going to phase him at all, is it? So he's got that experience and whatever power is left. But I don't know how. I wish there was a way of measuring it, and I'm sure there is. I would love to know what the power of a 57-year-old Mike Tyson is compared to current cruiserweights. If you could measure the power of a current cruiserweight and then measure that against the 57-year-old Mike Tyson, I'd like to know how they compare. But I don't have that data, so I don't know. My guess is that they would probably be comparable with the cruiserweights probably having more power. Age? It catches up with you, man. It catches up with you. Right, both guys have made their way down. Jake's next fight will be MMA, says Stephen. Who is Zhang? Oh, Zhang is big, man. Powerful. Yeah, Zhang is someone that you need to be aware of. He's kind of like the hidden gem in the heavyweight division. Big guy who just slept Joe Joyce. Joe Joyce, who, honestly, an amazing fighter. Didn't think I would ever see him getting slept the way that Zhang slept him. So, yeah, he's a dangerous guy, man. He's got some serious power to him. This fight really might not go the distance. Holyfield was 61. He was still fighting, and the ref stopped it to save any embarrassment. Oh God, do you remember that Holyfield fight? That was not good, was it? Who did he face? It was an MMA fighter, wasn't it? I remember Donald Trump was there. I didn't dream that, did I? Yeah, who did he face? I can't remember off the top of my head. We did the watch along for it. Was it Ortiz? I can't remember. He got beat first round. It was bad, man. It was bad. It was Vitor Belfort. That's who it was. That was actually not as long ago as I thought. It was September of 2021. It was a first round TKO. Took 1 minute 49 seconds. Vitor Belfort beats Evander Holyfield. Vitor Belfort, of course, an MMA fighter. Okay, Joseph Parker getting his intro. Yeah, it was an exhibition fight. Yeah, that was bad. Right. Mike Tyson needs to stop Paul. For every older person who trains and lives in this world of forgotten respect, said Stephen. Mike Tyson can change the world for the better. Can change the world for the better. Belfort, yeah, thank you. Couldn't remember then. I really couldn't. In my head, I was like, Ortiz, is it Ortiz? But no, it was Vitor Belfort. I mean, look, them are my thoughts on it. I could be completely wrong. We will do the watch along for it, and we'll see. We'll see. You know, if Mike Tyson can shock the world. Here we go. How is this going to play out? We're on 533 likes. Let's just have a good clean fight, says the ref, as both of these mammoth heavyweights step forwards. Yeah, it could be over at any point, this fight. Really thought Joe Joyce was going to stand up to Zhang, but he didn't. He couldn't. Here we go. Bell has sounded. And we've got Zhang in there with Parker. Zhang, big bang, taking that center ground. Parker staying on the outside. And Parker, at the moment, just trying to keep on moving. Zhang trying to get a read of Parker. Parker on the outside, backing up. He's just big, isn't he? He's just big. He's a big lump of a man, Zhang. Standing his ground in the middle and just edging forward. But Parker staying on the outside. He's got that right hand ready. Zhang edging forward. Throws out that lead hand. Zhang jabbing away there, but Parker just trying to step out of the way. Getting a little bit caught against the ropes there, Parker, but takes a few steps forwards. At the moment, they're just sort of probing each other. kind of trying to figure each other out. Body shot coming in there by Parker. Zhang didn't even flinch. Zhang throws right hand on Parker, but it lands short. Parker against the ropes, trying to jab to the body. And Zhang, again, just having a little look as Parker's on the outsides. So, jab coming in there by Zhang. Parker, again, just having a look. They're just probing at the moment. There's really not much going on. 1 minute 20, body shot there by Zhang. Body shot coming back there by Parker. There's nothing between them. Parker's getting a little bit backed up against the ropes. Don't really like to see him there. I'd like to see him moving, getting out of there. Keep moving, get away from those ropes. But at the moment, we've got Zhang jabbing away. A couple of jabs coming in there by Zhang. Another jab coming in. Oh, I tell you what, Zhang jabbed and then he was almost unleashed that big left hand. Crowd are cheering both guys on. They can sense... It's two guys with, like, guns, and it's just who's going to shoot first. That's how they're circling around. They're just probing, looking. Parker's managed to get into a better position, though. He's in the middle of the ring, which looks better. He's got a lot more options here. Can take steps back. If you're over by the ropes, you obviously can't take steps back because the ropes are right there. So he's in a much better position here, Parker, which is much better. End of the round. Never really got going that round. Never really got going. I don't know who you would give it to be honest. I don't know. There's not really anything to score that round on. They were both really trying to figure each other out. Hopefully we'll see it open up a little bit more in the second. Much respect. Big Bang is hunting him down, said Stephen. IL said, in the 70s to the 90s, you would never have some random fighter beating the best boxers. Ngannou is on some secret stuff. There we're seeing Zhang in the corner. Neither guy taking any real punishment there. A couple of body shots coming in. So, a very difficult one to score that round. Okay, they're just having a few final words. I mean, really, it's Parker that needs to be careful. I suppose Zhang needs to be careful as well, but Zhang, I think, can take a few more risks. Parker can't really afford to take risks. But we're right back to where we were before. Body shot coming in there by Parker. And nice left hand coming in there by Zhang. Can see Tyson Fury sat in that front row. And he's obviously watching this because his brother competed earlier and actually won. Roman Fury picking up a victory. Obviously, he trains with Joseph Parker, referred to him or calls him his brother. So there's a lot of respect there. And I'm sure he wants to check out that Joshua Ngannou fight as well in person. That fight coming up next. As right now, Zhang is standing in the center, throwing out some jabs. As Parker stays on the outside. There's a lovely right hand there by Parker to the body. I feel like Zhang is landing more, though. Parker just landed that body shot, but I've not seen him really connect with anything else. Parker over by the ropes. There's a hushed silence as these two really are looking for that big shot that's going to put the other person away. I think Parker really does need to get going with some volume here. Zhang has got Parker up against the ropes. There's a huge body shot there by Zhang. That can't have been fun, man. That can't have been fun. That big body shot coming in and crashing into Parker. Zhang is the one that's got Parker back against the corner, but Parker explodes forwards. Zhang again putting the pressure on as Parker goes to the body. Looks like there might be a bit of blood, is there, on the ear of Parker? Can't quite tell. That angle made it look like there might have been a bit of blood there. Jab's coming in there by Zhang. Zhang just standing his ground. Parker needs to up the volume. At the moment, in a clinch, referee separates them. Zhang in the middle as Parker. He's backing up a little bit. Body shot there by Parker. Nothing much in this round either. I feel like Zhang did well at the start, but I feel like Parker's really got back into it. Parker, again, just having a little look, and it feels like the round's going to come to an end. End of the rounds. Really not much in it. I mean, honestly, you could just go 1-1. You could say, like, Zhang in the first. Maybe you give that to Parker. I don't think you would give Parker both rounds. For me, it's either 1-1 or it's 2-0 Zhang. I don't know. That's tricky. 1-1 or 2-0 Zhang to me. What I want to see is Parker working the volume more, because I feel like Zhang is in the middle of the ring. He's throwing out these shots, and some of the shots are landing, and they look quite tasty. There was a couple of nice body shots in there. I just sort of feel like for Parker to sort of do the same, it's not elevating him above Zhang. He's just sort of matching fire with fire, when for me, what Parker should be doing is trying to get some more shots through. You know, get the volume going, take the rounds. These are the sort of rounds that I think Parker should be getting. So definitely want to see a bit more work out of Parker, but maybe part of the plan is to conserve the energy as well, you know? But I don't think he needs to increase it by loads. He just needs to turn it up a little bit. Just to make sure that you are definitely getting the round. I think there is definitely some healthy respect at play as well. I mean, Parker is also very aware of the abilities of Zhang. It's a nice right hand there by Parker, both fighters in the center at the moment. Body shot there by Parker. Oh, that's good by Parker. That was good. That's better. This is better. A couple of combos there, and there was a nice little couple of body shots. He's trying to go upstairs. It feels like Parker's opening up a little bit more now, but so is Zhang. Zhang jabbing Parker back in the corner. And right now, referee coming in, separating both fighters. Both fighters being separated as Zhang stands his ground in the middle. We got Parker on the outsides. Jab coming in there by Parker. Zhang and Parker are clinched up again. Referee coming in, separating them. So this is the round where we've seen them kind of expand a little bit more. And throw a few more shots. Jab coming in there by Parker. Zhang having a look as Parker again continues to move forward. He's having a little look at the moment, but Zhang is just a little bit out of range. Parker just edging forward. 1-2, falls on the guards. Jab coming back there by Zhang. Nice. I tell you what, Parker, when he throws, he really throws a lovely little snap. Oh, left hand puts Parker down. Bang, there we go. Parker goes down. That's going to be a 10-8. Just out of nowhere, just left hand straight down the middle. Parker went down. Referee was counting. Parker had done. I just was praising Parker for like the snap on his hand, and Zhang just catches Parker. Parker goes down. Parker clinching up with Zhang at the moment. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Parker gets back up though. Tell you what, Zhang showing how much of a problem he is. Body shot coming in there by Parker. Body shots coming back there by Zhang. Off 1-2 straight down the middle, and Parker trying to cover up. Jab coming in there by Zhang. Whoa, he was looking for an opening at the end there. He was looking to see if there was a way through, and the round came to a close. Zhang round that one. 10-8. Parker survives. Manages to get back up. I mean, it actually wasn't the most devastating of shots. It's just a straight left. It's just straight down the middle. Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's just a straight left. It just goes straight down the middle. He didn't even really put much behind it. It's not like it comes like or anything like that. It's just he just throws it out there and he just lands it on the button, and Parker goes down. I mean, it's a bit of a scary sign for Parker, because if Zhang had put some more behind that shot, I mean, he may not have got back up. Zhang is flowing with confidence now. Yeah, there's a cut on the face of Parker. Parker's in a whole world of trouble as Zhang is very, very comfortable. Parker is trying to keep this tidy and trying to keep Zhang contained, but Zhang is now feeling very confident. There's a lovely left hand down the middle. Parker has to eat that. Zhang again moving himself into the center as Parker goes to the body. That's a good right hand by Parker, though. He goes down the center. Yeah, this is good by Parker. He has to avoid the shots that come back there by Zhang. Parker again, just showing a few glimpses, showing that he's still in this fight. Measuring the distance as Zhang throws in a shot. Parker backed up against the ropes. Lovely work there by Parker. Jabbing away again as well. Another jab coming in as he backs up a little bit. He's having a little look at the moment. Takes a few steps back as Zhang continues to move forward. Good head movement there by Parker. And shot coming into the side of the head there by Zhang. Parker having a look. Oh, his nose, man. Look at his nose. The blood all on Parker's nose. That was good. Straight in. Looked like there was an uppercut in there. Looked like a left hook as well. Into the clinch, and the referee comes in, separates both fighters. We're in round 4, and Parker's done some nice work here. That nose looks busted, though. Definitely, that's going to be affecting the oxygen that he's taking in. Couple of jabs coming in, body shot coming in. Zhang complains of a low blow in there. Referee telling them both to get back engaged, get back into it. Jab coming in there by Parker. Good head movement there by Parker. Zhang putting out some jabs. Oh, that's a lovely right hand by Parker. Lovely right hand, and Zhang takes a step back. Wow, Parker getting himself back into this, you know. That is, and he's really throwing this big right hand. Zhang, though, coming back with some shots of his own. Oof, lovely lefts. Ah, and he tries to come back. Ah, big body shot by Parker as well. So I think referee's just having a word with Parker for some low blow. Yeah, there is a stern warning. Really good round by Parker. Really good round. End of the round. Parker gets round 4. So, well, I think the first 2 rounds were really, really close. But third round is definitely a 10-8 round for Zhang. 4th round is a round to Parker. The first 2 rounds, I think I'd be giving maybe Zhang the first rounds. Second round, I really don't know. I think it was really, really close. I think I'll give it Zhang. And let's see what Parker can do from here. It's really close, though. It could have been 1-1. 2-0 Zhang or 1-1 after the first two. 10-8 round, no doubt for round 3. 10-9 round, I'd say no doubt for Parker in that. So, right, at the moment, Parker finds himself down and down considerably, but certainly not out of this fight. And actually, he was getting somewhere with his shots. Can he build on that last round, Parker? Can he build on it? He was getting through. Oh, do you know what? The exact same, what I've just written down is what's on the unofficial scorecard. First 2 rounds to Zhang, 10-8 round, and then a 10-9 round. So what I've got written down is the exact same they've got on the unofficial scorecards at the moment. Nice body shot coming in there by Parker. So he's down, but if he can put some rounds together like what he just did in that last round, he'll soon get back into this. Couple of jabs coming in there by Parker. Zhang standing his ground in the center. Another jab coming in. Nice head movement there by Parker into a clinch. Referee coming in and separating both fighters. Parker, again, having a little look, seeing if he can find a way of getting some of these combos off. Feels like that moment where Zhang was in control, it feels like that has kind of slipped away from Zhang. It sort of feels like Parker is the one that's controlling this fight now, but Zhang has got that, that opportunity that will always present itself. That's a lovely shot there by Parker, and Zhang tries to throw a counter. Both guys sort of miss with their shots. 1 minute 20 odd on the clock. Parker goes to the body. Yeah, that was good by Parker. He threw a couple of shots downstairs, but the right hand is going upstairs. So everything is telling Zhang that he's going to the body, but the right hand goes up. Zhang is keeping it tight in the center. Nice hook shot there by Parker. Zhang, again, having a little look, trying to throw back a couple of shots, but there's a nice jab that comes in there by Parker. I feel like Parker's edging this round as well, you know. I think he's getting this. Come on, Kiwi, Parker, said John. We got 30-odd seconds left to go here. Zhang is just being quite plodding. Oh, that was a lovely shot there by Parker. Nice left hook shot coming in. Parker, again, nice head movement. 10 seconds left. I feel like this is a Parker round. He's the one that's looking. Zhang is standing there and really is just a punching bag. But it's a punching bag that carries some considerable threat. But, yeah, another round that for Parker. So I would say the only thing that's separating them at the moment is that 10-8 round. Ronaldo, Brazilian Ronaldo, is in the venue. Manny Pacquiao is there as well. Jose Mourinho is in attendance. Kelbrook needs to drag Zhang into the later rounds, said Low Hanging Fruit, and hope that age and stamina catch up with him. Stephen, shout out to you, buds. Parker then getting back into this, so Zhang doing well in the early stages. Parker coming back, Zhang looking a bit tired, to be honest. Taking a few deep breaths. Comes into the center. And looking to throw out. Yeah, jabbing away. He's using that right hand just to kind of probe, jab, keep Parker where he wants him. Ideally, he'd like to throw that left, but Parker doing a decent job. of just keeping Zhang occupied. Right now, Zhang has thrown 66 shots, landed 16. Parker has thrown the exact same 66 shots, but has landed 33. So the volume is very much with Parker. I think the concern for Zhang's corner is that the output from Zhang seems to have fallen away in recent rounds. Zhang, again, backing up Parker. He's having he's constantly like this, Parker. Constantly like trying to find them openings. He's ducking down, and there's a little hook shot that comes to the side. He's got his arm round the back of the head there of Zhang. Zhang, though, right back up. Lovely shot straight down the center there by Parker. Parker, again, moving forwards, having a look at Zhang. Zhang covering up. Body shot coming in, but just misses. I feel like you can't really give this to Zhang. There's not really much here that Zhang has done. Parker is the busier fighter. But there's not really anything juicy that's getting landed, you know? Into the clinch. You got a final minute left in round number 6. Referee separating both fighters. Parker having a look. Backing up as Zhang comes forward. Misses there by Zhang. Parker over by the ropes. Oh, shot coming into the side of the head there by Zhang. Parker pushing Zhang back. Circles round, jab coming in by Parker. Tries to throw in that right hand, but into the clinch. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. 30 seconds left to go. Parker again, just jabbing away. Zhang is just covering up. There's a hook shot that comes in there by Parker. Parker again, just having a look, see if he could throw that right hand. There's just so much of this going on. Parker doing like this non-stop, just having a little look. There's not loads of output here. So I would say that's a Parker round. You struggle to give these to Zhang because Zhang's output has just fallen away. It's just not there. I think they just said to him, you've got to start throwing. You've got to start throwing. He seems to be waiting for the openings that aren't arriving. He seems to be waiting for the opportunities that are not coming. And what's happening is that even though Parker's not doing loads and not landing anything that's really that juicy, he's doing what we wanted him to do in those early rounds. He just started a bit later. And that is he's starting to win the rounds. He's starting to get the volume. He's starting to tick the boxes that way. So I would say that at the moment, I think Zhang's still ahead because of the knockdown. I think the knockdown means that he's probably still up by 1 round. But Parker is totally in this fight. Totally in this fight. Right, we've got Zhang in the middle of the ring. We've got Parker backing up. Jab coming in there by Parker. That's a nice right hand, and he goes to the body as well. Shot coming back there by Zhang. Jab coming back there by Parker. There's a nice shot coming in there by Zhang. Shot coming back there by Parker. Zhang is letting his hands go a little bit more here, but there's a body shot there by Parker. Zhang seems to have a little bit more urgency about him here. He's kind of moving forward a little bit more. He's throwing to Parker right now, exactly the same. The unofficial scorecard has got Zhang up by 1. Zhang is up by 1 on the unofficial scorecard, and that's exactly the same as what we've got. But Zhang has come out in this 7th round, and he's starting to throw a little bit more. That means that Parker, he's going to have to up his work rate as well to just stay ahead. And big shot just landed on the guard. Oh, some shots coming in there by Zhang that look good. Parker back against the rope. Zhang covering up. Uppercut coming in there by Parker, but it lands on the guard. Little shot there by Zhang. Referee separates both fighters. We've got 1 minute 13 left on the clock. Parker looking, jabbing. Zhang covering up, stepping to the side. Parker again having a little look, trying to find a way through. Hook shot, couldn't find it. He's backed up against the ropes. Jab coming in there by Zhang. Jab coming back straight down the center. He's doing well there, Parker. He's getting his straight rights straight through the guard. And you can see that they were landing on Zhang. That's good. Again, he's getting some success with that. The guard doesn't seem to be stopping those straight shots. It's taken some of the sting out of it, but Parker seems to be getting through with them. And right now, the referee coming in and separating both fighters. Got 23 seconds left in this round. Zhang definitely making this a closer round. Parker getting backed up against the ropes, though. As, ooh, there was a right hand there by Zhang, but don't think he got through with it. It was quick, though. It was a quick right hook shot. It had some real snap on it. Tricky, that one. I feel like it may have been a Parker round still, but it was much closer than what we've seen. We are just seeing backstage, and we are just seeing inside the dressing rooms. So that is the Ngannou dressing room. He is ready. Obviously, we thought the ring walks would have took place by now. Ring walks were meant to have happened about 15 minutes ago, but we are still working our way through the end of the co-main event. Who's winning so far? I think right now it's probably a draw. I think it's probably a draw. I think Zhang took the first 3 rounds, and one of them rounds was a 10-8 round, and then I think Parker's took the last 4. So I think right now Parker is the one that's got the momentum, and I think it's looking good for Parker. But I think technically it's a draw on the scorecards. So this could be the round where Parker could now start to take the lead. But again, straight down the center. Oh, that was good by Parker, but he's paid for it a little bit. Parker got through with a big right hand, but because his hand got through and he couldn't get it back in time, he ate a couple of shots. So that was an interesting exchange. He goes to the body this time. Oh, loud sounding shots upstairs there by Parker. Nice little shot by Zhang, but the referee comes in, separates both fighters. Parker going upstairs again. We've had just over 2 minutes left in this round to go. Round number 8. Parker over by the ropes as Zhang comes in. He's got Parker by the ropes. Referee separating them. Both fighters definitely showing the effects of the fight. Not that it's been a fast pace, but some of these shots that have landed have really carried some power. Oof. Parker again trying to get through. Hook shot coming in there by Parker. Parker staying on the outside. Zhang just moving forwards. And I think, is that going to be counted as a knockdown? It is. Parker got clipped. They were really close. There's a little shot that comes in and he ends up going down on one knee, Parker. So that means that this is going to be a 10-8 round for Zhang. That just came out of nowhere, you know. It's just this little shot and Parker just goes down on one knee. It was just enough to get Parker to go down on one knee, and the referee starts the count. Oh my God, all of that work. And Zhang just kind of, you know, re-establishes the lead again. So, this is so difficult. So difficult for Parker. I mean, that could really demoralize him, to be honest. That could really demoralize him. That's 2 knockdowns in the fight. 2 knockdowns in the fight. Jab coming in there by Parker. Parker really could do with a knockdown of his own. He could really do with a knockdown of his own. Oh, that's big shots coming in there by Parker. He's trying. Big body shot, and he tries to go upstairs. But it's not going to be enough. It's going to be a 10-8 round this for Zhang. 10-8 round for Zhang. Yeah, that is so frustrating. So frustrating. All this work that Parker has been doing, he's took the last 4 rounds, in my opinion. And he was, you know, potentially taking this round as well. And then it's just this nothing shot. It's just this little nothing shot that just catches Parker, and he ends up going down onto 1 knee. And the ref counts. And all of a sudden now Parker finds himself, I think, down by 2 rounds with 4 rounds left to go. Zhang is gassed, said Angel. Who's winning? I think that Zhang is winning. I think Zhang's winning by 2 rounds. But yeah, there wasn't much to that shot. It's just enough. It's just enough. And actually, Parker was already sort of bending down. So he catches him and then, like, yeah, it just kind of puts him down to a knee. Well, put it behind you. Doesn't matter. It's the kind of thing that I think could demoralize a fighter. But Parker has certainly got rounds left. If Parker wins the next 4 rounds, he wins the fight. You know, that's the way he needs to look at it. Win the next 4 rounds and you'll win the fight. If you can find a finish, brilliant, but definitely don't get knocked down again. Zhang is really not offering a great deal. He's just managed to get a couple of moments. Those 2 knockdowns really, really working for him, really helping him out. Parker is the one that's throwing out more shots at the moment. And again, another shot coming in there by Parker. We're in round 9. Zhang is throwing out a jab. And again, Parker circling round. There's a lovely right hand that comes in there by Parker. Zhang trying to throw in a shot. Yeah, that snapped Parker's head back, but Parker comes back with a few shots of his own. And Zhang definitely felt those. There was a left hand there, and it looked like Parker was a little bit off balance. But he clinches. Nice shot coming in there again by Parker. Zhang trying to close down the space as Parker is over by the ropes. Zhang comes in, but Parker just grabs him. Parker breaks away. Zhang in the center. Parker circling round. Nice shots down the center there by Parker. Nice right hand by Parker as well. I think Parker's got the volume here to take this round. So at the moment, with 40-odd seconds to go, I think Parker can take the round. Body shot there by Parker. And go into the body again. That was good. And he's trying to go upstairs as well. And these shots are driving Zhang back. Zhang having a little look. Just a couple of jabs coming in. They are falling onto the guard. Body shot and upstairs. Zhang is holding on to Parker. 20-odd seconds left to go in round number 9. Crowd are getting a bit excited because Parker has put a bit of momentum together here. He's having a little look at the moment. Parker to see if he can find another opening before the bell goes. But to me, that's going to be a round for him. End of the rounds. So I think we're looking at Zhang up by 1 with 3 rounds left to go. Zhang up by 1 with 3 rounds left to go. This one could be going the distance, you know. We could be going the distance here. This is at co-main events. It is Joshua Ngannou after this, and we thought that we were getting ring walks about half an hour ago. We have not. It definitely means that our other stream is going to be delayed. If I can get to that and just change the start time on that. Right now we've got Joshua. Just being shown backstage. Boom. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Okay, here we go. Round number 10 then. Round number 10. 3 rounds to go. Can Parker get an... I mean, if Parker can get a knockdown, that'll be massive for him. He's been put down twice in this fight. I think he's down by 1 round. Oh, Zhang doing some good work. Zhang going to the body, but Parker weathers it and actually comes back with some shots of his own. Both fighters in the center right now. Zhang is taking the fight to Parker. Referee comes in and separates them. Jab coming in there by Parker. Jab coming back there by Zhang. Goes upstairs, goes to the body Parker. Body shot there by Zhang and a left hand there by Zhang as well. One, two, straight down the middle. Good work there by Parker. 1, 2, straight down the middle. Hook shot, left hook shot, and then a right to the body. They clinch up. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Zhang has looked gassed since about round 2. But he still continues to move forward and throw shots. But he's definitely eaten more than he has thrown. It's just them knockdowns, man. Those knockdowns have really helped him. Zhang standing his ground in the middle. Got 1 minute 30 on the clock. This is an interesting fight, said Mr. Jacob. Right now, we've got lovely shots coming in there by Parker. Parker backing up a little bit as Zhang continues to have a look. He does nothing really, but look, I mean, he's just constantly like keeping it tight. And he's really not throwing a great deal. Parker with a jab. It's not been the most explosive of fights, but it has been an interesting fight. Parker, again, backing up a little bit as Zhang continues to move forward. Zhang with a left hand there, but didn't really connect with anything. Ooh, looked like a bit of an elbow there by Zhang, but I think Parker was able to avoid it. 1, 2, straight down the middle there by Parker. That looked quite nice by Parker, but I was a bit worried about what was coming back from Zhang. That's a nice right hand as well. Crowd are getting a bit excited here because Parker has put a few shots together. He's managed to get Zhang back against the ropes. Feels like Parker should kind of let their hands go a little now. He needs to not get too reckless, but equally, I feel like that was a close round. I think I might give it Parker, though. I think I might just give it Parker. I think we might be back to honours even again with 2 rounds to go. I think we might be back to honours even. So, round number 11. Feel free to let us know how you think this is going. Days, are you doing UFC tomorrow? I am, yes. I am, buds. We will be live with UFC tomorrow. We're still doing SmackDown tonight. It's just, I don't know what time we're going to get to it. Because obviously this co-main event has not had the early finish that I think we thought it was going to have. But either way, doesn't matter. We will certainly get to SmackDown before it begins. But Zhang needs more hits. Right, here we go. We are underway with round number 11. Zhang standing in the center. The unofficial scorecard from DAZN has just been shown on screen, and they also have it dead even. They also have it the same way we have it. So right now, us and DAZN are locked in. We're in agreement. 2 rounds left to go. It's an absolute draw. Who's going to take these 2 final rounds? Parker can absolutely not afford to get knocked down one more time. He's already been down twice. Nice work there by Parker. Zhang is putting the pressure on Parker. Jab coming in there by Parker. Parker backed up into the corner as Zhang continues to try and let his hands go, but he's too gun-shy, Zhang, isn't he? I can't wait to see the numbers about how many shots were thrown during this fight, because Zhang just honestly has not thrown much at all. Couple of jabs in there by Parker. Parker again trying to find an opening. He throws a shot. It lands on the guards. Jab coming in there by Parker. Again, Parker having a little look. Jab there by Parker. 1-2. Parker backing up a little bit as Zhang continues to move forwards. Parker's the one that's throwing, but there's a lovely left hand there by Zhang. Oh, but Parker comes back with a flurry of shots of his own into the clinch. Referee separating both fighters. Jab coming in there by Parker. Jab coming in there again, but just falling onto the guards. Follows it up with a lovely right hand. 40 seconds left in round number 11. He's having a little look here, Parker. Jab coming in there as Zhang continues to keep the guard up. Parker still looking. 20-odd seconds. It feels like a Parker round, and I think Parker will take the lead on the scorecards. Body shot coming back there by Zhang. Both of these guys in the middle. Should be about the end of the round. End of the round. Right, I've got Parker now leading. Now up by 1. And I think that might be the first time in the fight. I think that's the first time in the fight that Parker's been leading. It's either been a draw or it's been Zhang that's been winning the fight. And we get to the 11th round, and I think Parker is now ahead. The main event might be over in the first round, so chin up, SmackDown people, said Sam. Yeah, no, it'll be fine. I can't see, I mean, like, we've still got an hour and 8 minutes until SmackDown begins. And there is a chance that there will be a finish in that main event fight, so... But thanks for what's other meaning? What did you ask? 6-5 to Kiwi Parker, said John. Right, here we go then. Final rounds. Final rounds of our co-main event. Parker is jabbing away, is having a little look at Zhang. But he just needs to not do anything silly here, Parker. He absolutely cannot be knocked down. Just keep it tight. Try and just out-volume Zhang if he can. And I think if Parker can get this round, he'll take this. Oh, here we go. Shots thrown. Zhang has actually thrown more than I thought. Those are power punches, though. 139 power punches by Zhang, 160 by Parker, but those are power punches. I'd like to see total punches, because I think Parker will be well ahead on total punches. Parker just, again, having a little look as Zhang continues to circle round. Jab coming in there by Zhang. Parker Nice 3-punch combo. 1-2-1 down the middle. Again, he's looking and just he's flicking out that kind of left hand. He's just keeping Zhang busy. He's keeping him occupied. And Parker edging forwards. Both guys in the middle of the ring. We got 1 minute 25 left. This is the final round. As Zhang is in the middle. Not throwing much. I think Zhang is waiting for an opening, but that opening has not presented itself. It's not presented itself for quite a while, and with just a minute to go, Parker needs to just make sure he doesn't do anything crazy. Shot coming in there by Zhang. Parker stepping forward. Jab there by Parker. Jab again there by Parker. As Zhang backs up against the ropes. Oh, lovely work there by Parker. Just keeping on, firing in these shots. Keeping the volume ticking over. Parker is winning the round. 25 seconds left to go. If Parker wins this, it'll be a fantastic win for him. Really will. If he can win this. I mean, I think he's winning it, but obviously we need to see what the judges think. Parker came in as a plus 180 underdog into this fight. Zhang on the outsides, covering up, and there we go. End of the fight, and I think that's a Parker fight, and I think that's a Parker round, a Parker fight. We're going to go to the judges. Next fight is Francis Ngannou against Anthony Joshua. That is our next fight. So everyone that's been patiently waiting for Joshua against Francis Ngannou, it is coming up next. But we do need to get the result of this one. I think Parker takes it on the scorecards. Feel free to let us know in the chat which way you think that's gone. Dr. Butttoot, shout out to you, my friends. Dr. Butttoot firing in some memberships, gift memberships for people. So, Dr. Butttoot, really appreciate it, man. Right, we are just waiting to get the judges' scorecards. Parker wins, said Sam. Al thinks it's a draw. John thinks it's Parker. Jordan thinks it's a draw. Haddy thinks it's a draw, but Clipsman thinks Parker. Joel thinks it's Parker. Dro thinks it's Parker. Sticky Buds thinks it's Parker. K.A. Dub Beats said, I hope it's Parker. John said Parker all the way. Adakar said Joshua for the win. Allure says Zhang. We've got Parker by 3 rounds, said 420. Wrestle votes that we might get KSI tonight. Oh, well, it doesn't matter if we miss SmackDown then, does it? Oh, well, hopefully this fight goes long then. Right. We should be getting the results of this soon. Zhang's output has cost him the fight, said Callum. But Jake thinks that Zhang has done it. Okay, so we've got... In round 12, Zhang landed 0 punches. That's what the DAZN commentators have just been told. Apparently, he landed 0 punches in that final round. Yeah, I mean, look, Zhang got those knockdowns. Outside of that, there wasn't really much he did. He carried a threat, but he could not execute that threat. Well, let's see. Let's see what the judges think. Maybe we've got this completely wrong. Perhaps they've given Zhang every round. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen. The interim WBO. $113. Okay, one judge has got it a draw. Majority decision. Joseph Parker gets it. Two judges go with Joseph Parker. One, I think, was 114 to 112. And the other was 115 to 111. So one judge gave it Parker by 2 rounds. The other judge gave it Parker by 3 rounds. And the other judge scored it a draw. And but either way, Parker has picked up the victory. And Joseph Parker is now the interim WBO heavyweight champion. He's got the belt around his waist. I gotta tell you, man, I'm really pleased for him. Really, really pleased for him. Look, Tyson Fury comes in. This has been a real rebirth for Joseph Parker. He goes over to Tyson Fury. And you can see, they embrace. That's great, isn't it? It's brilliant. So Tyson Fury jumps in and he embraces with Joseph Parker. He called him his brother. He's called him his brother quite a few times, actually. So we're just talking to Joseph Parker. He's thanking his team. Joseph Parker says that he feels like he's on the up and that Zhang's gutted. That is a big problem for Zhang, actually. That is a problem for Zhang because that does kind of move him out of the conversation. It is getting a bit crowded at the top of this heavyweight division. You know, Parker's in the mix now. Hrgovic is in the mix. Dubois is sniffing around. Obviously, Ngannou's just joined. We've got Fury and Usyk. We've got Joshua. Wilder, I don't know if he's going to stick around or what his plans are. Andy Ruiz is still around as well. So, you know, there's some names that are floating around. Joseph Parker on a good run at the moment. Really good run. Well deserved that was. Really, really pleased for him. So, Parker getting the victory. He was a plus 180 underdog. Only 28% of people on Tapology thought that he was going to get the victory here. Parker's so lucky. Fury should get out the ring. He's still an embarrassment. I'm sick of Saudi boxing. It's got to stop on human rights, said Stephen. Callum said rematch. Yeah, apparently there is a rematch, yeah. I mean, I don't think that Parker will be too concerned about the rematch. I mean, Zhang is definitely a problem. I mean, he got put down twice, but I feel like Parker should be able to watch this back, make a few adjustments himself, and, you know, I mean, he won so many rounds. I mean, he won, how many rounds did he win? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've got him winning 8 of the 12 rounds. And to be honest, even some of the rounds he lost, he was winning, and it was just the knockdown swung it the other way, you know? So it's kind of, Yes, Zhang is a problem, and it's never going to be fun to face him. But I think Parker's going to get so much from this win. He's going to get so much from this win. I mean, that is to beat Deontay Wilder in December, and then in early March beat Zhilei Zhang. That's pretty damn good, man. Parker is really on a roll. I'm really pleased for him. So they're celebrating away. Dark Knight said, what if boxing and SmackDown clash? The Ghostbusters told me never cross streams. I would hate to be in the main event sitting in the dressing room waiting all this time to get to the ring. Yeah. I mean, these things don't normally go to plan, in all fairness. I mean, I wasn't too surprised that it didn't, like, the ring walks didn't happen at 20 past 11, but I must admit, I didn't think we'd be sat here at 5 minutes past midnight, and still we haven't even had the ring walk. So, and certainly when so much of the show has just been waffle, there's been a lot on this show where we've just gone to the pundits and we've just stalled for time, you know? But whatever. It doesn't matter. We've got 55 minutes until SmackDown begins, and our main event is coming up. Fury is, well, with the Saudis, and the main event winner will fight the winner of Usyk, and Fury got the WBC belt held hostage, so he's going to get in the ring, said Sam. Days is sweating he might miss SmackDown. Well, it would be a problem. Yeah, it would be a problem. But, I mean, we're going to stick with this for however long it is that this goes for. Right. How long have we... Where are we? We've got 55 minutes and we've got one fight left to go. We've got the poll going at the moment. So we've had nearly 6,000 votes. Nearly 6,000 votes. And Ngannou 44% win by knockout or technical knockout. 6% Ngannou by decision. So add that together, that gives you 50%. Joshua, knockout, technical knockout, 36%. Joshua by decision, 14%. Add that together, you get 50%. Right now, after nearly 6,000 votes, it's 50-50 as to who wins this main event. I'm leaning Joshua. He is minus 350 favourite. I think that it is going to be a real test for Joshua. I think Francis Ngannou is definitely someone that you've got to take seriously. I do also wonder, though, if that is what Tyson Fury didn't do. I do wonder if it was a case that Tyson Fury didn't take him seriously, and that's how we've ended up with, like, being where we are. With Ngannou getting very, very close to a win against Fury. Because, you know, make no mistake, if Fury had absolutely destroyed Ngannou, like, outclassed him, we wouldn't be getting this fight now, right? Joshua was even asked about this fight and said that he wasn't interested in a gimmick fight. But then after what he saw Ngannou do and how good he looked, that's how we've ended up where we've ended up. This originally, as we said earlier, was meant to be Joshua versus Wilder, but because Wilder lost to Parker, that's now us, you know, ended up being where we are. I wonder if actually in a different world it would have been Parker versus Joshua, because Joshua was meant to face Wilder, but Wilder lost to Parker. So I wonder if in a different timeline it actually would have been Joshua versus Parker. But that's not what we got. So here we are with Joshua against Ngannou. And the big question is, did Ngannou have a great day? Or is it just that he is a great fighter? You know, we're going to find out. So I think that Joshua is the lean for me. He's got the experience. He's looking good recently. He needs to not get caught. I think we've just seen that Joseph Parker has managed to survive against Wilder and against Young without getting caught by anything significant. You know, if he'd got caught by Wilder, it'd be night-night. If he got caught with anything significant by Zhang, it would be night-night. So, you know, we've seen Parker do it twice now. Avoid anything massive. in 2 recent fights, and that's really what Joshua's got to do. He's got to avoid the big massive shots, but really if you take those big power shots away, I wouldn't expect Ngannou to be able to outbox Anthony Joshua. So for me, it might be a little bit similar to what we just saw. The only difference is I don't think Ngannou is going to be as inactive as what we just saw from Zhang. But I think that the game plan that Parker adopted might have to be a similar game plan that Joshua adopts. You know, I don't think this is going to be an amazing fight. That wasn't what we just saw. Wasn't an amazing fight. It was interesting, but it wasn't amazing. And I think this might be the same. Right now, they're just talking to Eddie Hearn and Tyson Fury. It's an interesting pairing, isn't it? Eddie Hearn and Tyson Fury. That fight sucked. Zhang was terrible, said A. Jobson. We're just minutes away, said Daz. Hawk said if Francis comes out and is good, then the last fight wasn't just a good performance. That's true. And that's what people are asking. That's the question. Was that just a bad day for Tyson Fury and it made Ngannou look good? Or is Ngannou the real deal? Does he belong amongst the elite heavyweights in boxing? We may be about to get that answer. Tyson Fury said Joshua's back. All right. Tyson Fury said, I hope Joshua smashes Ngannou because Ngannou's got a little bit too cocky for my liking lately. So, that's interesting. Tyson Fury wants Joshua to beat Ngannou. That's what he's just said. And he said that if Joshua can't do it, then he'll have to just do it himself again. That's what Fury said. Do you know what? What we're about to see here is absolutely massive. Because if Joshua loses, I just don't know that we ever get Joshua against Fury. Right now, there is a path for Joshua versus Fury. There is a path. There is a way to get to that fight. Eddie Hearn said he is nervous. He believes that Joshua can break Ngannou down. Tyson Fury said, I'm going to go wild card. I'm going to say Anthony Joshua in the first round. I don't think he really believes that, but that is Tyson Fury's prediction. But yeah, right now there is a path for Joshua Fury. Fury beats Usyk, easier said than done. And then, you know, we know the winner of this is going to face the winner of that. So as long as Joshua wins tonight, and as long as Fury gets past Usyk, then we can finally get Fury Joshua. This goddamn fight, just like constantly, these two are just circling round each other, but they never get together, do they? But we know that Saudi Arabia and the money that's involved, if they can make it, if they can get it done, they'll get it done. But listen, these fighters are going to have to get wins. This is huge for Anthony Joshua. This is massive. Get in your thoughts. Hype job gets face planted by Ngannou, says Brian. Steven said Fury has dragged the heavyweight game down. Joshua has and never will be a real heavyweight champion, is a paper champion. The fact we are all in on this is terrifying to the future of the sport, says Steven. Who do you like then, Steven? Who do you like? If you don't rate Fury and you don't rate Joshua, are you Usyk guy? Is that who you side with? He's a great fighter, in all fairness. You know, he has been absolutely fantastic. Not just at cruiserweight, of course, where he's one of the greatest cruiserweights we've ever seen, but what he's been able to do in the heavyweight division is just brilliant. But did we get a glimpse in that fight against Daniel Dubois? Did we just get a glimpse that he can be beaten with the right game plan? You know, I think he can be beaten. But AJ will go down in the first round, says Kai. Can the fight start already, said Eric. Hawkins Jr., shout out to you. Usyk's like an alien, says Valashala. Shout out to you, my friend. Ngannou will win in the first round. Ngannou by knockout, said Brian. Days, you need to get some sleep before these events. Well, I mean, we've got, what, SmackDown next, which is fine. Just only a few hours. But tomorrow, yeah, listen, we're back tomorrow. UFC 299. We are here for the early prelims, the main card. I've got all my notes for that event already lined up. So very much looking forward to that. It's a stacked card as well. It looks really, really good. So I'm very excited for that. Main event tomorrow. Chito Vera taking on Sugar Sean O'Malley. One of the biggest stars in the sport, O'Malley. I don't know. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what that does. How many people are around for it. I think there is a real excitement for it. So, but with UFC 300 on the horizon, are people going to save their money, you know? We're backstage with Ariel. Ariel said, this is the calm before the storm. Ariel Hawani said he can't believe how calm the team is for Francis Ngannou. Yeah, that is true, isn't it? Ariel said, that's a good point, isn't it? Ariel said, look, Francis is playing with the house's money. He's got nothing to lose. He didn't expect to be in this position, whereas if AJ loses, he's got a lot to lose. Is that weight gonna be a factor? That's a good point, isn't it? That is a good point. Durate said, thanks for these days. You is the man. Appreciate the support, dude. Appreciate the kind words. I hope you are enjoying the show and enjoying the action as we are heading towards this main event. Don't think it's going to be too long till we get the ring walks, as we've got Michael Buffer stepping into the ring right now. So it feels like it is getting close, and there is Ngannou. Ngannou has left his dressing room, and he is making his way to the entrance stage. Ring walks coming up for our main event of the evening. So Ngannou, looks like Ngannou will be first. Just seeing Tyson Fury shaking a few people's hands and having a few pictures. He's got a great relationship with his Excellency, hasn't he? His Excellency coming over and they're having a laugh together. Tail of the tape right now. Let's go. Ngannou said, Raven. Days, what if we get KSI and Logan against Randy and Kevin Owens? Well, let's cross that bridge when we get to it. AJ 2 inches taller. He's got 4 inches on the reach. He's got a 4-inch reach advantage. That's the tail of the tape. Here we go. Michael Buffer. I definitely could do with a stoppage here. Right, Francis Ngannou getting his intro. Days, who would win out of Gunnosaurus and Luchasaurus? The fans. Is that Drake? I think it's coming out to Drake. Drake's not there. Okay, so Ngannou making his way down. But this match takes longer to start than a Roman Reigns entrance, said Eric. Thomas said AJ has not been the same since Andy Ruiz knocked him out. That is true. I mean, he did manage to put the right game plan together to get the win back from Andy Ruiz, and then he did take on Usyk. So, you know, those have been very difficult challenges for him. And I think all of that in a very close space of time really knocked his confidence, really messed with his head. And you can just see he was in a really bad place. But I think last year, 2023, I mean, this is his 4th fight within like a 12-month period. And, you know, he's got a good win streak. He's got good momentum. He's got some good wins. And that last win in December in particular, it's the performance that really caught the eye. You know, he really looked like he was back to being confident again. You know, we saw him against Usyk and he was very gun shy. It really felt like he was trying to outmaneuver and he was trying to play chess. Like he's a big guy who's got some power, who can throw. He's got good hand speed. You know, he can cause people problems, but he ain't going to cause people problems if he's going to be gun shy. And he kind of, I think, got in his own head. I think like there was different game plans, different strategies. And, you know, you have to have a game plan. You have to have a strategy, but I don't know. He hasn't looked himself for a long time. But I think what was encouraging is against Otto Wallin, he looked really good. He looked like he was back to being him. It'll be very interesting to see how he looks here. He's got to be very careful of the power of Ngannou. Of course he has. He's got to fight the right game plan. Tonight isn't really about showing off. Tonight's about just getting the win and moving forwards. Ngannou is a real threat, a real problem. So just get the win and get out of there. Right, that's it. That is it. If you're Anthony Joshua, that is it. And if you're Francis, you're just looking to land some at juicy. You're just looking to land some at big. Here comes Anthony Joshua. Pyro shooting up as Joshua makes his way down. He looks great. He always looks great. So, you know, on the app, 57% of people thought that Francis was going to win. 43% of people thought that it would be Anthony Joshua. 57-43. In our poll, we're over 6,000 votes right now, and it is 50-50. 50-50 in our poll. That's where we are. We can probably end that right now. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated. We are on 654. I can't see us getting to the 1,000 now, but doesn't matter. Didn't really have any expectations for this anyway, but and it's a weird time, isn't it, on a Friday? But I'm very grateful for everyone that's joining us right now. Okay, here we go then. Both fighters inside the ring, and they're just getting their intros. We'll be underway with this soon. Steven said, I'm terrified of losing this sport to MMA, which is very hard to watch through respect to any fighter. I've been misunderstood. As much respect to your call. No, Stephen, I don't think you've been misunderstood, buds. I have no problem with people saying I don't like Fury, I don't like Joshua, I don't like whoever, right? I mean, we've all got people that we like and we don't like. I just genuinely wondered who it was that you did like, that was all. I can understand the concern of boxing, like, falling behind MMA. I mean, I can totally understand that. And, you know, we are seeing, like, this influencer boxing. You know, what does that do for boxing's image? We know that there's too many belts. You know, I mean, we get belts being defended. No one cares. Because there's belts being defended all the time. Because there's so many belts. It does feel like someone, and I know the Saudis might not be the right people, but maybe they are. It does feel like someone needs to take boxing and wake it up, shake it about a bit. You know, ideally we would have like one heavyweight championship, one, you know, welterweight championship, you know, the heavyweight champion of the world, not 4 of them. You know, same with like welterweight, same with like, you know, all the different divisions. We have started to see the belts getting unified a lot more, and you know, we're starting to see the Saudis making these big matches that people want to see, putting some of the best against the best. You know, I feel like things need to change, and they've needed to change for a long time. So I think I look at the Saudi involvement as something which could bring the best out in boxing. It could drive boxing, you know, to a point that we want it to get to. Like, I can't really be down on them sorting out Fury Usyk. Can't really be down on them putting together some of them dream fights that we've been wanting to see, you know. And Ngannou did look good against Fury. If he didn't look as good as what he did, he wouldn't be in this position right now. So I can't begrudge Ngannou being in this spot either, to be truthful. But I do understand the love of the game. I very much do. I grew up watching heavyweight boxing and absolutely loved it. Some of my earliest memories are watching, like, you know, the big heavyweight fights. We didn't really tend to watch much sport in my house, to be honest. Neither of my parents are really that bothered about sport, but for some reason there is just something special about heavyweight boxing that the whole planet seems to gravitate towards. I think it's kind of that Muhammad Ali effect. It's the Mike Tyson effect. You know, these big, massive names that everyone around the world knows. There's something special about that, and I think it still is that way. I think Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua, you know, I think those names still carry weight around the world, so let's see. Let's see how this goes. Both guys getting their intros. Eric said Ngannou doesn't wear a watch. He decides what time it is. I like that. That's nice. I wear a watch. I get told what time it is. And it's main event time. That's what time it is. Here we go. Everyone's had their opinions on this. Everyone's had their thoughts on this. It's 10 rounds. It's 10 rounds. Because Ngannou didn't want to do 12. And the bell has sounded and both fighters come out into the center. Joshua in white. Ngannou in white and pink. Joshua staying on the outsides. Joshua trying to jab to the body. Ngannou trying to throw in a hook shot, but falls short. Joshua staying on the outsides. So Joshua's got a game plan. Love Joshua's gloves. He's got these like really like old school looking like brown gloves. There's a hook shot. Yeah, he does. Ngannou's come in and he looks comfortable. Right now, both guys in the center. There's a jab that comes in there by Ngannou. Really quick hand speed by Ngannou, you know. Really quick. He whips in those hooks. Body shot. He had Joshua against the ropes. Joshua ducking underneath that into the clinch. Joshua jabbing to the body. He's working the body quite a bit, Joshua. Seems like he is targeting the body. Yeah, he's done that a few times. I think he's noticed, or they've picked some up in training about jabbing to the body. But we've got, again, a body shot coming in. So Ngannou standing his ground in the center. Joshua staying on the outsides. Good block there by Joshua as Ngannou tried to throw a right hand. Joshua staying on the outside, circling round Ngannou. Definitely having a few moments. So a minute left. Oh, lovely work by Joshua! Straight down the middle! Ngannou goes down! Oh, beautiful by Joshua! Referee is counting, and Ngannou gets back up to his feet. Francis Ngannou dropped in round one by Anthony Joshua, straight down the middle. But Ngannou is right back up on his feet. We've got 30-odd seconds left. Right now, they're into a clinch. Huge moment. Huge moment for Joshua. That's going to make this a 10-8 round for Joshua. It was a great shot. Ngannou went down, and he went down good as well. He went down good. It wasn't just a case that he went down like to a knee or something. He went back. He was down. He was startled. Whoa! Call the neighbors. Something is going down. Anthony Joshua, 10-8 rounds. And don't forget, there's only 10 rounds in this fight. There's only 10 rounds. So that was lovely. Straight down the middle. Straight down the pipe. Lovely. Look at that. Straight through the guard. Straight through the guards. And I tell you what, if I'm Anthony Joshua, I'm looking for that again. I'm looking for that again. That guard of Ngannou's, it's got a few holes in it. But Ngannou has thrown some stuff back at Joshua, right? It is worth mentioning he's thrown some stuff back, which, had it have landed, could have caused some big problems. The hand speed of Ngannou is very impressive. Very impressive. Some of the hooks that he's whipping in look absolutely amazing. But Joshua, 10-8, he's got something to build on there. And he's got to make sure, Joshua, that he doesn't get caught with anything here. He's got his guard up. He's got his hand up. He's got his chin covered. That's helped him as well. There was a vicious hook in the first that Ngannou threw. Ngannou. Yeah, there's a lot of feint work here by Joshua. And Joshua jabs to the body. I feel like this is a trap, you know. I really feel like it's a trap. Joshua keeps jabbing to the body, and I just get the feeling that at some point he's going to go jab to the body, but that, I feel like he's going to come in. Nice. That's a nice right hand there by Joshua. We're seeing Joshua just throwing out that jab. Oh, there's a lovely right there by Joshua. Not quite as clean, but he gets through with a big shot and jab to the body again there by Joshua. Joshua backing up a little bit. Joshua is backing up again as Ngannou stands his ground in the center. The crowd are chanting for Anthony Joshua. I think we've got an Anthony Joshua chant that's just broken out. Jab coming in there by Joshua as Ngannou again. Throws out a jab, goes upstairs, tries to go to the body. Joshua backing up though. staying out of the range. He's just staying on the outside here, Joshua. Need to make sure that Joshua doesn't get too carried away here. I think he's winning this round as well. Nice jab going in and going to the body as well. Upstairs, downstairs. Oh, and down Ngannou goes. Wow, down he goes again. Referee is counting away. Francis Ngannou gets back up to his feet. It's going to be another 10-8 rounds. I think Ngannou is maybe starting to realize that there are levels to this game. He's killed him. Anthony Joshua wins. Massive right hand. Ngannou goes down for the third time. And the fight is called. Anthony Joshua wins. Anthony Joshua in round 2 sends a message to the world. And what a performance. What a showing by Anthony Joshua. Kept it simple. Stuck to the basics. Landed some big shots. And he folded Ngannou up, man. He folded Ngannou up. Right at the end, Ngannou went over. Kind of flipping went back on himself. They're keeping a wide shot at the moment, so I hope everything's okay. I mean, he got him good, man. He dropped him 3 times, and that last one was brutal. But right now, they're keeping the camera on Joshua. I think Ngannou is still down. Ngannou is still down, so there may be a bit of concern here for Ngannou. There may be a bit of a concern. Fury didn't take him seriously. No, he didn't take him seriously. You're right. Ngannou apparently is now sitting up. Ngannou is sitting up. Oh my God, man. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What a performance. There was, do you know, you could see little moments where Ngannou carried threat. I mean, some of the shots he was throwing with some real ferocity. I mean, he had some lovely speed on his shots, Ngannou. And it definitely, you know, you looked at it and you was like, oh, I don't like the look of some of these, you know. If Joshua doesn't keep his focus, you know, then that could be a bit of an issue. But Joshua managed in that first round to knock Ngannou down. And that really was, I think, a big, big moment. I think, you know, Joshua would have been filled with confidence in that moment. And in that second round, just kept it simple, kept it nice and easy, and cracked. Yeah, cracked him. And it wasn't long. I mean, once Ngannou got back up after that second one, I think it might have been the very next shot. Let's have a little look here. We got the replay. Oh, it's a great shot. That, I think, is that the one that puts him away, or is that the second one? I think that's the second one. So, Ngannou throws a jab. That's the first one. So, he lands... Yeah, right on the side of the head, I think... Oh my God. Oh my God. Seeing the replay of that. Oh my God. Look at that. And Ngannou's out, man. He is totally out. Do you know, as Joshua comes in, Ngannou sort of like it's perfect. As he throws the shot, Ngannou actually moves kind of his defense out the way. There are levels to this game. There are mistakes that you cannot afford to make there in split-second moments. And look at that. Tyson Fury applauding. Even Frank Warren applauding that. Joshua coming over, shaking the hand of Ngannou, and people are going to be so desperate now for Joshua Fury. I'm desperate for Joshua Fury. Ngannou says it is what it is. Joshua tells Francis to not leave boxing. Don't leave boxing. That's what Joshua said to Francis. Francis got it, as you can imagine. He said, and Francis is like, it is what it is. Wow. Support intern, shout out to you, my friends. Definitely want to hear from these fighters. I know that SmackDown starts in 20 minutes. We will make sure that we get to it in time, but I really want to hear from the fighters, man. I want to know, like, is Fury going to step in the ring? Is Joshua going to call anyone out? I think we might be getting an interview now. When you come in the ring dressed like a fairy, you go down like one, said Helium. Ngannou got the Drake curse. The Drake curse, you're right. So the fight's over. The fight is over, yeah. Niall said Fury to Raw after tonight. After what he's just seen, he's going. I mean, he was impressed, and rightfully so. There we go. Anthony Joshua gets his hand raised. Joshua holds up Francis Ngannou's arm, and he embraces Ngannou. Classy from Joshua. But there was no bad blood between them anyway, I mean. So we are just waiting to get the thoughts of Anthony Joshua. If you are just joining us, wow. I mean, wow. It still doesn't really answer where Ngannou is. I mean, what we do know is that he's no match to Joshua, and probably in a rematch with Fury, if Fury properly prepared, you probably wouldn't be able to cope with Fury. But it's a brilliant, brilliant performance. I mean, what else can you ask for? That was incredible. It is what it is, says Anthony Joshua. Usyk's too skilled for Joshua. Only Fury is kind of close to Usyk, but less power than AJ and Wilder. Ngannou should fight Wilder and work on defensive skills, said Here Is the Thing. Joshua calls Ngannou an inspiration. Do you know, on DAZN, they're asking the question now, should Tyson Fury be nervous? That's the current poll on DAZN. Should Tyson Fury be nervous? This is the best performance. Well, he is next. But when does he get his opportunity? That's the question. So he puts the improvement down to Ben Davison. Fury beats Fury, but British commentators thought he lost in the most boring fight ever, said Judd. Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think he prepared for it. Joshua said he's just hungry. If that was me, you lot would be saying that I should retire if I had just lost. It only takes one shot in the heavyweight division. He says he doesn't know if he's coming into his peak. He's just working day by day. Yeah, here we go. Joshua said he's just here to fight. Eddie will shape his future. I'll do what they want me to do. So Joshua wants the winner of Fury Usyk. Eddie says he's proud of Anthony and Joshua. Joshua doesn't call out Fury. He doesn't do anything reckless. He keeps it classy. But he does say that he wants the winner of Fury Usyk. Oh, Eddie Hearn said when it was Fury against Ngannou, they called it Battle of the Baddest, and they shouldn't have done that because you're looking at the baddest man on the planet right here. Eddie Hearn says to Tyson Fury, please beat Usyk in May, because I promise you, you will get the biggest fight in the history of this sport. Imagine Fury, Joshua. We've been waiting for it for so long. Eddie Hearn said it was one of the most destructive knockouts he has ever seen. Eddie Hearn says, I cannot wait for him to beat Tyson Fury. Joshua's not got fighting words, but Eddie Hearn has. So, Joshua making some noise for the Cameroonian people. He says, you lot put too much pressure on me. He's calling out the London crew. Amazing, isn't it? And he's shouting out the Saudi Arabian people. Well, I think it's done, to be honest. We've heard from... There we go. On to the next, says Anthony Joshua. And what an incredible performance that was. Right, I need to run away. We've got other streams that we need to do, but a massive thank you to everyone that joined us, and I hope you enjoyed this stream. I hope you enjoyed what we just witnessed. I know a lot of people were rooting for Ngannou, and he'll come back. You know, he's got many options on the table. There'll be other boxing fights for him. But now, potentially, he can have a look at MMA fights as well. So, you know, he's still in a good place. He still made a healthy amount of money this evening. And, you know, there'll be fights out there for him. So... But, you know, Joshua takes that next step forwards, and I think for the good of boxing, shows that there are levels to this. So, yeah, awesome. Thank you so much for joining us. I really do appreciate the support, and I will be back in a few minutes for SmackDown, and we'll be back tomorrow for UFC 299. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.